awesome of a debater am I that I could not know the topic, not know the person, have no prep, my opponent have it, and not only that, get him to concede at the end, because you almost never get concessions.
All right. Welcome to Knower Prep Debates. For anyone new here, this is a no prep debate show. Rob Noer is walking in here completely blind. He does not know the topic. He does not know the opponent. And the other debater, on the other hand, is fully prepared. They know the topic. They've had time to think their arguments through, and they're coming in completely ready. Once the redactions drop here live, there's going to be no pause, no prep time. The debate is going to start immediately. Here's how it's going to work. We're going to start with opening statements. The mystery debater will go first with a 10-minute opening. After that, Rob will give his 10-minute opening / rebuttal. No notes, no preparation. And once the openings are done, we're going to move straight into open floor. We're actually not going to have a clock on this portion. We're going to aim for at least an hour, but we'll let it run as long as the debaters want to keep going. When both sides are ready to wrap it up, we'll move into closing statements. Each debater will get 5 minutes to summarize their position and land their final points. And if time and energy allows with everybody, we'll open up for Q&A. Obviously, super chats will take priority, so we'll get to as many as we can. That's it. No tricks, no safety nets, no prep for Rob. And let's drop the redactions, okay, and get right into it, all right?
Who's that debater?
What's the crack? It's your boy Tareyak. Okay, right. First of all, let's do a little bit of grift or marketing on stuff. You can find me at Tareyak. A lot of people complain about my name because it's difficult to spell. Okay, y'all a bunch of racists. Okay, so think of like a tar pit. Okay, and think of a yak. Okay, then you have a yak. You know what I'm saying? So that's the name on YouTube, Twitch, Kick is the live stream. It's the live stream Monday to Saturday. Usually kind of like a late night or early morning, depends what way you look at it. 2 days I do like a film review. So we like to review videos, all this kind of stuff. 2 days of just a bit of gaming, chilling with the chat. Then you get 2 days of Wheel of Madness, which actually starts after the show as well. Today we are looking at the prompt, Russia should take over the EU. Oh shit, do I go straight into it?
No, I was just going to say, yeah, we're going to let you get right into your opening statement. Thank you for joining us tonight, Tareyak. And whenever you're ready to get into your statement, I don't have the timer up here, but I do have a timer over here, so I'll let you know if you go past your time. And you can open, and I'll start the time with your voice.
So, Comrade Robinsky, right? Imagine if we were to do a bold realignment of the world order. Russia, as the rightful heir to the Byzantine mantle and Third Rome, steps forward to reclaim Europa under its Orthodox Christian banner. Drawn from divine autocracy from the Tsars, and remember, Tsars comes from Caesar, descendants of Caesar's imperial bloodline through the ancient ties of Kievan Rus and Moscow's self-proclaimed succession. We propose a grand restoration. Russia, with its unyielding faith in Christendom against the secular decay of the West, could forge a new Holy Roman Empire from the ashes of the EU's bureaucratic babble. This isn't mere conquest. It's a sacred revival uniting the continent under the double-headed eagle, echoing the Caesars of old. We seek the Russian rule to purify and strengthen Europe against internal rot. And this is where, like I said, I want to directly quote Putin in one of his speeches, where he's directly commentating on Europe. He says, look at what they're doing to their own people. It's all about destruction of the family, of cultural and national identity, perversion and abuse of children, down to pedophilia, and proclaimed as the norm of their lives. Priests are forced to bless same-sex marriages. Adults have the right to live as they want. We've always been like that in Russia and always will be like that. No one intrudes in the private life, and we're not going to do that. But what I want to say to them is this. Look at the Holy Scripture, the sacred books of all world religions. It says everything there, including that the family is a union of a man and a woman. But even these sacred texts are now being revised. It is reported that the Anglican Church, for example, plans to consider the idea of gender-neutral God. What can we say here? And then Putin says, Prosti меня, Господи, они не знают, that делают, which means, forgive me, Lord, they don't know what they're doing. So when you tie up the culture that's being projected from the likes of Russia at the moment, 67% of the Russian people are Orthodox Christian. And if you were to ask the average American, would you rather have Andrew Wilson or Nyla Ray, they would say Andrew Wilson. So in terms of the culture that Russia brings is that conservative, that Christian conservative culture that I know plenty of people in chat want. You know what I mean? So in terms of like what the dynamic of what is the EU, the best way I can describe what the EU is at the moment is, imagine if Hillary Clinton had beaten Donald Trump and she had 8 years in office and basically we would have been in a complete shit show at this stage. But that's basically what the EU is. It's literally impossible to even try to play politics because anybody who's not on party lines is branded as alt-right, neo-Yahtzee, all this kind of shit. But then, like, the question that needs to be asked to the European, and a lot of Americans don't think about it in terms of this line, but like, what is a European going to fight for if it is the EU versus Russia? Because the EU wants to obviously kill kids before they even leave the womb, but sterilize them and mutilate them with the whole trans thing. This is what Putin was talking about with the child abuse. Killing off the elderly and the wisdom, they're killing off the elderly and all this kind of shit. That's no problem either. You have and the whole thing is like, well, Tareyak, why would you not want your own country to rule? Because even under the EU at the moment, as an Irish person, it's either going to be Brussels or it's going to be Moscow. And at least with Moscow, you're bringing order, you're bringing stability. You know what I mean? And an actual culture to unite under. And like I said, with that, I'll rest my case for the moment.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement, Tareyak. And Rob, whenever you are ready to respond to that opening statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
All right. All right, sounds good. Nice to debate an Irishman. I'll beat him worse than a potato famine here. Should be great. Interesting, speaking of potatoes, to see him defending sort of beets and borscht here with the Russians taking over the EU. So fundamental misunderstanding and mistake with the prompt, the idea that Russia should take over the EU. I think there are valid criticisms to be made of the EU, which my opponent makes here, which is that there is a lot of stuff. I could go further than him, in fact, not just like the LGBTQ stuff that we also see in much of the Western world, including the United States as well, but also things that are antithetical to the actual being of the United States, such as the EU's attack on the First Amendment, their sort of ability to take away from populist concerns, in that so many of the people in these countries now rely on unelected officials in Brussels to make their decisions for them. However, the problem is Tareyak's version of solving this problem won't solve anything, because he says that Russia should take over the European Union, where the correct decision would be to leave the European Union itself dissolve. Replacing it with one leader to another leader that the people don't get a vote on would be irrelevant. It would lead to the exact same set of problems with a different tyrannical leader. This may be a leader that's more in line with Christian values, though perhaps not, as we'll get into throughout the debate. Just because there are a lot of Russians that are Orthodox doesn't mean that if the government of Russia would engage in an aggressive war and take out the leadership of Europe, declare themselves leaders of these European states, that this would mean that the people would magically become Orthodox. Nor does it mean that you would be able to sort of switch the leadership of the people to mean that Putin would govern more as a religious figure or an Orthodox figure. So I don't see how this would magically be able to solve LGBT problems and the other issues he's talking about. And so the first argument I would say as to why he's wrong that you should consider is it would be better to allow the EU nation states to dissolve, as the status quo is showing that there are significant fractures in. We can see that populist right-wing leaders are rising in many of these EU states as we speak, and the people of the European Union are becoming more and more agitated that Brussels is having all of these terrible decisions, including being upset about things like the refugee crisis, which sends so many people that are antithetical to the cultures of the people in these European countries to the countries themselves. However, if this were to change because Tareyak would have his way and Russia would launch a war of aggression, this would mean that these people would see Russia as invaders and be less likely to allow their right-wing sort of Christian roots, or at least ideas inspired by Christianity, to come forth organically. Think of it this way. Could we bring democracy to Afghanistan? How did that project work out? Or how about Libya? The truth is, when foreign countries invade in a rapid pace in order to radically change culture, that cultural change oftentimes doesn't occur. There is no way that he'll be able to prove that all of the sudden the peoples of Europe, if, as he wants to have happen, were to be taken over militaristically by Russia, would all of a sudden be like, yeah, never mind, we're going to listen to everything that Putin tells us. So this would be an abject disaster and would stymie the fact that, and this is the second point that I want to bring out, the status quo is going to places to attempt to solve this problem. We see people like the rise of populist parties in Italy. There's some in Spain. We see it in places like Poland. We see these places that are actually having right-wingers spring up. The key is to maintain sort of the status quo position of a MAGA movement here in the West and stopping interfering through things like NGOs into these countries to prop up these globalist politicians that run things. So we should actually go with the exact opposite approach, and instead of encouraging the European Union to be invaded by Russia and saying that they would be better off, we should actually say that we're going to promote from within right-wing populist parties that are rising and that will be able to correctly identify the unique cultural situations in each of these countries. Now, Tareyak's going to use the fact that he knows that so many people in my audience and Speakeasy's audience are going to be sympathetic to an Orthodox cause. However, the question that I want to ask to Tareyak is, one, are you able to prove that Russia winning would lead to people embracing the exact type of orthodoxy you want? And secondly, are there concerns outside of orthodoxy that we should push for? Of course, I want people to be Christian and follow the path of Christ, and if it was up to me, everyone in the world would do so. And yet still, we should look at things through the perspective of the people of our own countries. I'm an American citizen. I don't think Tareyak is. I think you're Irish. I don't know. You sound like you're Irish. So why would I want Russia to overtake Europe and then be in a better position to challenge the United States for global hegemony? That wouldn't be good for me. That wouldn't be good for my family. That wouldn't be good for the rest of the people in the United States. Think of the resource advantage that Russia would have. Think of the geographic advantage that Russia would have. And this would create a bipolar world that would make conflict more inevitable. In effect, this would bring back the days of the Cold War. This would position Russia in a position within a few scant years, maybe a decade or two, would be able to challenge the United States as the world superpower, and it would shift alliances so rapidly that it would make a world of war so much more commonplace that our differences when it comes to religion may not be the most important thing in our mind as our children are being drafted to fight the next great war with a nuclear superpower that now controls huge swaths of the global landmass. So even if you're going to buy the appeals that Tareyak will try to say, that's like, but listen, aren't you guys based? Aren't you Orthodox? It's not going to be this Orthodox dream that he's talking about. In fact, what you're likely to see is it'll be a war of war. It'll be people pushing back that are turning to right-wing ideas now, and they're going to push back because they will then defend the globalist out of desperation to stop the invasion of Russia. And it's going to be a terrible situation where the United States is no longer going to be the unique world superpower and would make war more likely. In addition, though I'll admit that I know very little of this, I'll be able to sort of point to some of the things I quickly looked at. Who is the leader of the Orthodox Church right now? Well, it is true that Orthodox Church doesn't have someone like the Pope, right? But they do have what they call first among leaders. And I apologize, I'm not trying to butcher or blaspheme the faith. However, you've seen people that are credible within the Orthodox Church, such as Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew I, who has denounced the invasion of Ukraine and said Kirill's stance damages Orthodoxy's prestige. Yes, that's true. There are people within the Orthodox Church itself that say that Russia just invading Ukraine and then claiming that it's sort of a holy mission bastardizes the idea of Orthodoxy in the first place. I wonder what they would think if all of a sudden they went beyond the borders of Ukraine and started to then go to all of Europe as we see it. So there would be a division within the Orthodox Church, and many of them that would say, actually, Tareyak, you're pushing for something that's heretical to the idea of Orthodoxy in the first place. Now, I'll admit this isn't my cup of tea, and it's not the strongest argument that I'll go through here, but when you're suggesting that countries, through military conquest, take over huge portions of the world, and then claiming it's for some sort of religious ideal, perhaps you should check yourself. We should not so flippantly suggest that great powers go to war with each other, given the consequences that we're likely to see. The last thing that I'll say about this is, I'm all right entertaining this as a hypothetical, but we understand the practicality of this is nonsensical. He might as well say aliens should invade and take over the EU, and we would have a discussion on that. There is no scenario right now that there would be any sort of acceptance or ability for the Russian military to completely take over the European Union. It would not happen. In fact, what would be likely to happen would be Europe would turn to the United States and give them any sort of deal that they wanted in order to push back against Russia to ensure that this doesn't happen. The Trump administration would certainly not allow Russia to take over all of these assets in Europe. In fact, we can see Trump right now is pushing to get Greenland. And if there was any country that was going to push to get more territory, it would certainly be that of the United States and not Russia. This would lead to conflicts that would occur, and it would lead to Russia understanding that they don't have the military might to do this. In fact, whatever you think of the Russia-Ukraine war, the truth is, even the people that are most favorable to Russia would have to admit, things did not go as swimmingly as Russia intended. Russia didn't just quickly come in and take out Ukraine in a couple of short weeks. It's a conflict that's ongoing, and it's more difficult than most people expected. And although I do think that people in the West are underselling Russia's advances and how well they're doing, completely taking over Europe, and then, importantly, continuing to be able to occupy and have leadership is a completely different ballgame. There is no way that in a practical sense they would be able to take over the insurgents that would rise up in these countries. They would spread themselves so thin, have so many enemies around the world, find themselves with almost no allies that it would be impossible. So even if Tareyak got his dream here and Russia would magically be able to take over the EU in this hypothetical, they would not be able to control it. And all it would do would be balkanize the idea of globalism and projects like NATO, which I think are hugely damaging both in the West and in specifically the United States. I don't particularly like the alliance of NATO. I don't particularly like all of the crazy things that the EU is doing. But better to leave their countries organically shift away from the EU and have right-wing populism than encourage the importance of those missions by having Russia invade and then promptly lose control of the areas, as Tareyak suggested.
You guys didn't hear that sound, did you?
No, I just saw the timer.
My thing just did an alarm for the timer in my ear, and I'm like, holy shit. I hope that's not playing on stream. All right, everyone, thank you for those opening statements from both of you. Just quick reminder, everyone in the chat, make sure you guys sub up to both people here tonight, all right? Because they're going to give you some great entertainment tonight. What we're going to do here is we are going to move into the open floor. Like I said, I'm not going to have a clock here for this. We're aiming for an hour, and if the debaters both want to go a little longer, I figured that's a good way to do it. And then when they're ready, we'll move into closing. Sorry, and if both are up for it, we'll do Q&A as well from the super chats. So. With that being said, whoever wants to start up the open floor, you can jump right in, and I'm gonna let you guys handle it. I'll only be here if it gets too crazy. I'll rein it back in. Go ahead.
Yeah. So again, Rob, thank you so much. It played beautifully into exactly what I was gonna say. I don't really need to justify the whole the fact that Russia would actually then rival America, and that's not a good thing. So basically the whole America first or America only argument. That has to go out the window because you can't let Russia. Remember, we're like the damsel in distress. This is what I'm saying. Because, like I said, it's a necessity that America would have to intervene. But and like I said, the prompt is should, not will. So in terms of even if I got this hypothetical and stuff, I can even say in terms of geopolitical events, that's the reason why Trump's going after Canada and Greenland. Why he went after Venezuela? Because Putin was using Venezuela to get around the sanctions. And then when you look at what's going on in Iran right now, basically you have north, because what country is north of Canada and Russia, Canada and Greenland? It's Russia. What country is north of Iran? Russia. What country is east of Ukraine? Russia. So when you look at the surroundings of the geopolitical moves, especially recently, these have all been moves to try and contain Russia.
Well, I
Because the
agree.
one thing America can't let happen is for Russia to take over the EU. But I would argue it is a lot easier, quicker, and simpler because, like I said, in terms of the average European who actually wants to hold conservative traditional value, inaction.
What? So
And then,
Let- now
because
let-
like,
oh.
sorry, I need to address. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so two things. One, I don't buy your framing here. Of course, you're right. We're arguing in the hypothetical should Russia do this, but we have to maintain sort of the realm of sort of rationality of what would happen as a consequence of that. For example, the prompt doesn't say Russia should take over the EU and then be immune from attacks for the next 50 years. We would look and say, okay, if this occurs and Russia would invade in a short period of time and take over the EU, what would that look like? And it certainly would lead to a great power conflict between Russia and the United States, which I think would be poor. It would also mean that Russia would have zero chance, as a practical matter, of maintaining control over those regions, and there would be uprisings within the region. This would also strengthen the need for alliances like NATO and strengthen the actual importance of the EU coming together collectively in the first place, which I think would be detrimental to the individual countries in the EU by basically making the EU stronger. Sure, Russia takes over today, given your hypothetical, and within weeks they show that they cannot hold control, and all of a sudden you've now just given a mandate for alliances like NATO to continue in perpetuity. If you really are, if your argument's going to be something to this effect, well, I think Russia should invade and take over the EU, which would prompt the United States to fight back, which would then cause the United States to take over the EU. Then let's cut out the middleman and say that a better prompt would be the United States should take over the EU. Why have the middle ground of Russia doing this hypothetical invasion in the first place?
Because plenty of Americans are like America first. America, we're done doing this whole babysitting everybody else kind of shit. And like I said, in terms of the conflict, the solution that America will come to is fuck it, we just go back to each individual country, and America would prefer that as well in terms of the deals they'd be able to make, because then they can negotiate separately with each individual country rather than collectively with the European Union. But to address this whole thing of like better to let the EU dissolve, the way Macron and all these goofy motherfuckers in Brussels are acting, because I'll ask you this, Rob. Trump wants the war in Ukraine to end. Putin wants the war in Ukraine to end. It's only the European Union that's keeping this war going. And the reason why I bring up Orthodox Christians is to bring up to highlight the fact that it's like there is fuck all cultural difference. It might be a bit of a cultural difference between me and a Russian. I know I spoke a bit of Russian and all that kind of shit, but in terms of Ukrainian, they're basically brothers. And because of these EU bureaucrats, they have lost the fucking plot. The fact that we're talking about giving children testosterone when we won't let bodybuilders take it is fucked in the head. And now, like I said, this whole Ukrainian conflict, they're literally throwing innocent lives into a meat grinder. And this is why Russia says, forgive them, Lord. They don't know what they're doing.
I can concede all of this, and your prompt's still a bad idea. So again, let's play this out. Europeans are facilitating this war ongoing, and basically Russia wants to pull back. Okay, let's concede that argument. You completely flipped the script by showing the Europeans that their fears were constantly justified, because Russia not only continues the war in Ukraine, but then invades the entirety of Europe. And so thereby justifying the mission. Now, Russia wouldn't be able to hold this. And also in your hypothetical, for whatever reason, it's so hard to imagine this, because the United States would have to stand back and allow this to occur. They would have to watch this occur over a period of months, we'll say in a best case scenario, and say, we're not going to intervene or help whatsoever. The net result of this would be that Europe would, one, is a best case scenario, would be ruled by Russia, which as a practical matter would not have the resources to be able to do it. But let's say they did, they would be ruled by Russia, and it still wouldn't solve many of the problems of a loss of individual sovereignty of the individual members. You yourself as an Irishman, would you be happy to not have any say in how your country was governed and have it be all decided in Moscow? I don't think you would. You're trading one leader for another.
Better Moscow than Brussels.
Perhaps you think that, but all you're going to do is make something like Brussels more inevitable. Meanwhile, what we'll see is then it then challenges the one voice in the wilderness we have, which is sort of populists that we see in the United States, that at best case scenario look like the most feckless, weak country in the world, as they stood back and watched Europe be overran by a country in Russia that's already stretched their military thin in Ukraine. I mean, it would be nonsensical.
The presupposition here is that Russia is the evil one. Right, but if Russia was the evil one, why do we have 99 red balloons?
Russia would be the evil one in your scenario, and that they're attacking in an almost unprovoked way and totally controlling the entirety of Europe.
The song 99 Red Balloons is talking about an event where Russia got the false flag, and they had perfect
miscalc, and the idea is miscalc.
Correct. The CIA. Exactly. So when we're talking about like Russia being the quote unquote evil one, there's plenty of shit that America has done that's quote unquote evil as well.
May be true. So, it's irrelevant to my argument.
One sec, Rob. To address your point, is like, oh, you might as well say America should take over. If America was to try and take over now, the Europeans would see the Americans as a tyrant trying to take over. Whereas if Russia takes over the EU, then you have your whole script play out where Russia evil, bad, and all this kind of shit, and then America comes in as the savior.
No, it's so your argument would be that eventually the United States would control the EU.
It would be better.
That's your argument? Your scenario? No, I need to...
No. My argument is that America shatters it into a million fucking pieces, and nothing like that ever resembles again.
Why? Why would the European Union accept that? They've just been given the best example ever that their great ally, the United States, stood back and allowed Russia to invade them and totally wipe them out. This would lead to a stronger international order in Europe, as they would say, never again. We're going to form military alliances and a European Union stronger than ever before to make sure that we can't be overtaken by a hostile power as another great world power sits back and allows it to occur. There is zero chance that this scenario wouldn't end up in the people of Europe, even so many of those that are populist and against Brussels, clamoring for a Brussels-like situation because they would say we are too weak to exist on our own. These world superpowers could invade us anytime they want, so it's time for us to collectivize. That's exactly what would happen.
Yeah, but when you look at characters, one second. When you look at characters like Tommy Robinson in the UK, like his crime was he was speaking truth and he was locked up by the government. Like when you want to talk about tyrannical governments that need to be dealt with, like that's why I keep saying to Putin, he's talking about the elites. The elites are the problem in Europe. It's the likes of Macron, the likes of Boris Johnson. Boris Johnson is the one that cancelled. There was a deal on the table in Ukraine. Zelensky was willing to sign it, and Boris Johnson came over and made sure the deal did not happen.
I don't disagree,
in terms of like who's the real who needs to be destroyed, the EU needs to be destroyed.
This is irrelevant.
The whole infrastructure.
This is irrelevant. You saying that you think the EU is bad. I concede it. I don't like the EU for a litany of reasons. I went even further than that's not justifying that Russia should invade and take over the European Union. At best, we should say dissolve. We want to push ultimately for the dissolution of the European Union. Hopefully, to give more sovereignty to these people in these individual countries. And our hope, I think, would both be to have more right-wing governments come about that would end woke shit like the testosterone, all the shit you're talking about, right? That would be what we would ideally want, correct?
In an ideal world, that where we could all get along, sing kumbaya, 100%.
But your project here, your hypothetical topic here, makes that less likely to occur. Because what happens is you've just provided the incentive for people to give up their sovereignty for safety. And right now, the only game in town and the game that would win would be, you have no way that if this happened at a rapid pace and then the United States came in and saved face and kicked Russia back out, which you're admitting would happen, that they wouldn't just go to the same globalist leaders that they already have. It's not going to magically be replaced with different people in Brussels and Europe. They're going to say, see, this is why NATO was so important. This is why we need these left-wing globalist projects. We need to come together as a globe to stop countries like Russia. And all the high ground that people like you and even people like me would have to talk about the evils of the European Union would be quickly dispensed. It turns out Russia was the villain that they said all the time. Everything that the European Union has said about these international conflicts and the need for NATO and the European Union will be 100% vindicated. And many populists that have been against it, and we can see, as we'll get to in a moment, that there are right-wing populists rising in Europe, they're going to be crushed. They're going to say, see, your non-interventionist policies and your nation-first policies are exactly the type of attitude that led to Russia being able to take over the European Union. That means that the best course of action right now would be the status quo. You're going to actually make Brussels stronger through this. And that's not even getting into the risk of global nuclear war, which is a very likely risk, which outweighs any possible benefit that you're talking about here. Because if we have one of the world's greatest nuclear superpowers taking over all of Europe, that is World War III. And that has the next world war. Would you acknowledge this? If there is a complete total hot war between the United States and Russia, it's likely to go nuclear.
100%. But what also is also likely to go nuclear is in 40 years' time when Britain becomes majority Muslim and you have Islamists that have control over nukes anyway.
So your argument,
like I said, in terms of, yes, we need to get this shit done now rather than, and like I said, at least half of the European population would not fight this war.
Okay.
Because they would align themselves culturally more so with Russia rather than the actual like European Union.
I don't think that's the case. I think that as you'd see in Afghanistan, these are the same sort of arguments. People said if we came in, many of the Afghan people that are furious that the Taliban would take our side. The problem is nations tend to rally around the flag when outside invaders come. For example, it's the perspective of the United States. Let's say that Kamala Harris would have won. I despise Kamala Harris. And let's say she starts to institute a bunch of woke bullshit. Okay, I would be against that. But would I advocate? Well, I hope China invades us militaristically and takes over the country. Of course not. As soon as China invaded, you'd see a bunch of rednecks like me that exercise our Second Amendment rights that are furious that a Kamala Harris regime would say we're picking up our Second Amendment rights to fight back against these fucking invaders. That's what we would do.
Yeah.
And so I don't think it would be as simple. But more to the point, and I think this is important. You've already conceded that any hot war between the United States and Russia is going to go nuclear. And so now the only question I have for you is, are you willing to
potentially?
Are you willing to concede that if Russia immediately at this point, based on your prompt, took over the European Union, that it would in fact lead to a hot war with the United States?
Well, that depends on America because Russia's got 99 red balloons.
I don't understand the reference. I know what you're talking about with the idea of
Yes.
miscount. Do you think there's even a chance?
When every single signal was indicating that Russia was being attacked, Russia did not launch the nuke.
But
so when it comes to launching the nukes, Russia has the maturity. Russia has the history in terms of your country. It's America who's the new kid in town. So in terms of like this whole nuclear war, it will be you who would be launching the nukes, not Russia.
Do you think that would happen?
There's always a potentiality.
What percent would you put it that? If Russia completely takes over Europe, launches a war of aggression,
the impossible question. That's an impossible question.
This is what people
What
do.
percentage would you put in Russia launching nuclears?
Let me rephrase. Give me a general idea of how likely you think it would be that there would be a nuclear exchange given the scenario that you've outlined. I would put it at over 50%.
One sec. Depending on what the information would be in terms of on the inside, because like I said, Trump wants to end the war in Ukraine, so does Putin, but it's the EU that doesn't. So there's only one problem, and like in terms of like just saying, listen, my back was turned, I was dealing with stuff down in South America, and all this kind of shit happened. Do you know what I mean? Because when you look at like the governments that are in place across the European Union are basically just puppet governments for the EU.
You said
like
that there
in terms of the presidential. One second. In terms of the presidential election, there were candidates that they have to get nominated, and the TDs just did not nominate them, even though they still had a nomination left.
I asked you. I said, if there's a hot war between the United States and Russia, would there be a nuclear exchange? You're like, oh, 100%. Right now, I said, do you think there would be a? That's
I
fine.
said it's a possibility.
If you want to backtrack,
100% possibility. This is a risky strategy.
100% possibility. Okay, I guess everything's 100% possibility. Nonetheless, like the point
if I did say 100% that would happen, then that was a.
Let me rephrase.
I would like to
let me go somewhere else with this. Right, like the problem is you're saying things that many reasonable people would agree with, and I agree with a lot of this. You're talking about how much you dislike Brussels and the European Union. Okay, cool. You're talking about how they're facilitating the continuation of the war in Ukraine. I assume you think the war in Ukraine is a disaster for both the Ukrainian people and the Russian people. Fair?
Mm-hmm.
I agree with that. Look, I'm America first all the way, but I don't want to see people die needlessly in war. And I've advocated against funding for the United States perspective of the Ukrainian war and thought we should sue for peace a long time ago. So I think we're probably on the same page there. The problem is you give away all of that moral high ground because what you can't do is keep what you perceive as Russia as having a moral high ground in the status quo and then have the hypothetical, therefore Russia should invade all of Europe, but they still get to keep the moral high ground. They do not. They do not. This idea you have of like, oh, 99 red balloons, Russia would never miscalc, and it would be the United States that launched nukes. You are literally, there is zero chance that this wouldn't result in World War III. And I think that if you were an honest broker, you would have to admit that World War III, even without nuclear war, is devastating. We're talking about millions upon millions of people dying. We're talking about the Ukraine-Russia conflict times 100. And there's a solid chance, a non-insignificant chance of global nuclear annihilation. What you have to admit that those are real possibilities.
So if you're telling me that, like, let's say Putin could get like the right timing and everything, all this kind of stuff aligned, and they could basically do they could fly in a helicopter and capture Keir Starmer and then bring him to Moscow. You're saying that would be World War III.
Repeat. I'm sorry, you cut out just a little for me. If they captured Keir Starmer and took him to Moscow, that would lead to World War III.
Took him to Moscow, would that be World War III?
Yes. If they no, presumably. Let me.
So how can you use Israel to do that in Venezuela?
Let me get some clarification. When you say Russia should take over the EU, you don't just mean that they kidnap some leaders like the United States did to Maduro and say now we're in charge. There would have to be a presence because the people of the European Union are not going to take this. They're not going to sit back and just leave Russia. It's not like it's that your scenario would play out like this. Russia just says, by the way, we're in charge of the European Union now. And the leaders of the European Union go, ah, shucks, I guess you're right. It's going to require military intervention. It's going to require conquest. It's going to require boots on the ground from Russia's military, literally taking over the militaries of the European Union countries. Correct? That's the only way that your hypothetical is possible.
Well, in terms of like a show of dominance, like everybody, when they seen that footage of Venezuela, were like, fuck that. And America base said, well, I guess Marco Rubio just owns the place now. He's just running the place, and we need to start focusing on Canada and Greenland now. You know what I mean? But, like the amount of shit that you're saying, oh, that would never happen. It's an argument from incongruity. You're saying it's impossible to imagine, ergo it can't happen.
No, what we're saying is
it's a should.
That's not what we're saying, right? You would acknowledge this. It's okay to talk about hypotheticals, like this should happen. We agree with that. Yeah. Oftentimes we talk about things that should happen that as a practical matter would be nigh on impossible, correct?
Possibly, yeah.
Okay, so what we should do is, when referencing whether or not should something happen, is we accept the world that would most likely be necessary for that should to occur. For example, when I did policy debate in college, we asked these should questions all the time. That was every debate. So should the United States, for example, give all the land back to the Native Americans? Now, what do you think the chances are that the United States would ever do that?
Slim to none.
Right. So, but still, we could argue the hypothetical. So the best way to proceed would say, okay, what is the likely scenario that would have to occur for this hypothetical to occur? That's all I'm doing here. It's not an argument from incongruence. What I'm saying is, for your prompt to come through, there would have to be predictable things that happened. Your prompt doesn't say, the people of the EU, all the leaders of Brussels should tomorrow bow down and say, Putin, we voluntarily hand all of our land over to you. That's not the prompt. The prompt is Russia should take over. The only way that that would be possible would be through military conquest. That war alone, the European-Russian war, would be devastating. It would be Ukraine times 10, right? And you saying, no, it would just be a show of force. No, the United States taking out Maduro in a raid is completely different than an already strained Russian military that's struggling just with Ukraine taking over multiple nuclear superpowers through conquest. That scenario is going to lead to millions dead. And that's before we lead to a scenario, the most likely outcome of that is the United States gets involved and we find ourselves in World War III. Your scenario, the best case scenario that I could come up with for your prompt would at a minimum be hundreds of millions of people dead. I think that's despicable.
Again, like that's your kind of like ideal scenario, but like I said, at least half the European population are that conservative like base in terms of like Christianity, all this kind of thing. I mean, traditional values, like trying to actually conserve like their actual nation, whereas the other half is they hate themselves. They hate the West. They hate what their country stands for. They ain't going to fight no war either. So in terms of where are you going to find the manpower to fight back against Russia? This is one of the questions that you're not addressing in this hypothetical, where it's like Europe would basically have to stand down. And it's basically up to America to intervene. And as Trump has already been acting with the whole Greenland thing, he's like, I don't give a fuck if we pull out of NATO. You don't have basically any protection. Like the European Union don't have a proper standing army.
All right. Let's do this. First, I'll get to your hypothetical here in a second that half the people would welcome Russia. But let's start with this. Even if we would accept that, which I do not accept, as I'll get to in a moment, it would still lead to the United States going to war with Russia. Would you agree with that?
Define, like I said, like define in terms of war.
Like actual troops shooting each other. Actual war. The United States would invade the now Russia that is Europe. They would say, no, we refuse to allow this to happen. You agree that would happen?
Yes, yep.
Okay, how many people do you think that Russia would roll over like you're claiming Europe would roll over?
No, I was just clarifying because in terms of like the nuclear discussions earlier on, it's saying like we're actually talking about like an actual long scale thing. I would accept that war on the basis that the EU would be destroyed and America would come out the victor and as the hero to the European people.
So your best case scenario is a scenario that leads to Russia taking over Europe and Europe just rolling over, and then the United States and now Russia that owns literally the entirety of Europe basically and the current Russia, that they would go to war. That's your best case scenario. A hot war between two nuclear armed superpowers.
Well, as you said, like Russia wouldn't be able to hold it anyway. That's you already made that concession in terms of debate. So in terms of that hypothetical, like they wouldn't just automatically own Eurasia. It would be that actual fight for the struggle. But as you've seen the moves being played by Trump anyway, he's basically surrounding Russia.
But again,
when you look at Canada, and one sec, when you look at Canada and Greenland, and when you look at Iran, and you look at the fact that this has already been kickstarted by Ukraine, this is basically the United States surrounding Russia anyway. So in terms of this conflict, this hot war, it is coming anyway.
Okay, do you think why would Russia take over the EU in your hypothetical?
Because of the policies in play. When you look at like Orthodox Christianity, it's like the most conservative form of Christianity.
Now, do you think that Russia?
When you look at the policies,
when
you look at the policies that would be put in place, it would be anti-trans, anti-pride parade.
Got it. So your argument is Russia would invade Europe in this scenario because they're basically tired of left-wing woke policies, cultural policies. Okay, so they would think it's very important to maintain that control, correct?
Yeah, sure.
And you would also know, Russia's not stupid. They know in this scenario that they're going to lose some amount of military, right? When they invade Europe. Even in a best case,
I'm not saying that Russia is going to be benevolent and like it's going to be low tax. I'm not saying that shit. It's going to be brutal.
But forget benevolency. They're going to be practical. They're not going to enter into a situation where they know that they're going to immediately lose. Correct?
Oh yeah.
So they're going to have a plan to defend the territory they've just conquered. Correct? Because they would know the scenario that we're outlining that the United States wouldn't put up with this. Correct? So what's their defense going to be? How would they be able to defend this newly conquered territory where they're going to be stretched so thin? They have to have some sort of plan. They're not just doing it for funsies. So what do you think their plan would be to defend that territory?
Same plan that America has for Canada, Greenland, Venezuela, South America.
Okay,
the same moves that America's making, you're saying like Russia's not allowed to make, and the same it's just going to go to nuclear war.
Again, you're discussing like a morality. I'm not discussing morality. I'm discussing
we're giving real life events. What I'm dealing with, Rob, is this whole thing. If this is an impossibility, this will never happen. This would be World War III. This is all like bullshit, essentially.
It's not bullshit.
Like America, America is essentially doing the same thing with Canada, Greenland, and South America.
The United States has not invaded Canada with their military, deposed their leaders, and declared that it's...
Who's running Venezuela?
Let me give you a reality check. Removing Maduro, right, and then being there while someone favorable to the United States be put into power is different than invading 13 nuclear-armed powers and maintaining control of half of the world through your military. Removing Maduro in an hour raid is completely different than the scenario. And then you lump in places like Canada and a bunch of... I'm sorry, I missed the news report where the United States used their military to invade Canada, declared war on Canada, deposed their leaders, then occupied troops there to take over the country of Canada. Can you show me when that occurred? I missed that.
The reason why I bring that up is that like this whole thing of how would Putin take the European Union? It could be the same way Trump is currently taking Canada, Greenland, South America.
It's not possible that it would play. So your argument is it could literally just be that Putin's like, we'll just send special ops to kidnap Keir Starmer, and now all of a sudden the United Kingdom has fallen. We don't have to put troops there or anything. That simple. Russia's going to be able to take over Europe in the matter of hours by just kidnapping key figures.
Yeah, it could be, or it could look, it could look like Venezuela, or it could look like Iran, where you collapse the economy and you pull the rug out.
The point I'm going to get to with this, I mean, it's just nonsensical. It's nonsensical.
What is Trump doing right now?
Again, Trump.
Greenland.
It's Trump. Do you think Trump would enjoy?
The critique goes both ways,
It
Rob.
does not go both ways, right? The problem is you're talking about things that are nowhere near analogous. Trying to purchase Greenland and throwing around your economic might to allies is differently than taking over like 16 countries, many of which would have nuclear weapons, and completely taking them over and owning it and having them be part of your country. It is a completely different scenario. The point I want to make is this, since you're like stretching against this, is the most likely
not stretching at all.
The most likely scenario would be if Russia is able to accomplish this, they wouldn't do so knowing immediately they would have to retreat. And if they don't have the military capabilities in order to defend in a conventional war against the United States, and if they felt this mission was so necessary to fight wokeness that they decided to invade, they would defend themselves with nuclear weapons. That's what they would do. They're not just going to run home with their tail between their legs.
Mm-hmm. So, like, what I'm trying to point out to you, Rob, is that like fundamentally, when you look at like states like Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, do you think they're going to side with the Russians? Do you think they're going to side with this bullshit EU policies?
I think that it's not as clear cut as you would say. I think there are certainly
Romania,
many people,
Bulgaria, Hungary.
Yes,
Hungary's literally like out in the open pro thing. When you look at like, all these right wing leaders, they're saying we want to get along with Russia. We want to have a federation with Russia. That's what they're saying.
Your argument is Orban right now would say, "I hope Putin deposes me and takes over my country." That's preferable than me being the leader of my country but being part of the EU right now. That's your argument?
Oh my God. Like it's a fundamental misunderstanding in terms of the way the EU is run right now.
No, it's not a misunderstanding. Orban is the leader of Hungary, right? Right winger, correct?
Yeah.
He's very critical of EU policies. Your argument is that he would welcome the invading Russian military to depose him. Then why doesn't he do it?
Because he's an ally. What I'm saying is all these countries, Russia recognized that all these countries are allies to Russia. They are like former like Soviet Union states.
There is
so like, why would you attack your own people?
I know that Orban wouldn't welcome the military invasion of Russia to Hungary. You want to know how I know that? Because if that was true, Orban would have submitted and declared an allegiance to Russia and became part of Russia, but he chose not to.
He's already an ally.
Nor is an ally is different than taking over. A country invading and taking over, which is your prompt.
Yes, I'm not saying taking over Hungary. I'm saying the European Union, that establishment. He needs to take over that establishment.
But that would mean that that Orban would be under the rule of Vladimir Putin.
The whole European Union.
Yes, including
this whole
Orban
bureaucratic
and Hungary.
Bullshit that they have to answer to Putin. Yes.
Yes, they're not going to accept that. You know how I know
So one sec. States like Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary, like Slovakia, all these states that like have Russian at least as a second language. You're telling me that no, like they'd be completely against this.
Yes.
Okay. The same way that like when one sec, Rob, one sec. I just want you to remind you like the same way the Democrats are saying, oh, like all the Venezuelans are against Trump taking Maduro, and then you see the footage and they're all cheering it on.
Different scenario whatsoever. What you're talking about is countries that are first world or second world countries completely bowing down to a foreign country's military leadership telling them what their laws need to be. You identify problems with Brussels and people like Orban that speak up against some of the problems with Brussels. At the same time, you say, let's replace that with someone who would have even more authority to be able to make decisions in these countries. They wouldn't accept it. Again, my alternative would be better to dissolve the EU. Your alternative is you talk about problems of national sovereignty and how these individual countries don't like being under the thumb of Brussels, and then say, so let's replace the leaders in Brussels with Vladimir Putin. No, they wouldn't accept it. Just like the United States, in the hypothetical I gave, which you can't answer for, may despise leadership of someone like Kamala Harris if she'd have been president, but there's no way that these people would have welcomed China coming in militaristically and then taking over. Okay. And then making decisions in our... Do you believe that? Can you answer that question and then we can move? Will you acknowledge...
Do coups happen? Do civil wars happen?
Yes.
Yeah. So there can be internal conflict in the country. And just because there's an outside invading force doesn't mean that there's not people on the inside who want to rebel against the system anyway.
Okay, sure. Would you say that's true in the United States?
not necessarily in terms of the United States, but even Irish history, like the likes of the French and the Germans and stuff provided arms and stuff for the Irish when they were rebelling against the English.
The point
So,
I'm
like
trying
this
to
whole
make
thing
is
of like
you
accepting
take
help
you take a scenario that's true,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not analogous to what we're talking
No,
about. Yes, it's a
what
matter
you're saying,
of
Rob,
course.
is that there's no way this can happen. That like the country will always band together. When I'm listing off countries that were
No.
former Soviet Union countries, and you're saying there's no way they'll accept Russian rule when they literally give all their points to Russia in the fucking Eurovision.
No,
Like, there's that much love for Russia.
You are making a point. Yes, it is true that in any given country, or as a general rule of thumb, there are civil wars that exist. Imagine this. I would say, will you acknowledge that a nuclear weapon's been deployed? And you're like, of course I'd acknowledge that. Then you concede that this would be the end of the world. You would say, wait a minute.
No,
what does this
I'm
one
dismissing
imminent
your
let me
claim,
finish.
Rob.
Let me finish.
Mm-hmm.
What does this one imminent truth that, well, there have been civil wars and there have
Mm-hmm.
been coups. We're talking right now about the fact that saying that if you took a military invasion of Europe, of the European Union, that yes, almost all of the countries would dramatically oppose that.
No.
Do you think the United Kingdom, the people of the United Kingdom, would welcome being invaded by Russia and Putin being their new leader, which they have no democratic efforts to change their own policies? Do you think they would?
Not the UK, but Estonia, Latvia.
Okay, but you're not
Lithuania,
saying.
Romania,
I
Bulgaria.
notice your prompt
They would
wasn't.
welcome it.
I notice your prompt wasn't Estonia, Latvia. It was the entirety of the EU.
It was the entirety EU. Yes.
Right. Okay, so let's go through the countries one by one, and you tell me. Let's get a list of the European countries. You tell me how many countries would welcome the military invasion by Russia. Let's see. I'll just bring
And
up a list.
like I was saying, Rob, it doesn't necessarily have to
Okay.
be a military invasion.
Here we go.
I want to deal with one sec, Rob. I want to deal with two claims that you made, right? This whole thing of like that, there's no way this can happen. The reason why I brought up civil war and internal conflict in a country is this whole like idea that you have that like these countries all of a sudden just become nationalists all of a sudden. And like I said, when you're bringing up the UK, that's one thing. UK, France, and maybe Germany, because depending on what way you view Germany, like in terms of the like it's basically France and the UK that's causing all this conflict. Because when you look at the vast majority of the EU countries, they would actually be more in favor with Russia's policies than the current EU policies.
It would not
like I
matter.
said, the
First
same
off-
way, the same way Trump is doing the same thing in Canada and Greenland, where it doesn't have to be
not-
military. This is with your second claim. This whole thing is it has to be military. It does not necessarily have to be, because like I said, when you list off these countries, these are all former Soviet states.
Again, this is nonsensical. We agree that if we're going to take a impossible to occur hypothetical, like your prompt, that we should envision that it would happen in the most likely scenario. And the way that it would happen would have to be military conquest. It is a pipe dream and laughable that you're like, Russia's just going to declare, we rule the EU now, and all these European countries go, okay, I guess. That's not happening. It's not going to happen. Let's go through the list of the countries.
I will give you props, Rob. I just want to give you props, like real quick. Like that is nice that you keep going back to it's impossible, all this kind of stuff. But go ahead, go with your
It's
question.
not that I'm saying it's impossible. I'm saying, like, okay, I'll say this. I'll counter proposal. My counter proposal is everyone never sin again. Which one's preferable? That Russia should take over the EU, or all sin is eliminated in the world? Which one's preferable?
Wait, actually, philosophically speaking, I'd say Russia taking over the EU.
I disagree. I think that all sin should be eliminated and we should all become Eastern Orthodox.
Without sin, how can you have virtue?
Doesn't matter.
If there's no choice, then it's not
Are you
actual
Christian?
virtue.
Are you Christian?
No.
Oh, you're not. You're advocating for the Eastern Orthodox takeover of the European Union. You're not even Christian.
Mm-hmm. Because I
My
know
faith
the
would be
audience.
such that
It's
my
not. This
virtue
is not just
doesn't-
me and you, Rob. There's chat sitting out there as well.
My virtue doesn't need to be challenged. I'm not saying that sin wouldn't be possible. I'm saying that we all decide to be Christ-like and stop sinning. The potentiality for sin would still exist. We just choose to face back against it. Now, how would that not be preferable? No more murder,
I
no
can
more
grant that.
abortion.
Let's go down
no
the path.
more-
I can grant that.
So
Yeah,
that
go
would be
ahead.
more preferable, correct?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Okay, then I win the debate
How'd you win the debate?
because my prompt's more apt than yours. It leads to a better situation.
No, like that's fair enough. What I'm combating is you're saying it's impossible.
No, what I'm
And I'm
saying
saying
is
it's quite likely.
no. What I'm saying
When you
is
add things
that
up,
if
the
we
only
take-
people that are against Russia are France and the UK. and they're backed up by Canada and Australia.
If we take your prompt, we must look at were these hypotheticals that aren't likely to occur. What would the scenario be necessary to make those scenarios to occur? It is not in the realm of possibility, nor did you say this in your prompt, that Russia will simply declare, we now rule the EU, and the people of the EU go, okay. Instead, it would require military intervention, right? And you're like, yeah, but there's some countries that would welcome a change of leadership and would give up their national sovereignty and say, we accept that now Putin is our ruler. I don't believe that for any country. So what we're going to do is go through the countries in the European Union, and you tell me what country you think is going to voluntarily acquiesce to Putin saying, I now rule your country.
Yeah, so Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania, Bulgaria.
We'll go one by one through them. We could be fast, but Austria?
Yeah.
You think Austria?
No, not Austria.
Okay, Austria.
Estonia.
Austria, what, in Belgium?
Oh, no, sorry. In terms of Austria would be a tough one because Austria and Hungary, they're close related in terms of culture, would be a close one.
Okay, so you want to put Austria in. Yeah. The government of Austria, if Putin says, I now rule your country, says yes. Mm-hmm. Okay, just by the way, just so you're listening in the audience, do you hear this bullshit? Do you hear this?
No.
Okay, let's put it in the tally.
Yeah, like we can do the one by one, but like what I'm saying is that like I can list off like plenty of EU countries that would side with Russia.
They wouldn't. Then why aren't they? Why aren't they leaving the EU and saying we side with Russia? Why aren't
because
they?
that takes time. What I'm trying to point out is that the EU itself. One sec, Rob. This is what you need to deal with. Why the fuck would an Estonian sign up to the European army when all they're really fighting for there is France and the UK? Why would they give their life against the Russian?
Why would they give their life? Why would they give their life for the Russians against America?
One sec. They're more culturally related to Russia than they would be with the UK.
Okay, so then they would sign up to fight a war against America, who would fight Russia, as you've already said, once this occurs. Mm-hmm. So the Estonians would voluntarily sign up to fight on the behalf of Russia against Americans.
Yeah. What I'm trying to get to is this would be a gradual process.
How would it be?
Russia could start swallowing up countries like Estonia, Latvia, all this kind of shit. And like I said, Rob, you're saying that like this won't work, like Russia won't be able to control. And it's like I said, in terms of like my dynamic,
you are completely delusional. These countries will not voluntarily. I don't know why you don't just admit the truth. Yeah, it's going to require Russia invading. You're trying to have this absurd hypothetical like the people of these countries will rise up in revolt because they're all Russia-loving people and they're just going to take over their governments and say, here, Putin, now you rule us. It's not happening.
No. What I'm saying is that when this comes to be, Rob, because what you're ignoring is my point earlier where I'm saying the only reason why the Ukrainian war is continuing is because of France and the UK.
Okay, let's accept that. Okay, now how do we get to, therefore, Russia invades and every country says, we voluntarily give up to Russia? Go ahead, explain that link.
Yeah, so because you're the one who's saying this is impossible because there's no way the likes of Estonians, Latvians, Lithuanians and stuff are going to ask themselves, what are we giving our lives up for this war? Why would I go fight this war?
So
when my values align, one sec, Rob, when my values align more so with the Russians than this amalgamation apparently of the European Union when it's realistically just like France and the UK that have the say.
Okay, like why haven't they left the EU and sided with Russia?
Because anytime there's an anti-EU candidate, it's like the same thing with the US aid.
So your argument is
they destabilize other nations and they make sure like this happened in Ireland.
I want you to tell me. Russia does something. Yeah. They're going to take over the EU. They do something, and they're like, we now take over Estonia. Yeah. What happened? They don't send troops. They don't send any conflict. They do nothing like that. They just say, we're going to take over Estonia, and the Estonia people say, yes, we like that. We like that. Now we're part of Russia, and our leaders, time to get out. We're actually pro-Russia.
So like all these NGOs that like prop up candidates, all pro-European candidates, that's what happens across Europe.
I want you to explain. Yes, there are pro-EU candidates that NGOs put up. What does that have to do? I want you to give me the scenario. Let's limit it to
like
Estonia.
You're saying, like you're basically saying we can vote ourselves out of this. And I'm pointing to the tyranny in the UK, the tyranny in France, the tyranny across all of the European Union. And you're saying, no, like I'd rather we vote ourselves out of this. I'm saying, No,
That is not
it's a
what
lot
I'm
easier
saying.
and straightforward if there's a conflict.
That's not what I'm saying. You're not following what I'm saying. What I'm saying right now for this point is this is going to be a conflict. It's going to be a conflict between Russia and European states. It's going to be a war, and it's going to be a conflict between Russia and the United States. Millions will die. Your argument's like, no, I think that Europe will completely roll over. Without military conquest, Russia will just declare, we run the EU, and that'll be how it happens. The EU will roll over. And you're like, and the reason I know this is because coups have existed, and civil wars have existed, and the people of Estonia would welcome Russian rulers. And so I'm like, okay, explain how this plays out. And you're like, well, there are NGOs that push globalist candidates. Okay, agree with that. Well,
No.
it's because, let me finish.
No.
Well, it's because of France that the war in Ukraine is continuing. Okay, what does that have anything to do with your claim that the people of
yeah.
Estonia would welcome Russia ruling over them? Show me the proof.
Yeah. That was a complete straw man on position. The reason why I'm bringing up this whole like the NGOs propping up pro EU candidates, it means that like this whole thing of like just get out of the EU, like that's an almost near impossible thing to do when you have all these NGOs funneling all these pro EU candidates. So it's like in terms of like actual representation, like me as an Irish person, like,
Okay,
and
so
I
there's
know
enough
for a fact
international-
that there are
who
plenty
funds-
of Europeans that
who
are saying
funds the NGO?
if Brussels is going to rule us anyway,
Who
we'd
funds-
rather
who-
have someone who's more
Who
conservative
funds the
than some
NGOs?
than the
Who funds the NGOs?
private interests.
Oh, who? Who are the private interests?
Do you want me to start rattling off?
Yes,
How is this
I
relevant to
would
my
say-
point?
I would say
How is this
that-
relevant to my point, Rob?
I think because it's going to be powerful interests. In fact, you're wrong that the majority of these NGOs aren't just private interests. The majority of the money coming from them is from government sources, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so what governments are funding these NGOs?
I like our own governments, like the. Like,
And yet they're just
how
going
is this
to
relevant?
they're going to sit back and say, "Oh, never mind. Russia declared that they win, so we've already spent billions in NGOs to make sure that these governments are on our side, but we're just going to let Russia roll in with no consequences whatsoever." That's your argument.
Yeah. So what's going to happen is that the conflict in Ukraine, like the dam is going to break, like that things, and then France and UK are going to like make up some bullshit reason of saying this is a noble war, we need to fight this war. And what I'm saying to you, Rob, is when it comes to the European Union, especially like the Europeans in general, like why would we fight this war?
It is not.
One sec. As a conservative European, why would you fight for EU when it's basically just Macron and Starmer that are leading the charge?
I'm not fighting for the EU in the same sense that if China invaded and your question was, why would you fight for Kamala Harris? I wouldn't be fighting for Kamala Harris. I would be fighting for my homeland being invaded and taken over by a hostile foreign power. Just like so many people in Afghanistan weren't fighting for the Taliban, they were fighting against what they saw as an invasion from a hostile foreign power. Just like so many people that fought for Libya weren't fighting for Gaddafi, they were fighting against the invasion of what they saw as a hostile foreign power. That's the issue. Would you acknowledge, I want to go back to that scenario that you conveniently left out.
No, because your paint is like this,
Right.
you know that this is going to happen. You don't know this is going to
I
happen
know
because
that
look at
it's-
that Iran. One sec, when Israel bombed Iran, the Iranians cheered that on. So this whole thing of like, like all these people like love the tyranny of the EU is bullshit, Rob.
I don't know what to say other than that you're in a complete lack of reality. You're claiming, you keep like hedging to things that aren't remotely what I'm saying. I'm not saying that these people love the EU. I'm saying they would hate more being invaded by a hostile foreign power.
No.
They're not going to just say, oh, okay, we don't like Brussels, so come on in, Russia, you rule us now. That's not how it works.
Okay. Let me paint this picture. It's either the Islamists or it's Russia. Which are you picking,
I mean,
Rob?
my goodness.
Which are you picking? I picked your bullshit thing. You picked my shit.
Your question has no basis in the topic
Answer
at hand.
Answer it. Islamists or Russia?
Your hypothetical of what group I think would be better to be ruled under isn't answering the practical implications of how this scenario would
I'm
play
asking
out.
you as a conservative, Rob. Which would you pick?
I would pick the Islamists, given that your scenario for Russia is nuclear annihilation in World War III. I would rather live and have London have
It's nuclear annihilation either way.
No, it's
nuclear.
not. No, it's not.
So if the Islamists, one sec, Rob. So if the Islamists take over the UK, which already have nukes, you're telling me that's not nuclear war already?
Yes, I'm telling you that
Come
that's
the
not.
fuck. Oh my God.
I don't buy this acceleration as bullshit. I don't buy the black pill. Trust us, we're all dead in nuclear annihilation
I'm
in
not
50 years
blackpilling.
anyways, so let's just have a great World War III right now. No, I don't buy that. I think that when you are suggesting the intentional start of World War III, that's a fucking bad idea. And saying, trust me, bro,
Okay.
Islamists will take over London and
Okay.
launch nuclear weapons anyway, so
Okay.
we have to do it now. It's the same
what
neocon
I'm-
bullshit we've
yeah.
heard for years.
What I'm saying is the demographics does show that that's a fact, that the UK will become a Muslim majority.
I don't
And when you
give a
look at the
shit.
one sec,
Then the
when you
United
look at the
States can
Muslims
invade and take
in
over, not
America, they
Russia.
are Islamists. And like I said, you're saying that all this stuff would quote unquote cause World War III. I would argue we're already in World War III, because when you look at the geographical moves that America's currently making, it's none different than what I'm suggesting
Should
Russia does.
would you admit that the United States is going to fall to the same thing as London if status quo continues?
Sorry, what?
Would you admit that the United States will be in the same position as the United Kingdom maybe 30, 40 years down the road if trends continue with the invasion of Islamists?
No, it would take a lot longer than.
Okay,
than,
but
than
inevitably it's
America,
going to happen.
A key distinction between America and Europe is that mainland Europe, 50%, on average, 50% of people are atheist. Where that's not the case in America.
So then you ignore the demographic shift in America. Need I bring up?
What I'm saying,
need I bring up that it collapse of Christianity?
One sec. What I'm saying is it's a lot sooner and a lot worse in the likes of UK.
Sure,
in the likes of
sooner,
France.
worse, but we're talking inevitabilities. Inevitably, will the United States go this path?
If that comes to be, yeah. If things are to continue at current rates, yes.
So then Russia should invade the United States as well.
It's coming to that. Like I said, why is Trump talking about Canada and Greenland?
Don't demur, don't deflect. Yes or no?
I'm not deflecting.
Given that you're saying that it is inevitable that Islamists will rule the United States, you also think that Russia should invade the United States then, correct?
No, because the UK is going to happen first.
Okay, so they should invade the UK, take over the United Kingdom, and then invade the United States.
Mm-hmm. No, because like I said, you conceded America would be forced into action. And like I said, America would win that war and come out the victor. So it actually works in America's benefit. Because one sec, Rob, because again, I'm making the case to the American audience. You guys, all you'd have to do would be stand down, let shit get bad, and then come in as the heroes.
What's that have
Just
to
like
do
in
with
World War
how
II,
would
baby?
that change the demographic shifts in the United States?
In
fact, what's likely to happen under your scenario is we'd see a lot of refugees.
Yeah, I can answer that. I can actually answer that.
Yeah.
We have a current birth rate crisis in all these Western countries, but also in Eastern countries as well. But there's one state that actually is like sticks out because it's basically a Western country, but it has 2.1 replacement rate. Do you know what state that is?
Like
that's Israel.
Okay.
Why does Israel have a 2.1? Because they don't have this feminist problem where like people have been basically.
So then Israel should take over the United States.
People have been basically kind of they've been lured into a false sense of security with the peace and all this kind of shit. They take shit for granted.
Mm-hmm. So Jews should take over Israel.
One sec, they start seeing oppression in stuff that's not even oppression. They start saying that motherhood is oppression. You know, in Israel, the bitches can't start talking about like bullshit saying that's oppression because they look across the street and they see a woman in a burqa and then they understand exactly what oppression is. So the reason why Israel doesn't have a birth rate crisis is because they're constantly in war because they're constantly being attacked.
Okay, so just to see where we're going from this, yes, the United States
and the birth rate across Western countries was the same thing.
We need to trigger.
World War II birth rates went up.
Hold up, Tareyak. Let him answer.
So we need to start World War III because if we don't, we're all doomed anyways because of demographic shifts in Europe. Those demographic shifts in the United States are also inevitable, but for some reason we shouldn't cheer for Russia to invade the United States as well to prevent this because Israel has high birth rates. Did I get that right?
No, that was complete straw man.
Now, that's exactly what you said. And so the idea, if it's true that the Jewish people have higher birth rates, would you cheer for Israel invading and taking over the United States? Should we all become Jewish?
No, the reason, again, this is a straw man. Let me explain. Don't interrupt, okay? I gave you time, okay? The reason why this is a straw man is I'm pointing out the birth rates of Israel to show that, like, a war is not necessarily a bad thing and we should always run away from war and all this kind of shit. There are righteous wars.
Okay, so your argument is the reason the birth rates are high in Israel is because of constant war.
Yes.
And therefore, the United States needs to be in perpetual war to increase our birth rates.
Drive is constant.
So you are advocating as a positive World War III and constant war. Because that increases birth rates.
No. I'm not arguing that we should start World War III. What I'm saying is that World War III has already begun.
Okay, so So then, why aren't birth rates increasing in Europe if they're already in war?
Because we often it technically it has started, but it's not kind of like widespread
So
at
you
the
would-
moment.
you
But
acknowledge
when
the-
you look at
The
one
birth
sec,
rate
when you look
crisis,
at America,
real quick. The
when you-
idea of
because
world
we're-
war, just to be clear, the idea of world war is the world at war, and you say that means that birth rates will go up. So just to be clear, you're no longer worried about a birth rate crisis because seeing as how the world is already at war, that's about to shoot up, correct?
No, what I'm saying is that when you look at the current geopolitical moves, because like I said, I don't know if you're intentionally misunderstanding or what, but in terms of when you look at the moves that America is making alone, like that's like basic grounds for World War III.
I don't know what you're talking about. Grounds for World War III isn't what you suggested. You suggested we quite literally are already in World War III.
Yeah.
Okay, but then the birth rate problem solved. You say war means birth rates up.
What are you talking about? No.
You just said
this
you
shit,
make
this shit takes time.
Okay,
If,
so
one sec, Rob, because I know you're straw man right now. If I pass a policy, is there going to be an automatic change the next day?
No.
Are we going to see the results? Exactly. It's
How
going to
long
take
have we
time
been
for the
in-
results.
how long have we
So
been
like this whole thing of like, oh, we're in World War III. Like, oh, the birth rate should be start going up right now. That's
How long
bullshit,
have we-
Robin. You
How
know
long
it.
have we been in World War III?
Difficult to say because it depends on quote unquote who started it.
Okay, well, I want you to tell me in your estimation. Most people, in fact, you're the only person that I've heard.
Yeah,
say
okay.
that we're
Let's
currently in
do
World War
this.
III.
Like, I would mark that like basically Charlie Kirk was Franz Ferdinand.
Okay,
That's basically what
so
kicked all
Charlie
this shit
Kirk
off.
was the start of World War III. How many years do
Yeah.
you estimate does this mean then the entire world's birth rates will increase because they're now all at war?
Well, the like in terms of the official declaration, all this kind of shit, like that's another thing as well. But in terms of like, the quote unquote unofficial marker, like I'd place it at that event. That's when it's like there's no talking to these people that it's basically we're fucked.
So then your
in terms of,
argument
like,
is
trying to avoid
you
this
define
conflict.
World War as different stages. So when I'm talking World
Yeah.
War, I'm talking about kinetic conflict
And
amongst
again,
world
like I said, the only
superpowers.
reason why I brought up the birth rates was because to show that like war can actually be a good thing. This whole thing of like saying that war will necessarily increase the birth rate straight away or whatever straw man Rob's trying to create. I know I've never said that.
It's
I've
not
just said
a straw
pointing
man.
to that
You-
war can
you
actually be a
made-
positive.
You made a complete absurd non sequitur. I correctly pointing out that the way the demographics
No.
are going is the United States, just like Europe, if trends continue, will be overran by Islamists and be beyond hope. Your only defense to that is, but it will take longer. Nonetheless, though, given the inevitability, you would support the invasion of US by Russia. You're like, no, because things could change. I said, why? You say, because Israel has high birth rates. And you make the claim without any proof whatsoever. The reason Israel has high birth rates, it's not because they are wealthy, they're subsidized by the Western world, that there's religious and cultural practices that encourage them to have children. Nope, it's all because of war. And therefore, war
That's the
is a
key
good
factor.
thing because that will lead to birth rates increasing. So all of a sudden, the Islamists that are outbreeding in the United States and the mass importation of
Yeah.
refugees and Islamists will all of a sudden, white Christians are going to be like, you know what? I need to have 7 kids now because we're in World War III. I don't see the connection. Also, I think that what you're likely to see is a mass refugee flux from European countries into the United States as we see this kinetic war, thereby exacerbating the demographic change in places like the United States.
Yeah, so again, like the reason why I brought up the birth rates was to stop this whole thing of like, oh my god, war is always a terrible thing, because war can actually be a good thing, the whole phoenix rising from the ashes. Like I said, in terms of this whole thing of like this being again trying to point to you saying this is impossible, this is never would happen, because you don't really have a counter to this, because like I said, as an American, this actually plays into your benefit. But like I said, in terms of the
Does not.
impossibility,
Sending
I
my
can list
son to war
plenty
does
of
not
I can
play into my
list
benefit.
plenty of European Union states that are more than Russian friendly.
It doesn't matter
Hungary
if they're,
is the main
they're-
one.
that being friendly or sympathetic to Russia is different than acquiescing to their invasion and rule over your country. And again, I want you to answer this hypothetical that you've turned to the whole time. Would you agree that roughly 50% of this country would be despising a Kamala Harris presidency?
Yeah, sure.
So do you think they would then welcome Xi Jinping invading the United States?
No, but that's because Kamala would technically be more conservative.
Okay, so then Putin invading the United States.
If it was like Hillary Clinton followed by Kamala Harris, things might just get bad enough, Rob, that you'd actually be like, yeah, I'll
I think
consider.
that's nonsensical. I think that
One
everyone
sec,
knows
one sec.
that
Are you
that's
telling me?
bullshit.
One sec. Are you telling me the audience would say, well, do we want more Orthodox Christians or do we want more Kamala Harris.
That's not what the audience would say. The audience would say, we don't want a military invading our country and telling us what we have to do.
Or Gavin Newsom. Yeah, or Gavin
they
Newsom
don't like
rules.
Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, do you
They
want
would
Gavin
not
Newsom
cheer-
rules or do you want Orthodox Christianity?
Okay, can you show me
those are your two
what
options.
What percentage, now we saw a Joe Biden presidency, what percentage of conservative Americans supported the invasion of Russia into the United States? Can you give me any polling on this?
Bro, it's a hypothetical. What do you mean polling?
What do you mean hypothetical?
What the fuck? Do you see how bad you're straw manning, Rob? You know you're fucking losing this. Because like I said, you will be straw manning this bad. Where's the polling on hypothetical?
You're saying that this is something that would be commonplace. That millions of Americans would
No,
say,
what I'm saying
God,
is
Putin
if it came
invaded,
down
thank
to
God.
if it came down to you have like Gavin Newsom, California, like statewide in terms of America, and you cannot vote your way out of it, they would be begging for Russia to come in.
Okay.
Conservatives would be.
Okay.
Yes, they would be. If they're
Okay.
sterilizing kids on the streets
Oh
and doing
my
the pride
God.
parades, they would be begging
Did
for that
those
shit.
things happen already in this country? Did we see sterilization of children?
No, but if it's countrywide.
Okay, did we see that countrywide?
So like the whole
Yes or
BLM
no?
and
Did
all
we
this kind of
see
shit, like all this, like
sterilization of
every
children?
statewide.
Did we see sterilization of children across this country?
Not across the country, no.
Okay, so if there's one state that you're not sterilizing children, then it's okay. They wouldn't support the invasion of Putin.
Oh no, sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, with that. Yeah, like I agree with
Okay, then saying that we've already had that, then I'm not asking an absurd thing to say, surely, since we had conservatives live under the thumb of a president they thought was terrible and tyrannical in Joe Biden, they hated the fucking lockdowns, they hated the open border, they hated the LGBT shit, they hated the transing of children, they hated all that. Surely you have some polling somewhere that says conservatives were clamoring, please invade us, Putin.
No, what I'm talking about is a hypothetical that if you had 2 years of Hillary Clinton followed up by
We
2
had
years
4
of
years of Joe
Kamala
Biden.
Harris, and
We had 8 years of
what I'm
Barack
talking
Obama.
about, yeah, I'm talking about 16 years from Hillary Clinton. Trump never got in office. MAGA never became a thing. Americans will be begging Russia to come in with Orthodox
wouldn't.
Christianity, with conservatism.
Yeah, no, they
Conservatives
wouldn't.
wouldn't be like, fuck this, we're going to civil war. And like I said,
Civil
all it would
war is
take
different than being
technically-
invaded by Russia.
No.
Yes, yes.
No.
I
Okay, so
don't
the
think
CIA,
you were-
one sec, when the
maybe you
CIA
are
destabilized
speaking
nations,
for-
what did they cause?
What's
When the
that?
CIA destabilized nations, what did they cause?
Color revolutions? Is that
Yes,
what
they
you're talking
cause
about? Color
they cause a
revolutions?
civil war. Yes.
Okay, a civil
Foreign
war is
influences
different.
cause civil wars, and then
You're
Russia
so-
props up. Are you telling me that Russia wouldn't prop up the conservatives? Same way that Russia's propping up
I'm
Tommy
telling
Robinson?
you, your prompt isn't Russia should involve in a color revolution to get right-wingers to run the EU. Your prompt is
No,
Russia.
what are you talking about?
Let me finish.
Oh my
Your
God,
prompt
you're-
is
you're straw
Let me
manning.
finish. I'm not straw manning. Your prompt is
Yes, you
Russia
are.
should take over. Now, when I point, look, if we did that in the United States, even people that hated the current administration would be infuriated to not leave Russia take over. Your response is what would happen would be Russia would promote a civil war of conservatives winning. That's different than your prompt. The conservatives would not accept Russia invading and taking
Rob.
over the United States.
Rob, this was your hypothetical where it's like if Russia would invade America. We're talking
Yes.
about the EU. And EU is vastly different than America. Namely, the whole Eastern Bloc are pro-Russian. So what
I
I'm
mean,
talking
I
about is the
don't- I don't-
manpower. One sec, Rob. The manpower is not there to beat Russia. But the likes of Macron and Starmer are saying we're going to go all in.
I mean, I hope that
So
people are-
one sec, Rob. What is going to be the outcome from that situation?
I hope people are following this debate and how my opponent's incapable of following a linear train of thought. He just obfuscates and goes back to an irrelevant point. My point is when showing that these
is that
countries
relevant?
saying that there are people that will be really
How
pissed
is-
about leadership in certain countries, and so therefore they might rise up in a civil war to take them out, is different than saying they would welcome foreign invaders. So we go to the United States as an example, and it's clear that he knows he loses that point. So he says, well, what Russia would do would be send in money for a color revolution to have a civil war in the United States, which is different than
No.
what his prompt's saying. So he knows that the
Complete straw
analogy
man.
of the United States to European Union doesn't go his way, so he changes it. When we go back, he is fundamentally incorrect that the countries of Estonia, etc., would roll over. But let's, for the sake, a hypothetical sake, say that they would. Okay? What about the most powerful countries in the European Union? Would the United Kingdom roll over?
No. We're not going there, Rob.
Of course we
What
are.
I'm addressing is what I'm addressing is the prompt is Russia should take over the EU.
Correct.
What I'm telling you is the current situation is that all the Eastern blocs are all like looking at each other going, why the fuck are we doing doing all this shit for basically France and the UK, and Macron's doing the whole performative shit where he's giving like the military walk and all this kind of shit, and so is Starmer saying that they're going all in. And like I said, I brought you back to one of my original points that the only group that is continuing that war in the Ukraine is the EU. So I'm asking you, when it comes to the point where Starmer and Macron push all in on Russia and they're expecting men to sign up for the army, I'm telling you, what is a European going to be fighting for, especially in the Eastern Bloc?
They will be fighting because they don't want a hostile foreign power to invade their country. And so
Like
they will go from a scenario where they say Russia is not that bad, we don't like what Brussels is doing, to saying, holy fuck, Russia was that bad and they just invaded us militaristically and we as a people are going to fight back. But for the sake of argument, let's concede. Just for the sake of argument, and say that the following countries would totally acquiesce and not send one man to fight the invading Russia army: Austria, Croatia, Cyprus, Estonia, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Malta, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia. Let's say that all those countries say, yeah, wait, fuck it. Our people say we'd never fight Russia. We'll never fight for Brussels. We will just allow them to come over and invade. My question to you is, what would the following countries do? Belgium, Czech Republic, Denmark, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Ireland, Italy, the Netherlands, Poland, Portugal, Sweden, Spain. They just rolling over too? They're welcoming the Russian invaders? Now,
I'm telling
countries,
you.
real quick,
One sec, Rob.
No, wait.
You asked me a question.
Let me
What the fuck?
Let
Oh
me
my
start
God.
the line of questioning. We acknowledge that those countries, as a collective group, have far more economic and military power than the aforementioned countries. A yes or no will suffice. We acknowledge that?
Yeah.
Okay, so what would those countries do? Would they roll over?
Yes. So can I explain it?
Sure.
Okay. So, like, when you look at the fact that you've just eliminated literally like half of Europe, then you go to, again, the same question. Where are they going to find the people? Because, like I said, there's now less
nuclear
countries for the
weapons.
Europe. Once they have less troops for the country to a pool of population now, because, like, basically half the European population's gone. You know what I mean? There's basically, you've less people to pull from the pool from. And when you look at the polling in England, again, I don't have a source, but what is a conservative English person going to be fighting for in that situation when their values align with Russia far more than they do with their current government? And then even the left-wingers themselves hate themselves and their country and the West so much, they've even said, I'm not going to fight for this. So where are they going to get the manpower to stop Russia from just taking over at that point?
Where is
And that's
Russia
why I
getting
said
the
Russia-
manpower? So just to do a little, European Union's population is roughly 4 times higher than that of Russia. Russia, whose manpower is already thin and being depleted in just the war in Ukraine. Your argument is that Russia will march through these countries. Half of the countries will just roll over and accept it. The countries I just listed, you seem to
granted that.
imply there that the conservatives in those countries would just roll over and accept it, which is even more laughable than the original proposition. Nonetheless, we would still see, even if we take out 3/4 of the population of the European Union, that still leaves them on par with the total population of Russia, which already is depleted. Not to mention you need more men to invade and occupy than just to defend. So you tell me how Russia's going to have the manpower to be able to invade.
They have like 1.3 million troops.
Okay. European Union would be able to muster that many.
The European Union could muster that many. I just
Yes.
gave you the outcome where, like, even the one thing both sides agree on is they don't want to fight for the country, but their leaders are going all in against Russia.
I just want to be clear. You're telling me that the United Kingdom, they would be like, oh shit, Russia's invading, and all the soldiers would be like, nah, we don't feel like fighting. Go ahead, Russia, you rule us now.
Rob, I'm asking you, what soldiers? The whole thing. What has Trump been saying? That the Europeans don't pay for protection; they just use the.
I don't know what to
the
say.
American
Are
military.
you?
We don't do any budget.
I just
We don't
wanna
spend
be
any of
clear.
our budget
What
on military,
soldiers-
bro.
What soldiers is Russia invading with? Where's the logistics? How are they doing this?
They have 1.3 million active troops.
Active troops right now.
That they can
right
pull
now.
from.
How many
And
are
like I said,
deployed in the
if it-
European Union? Or how many are deployed in Ukraine?
I don't know. I don't have the.
Why
figures
haven't they
offhand.
just wiped out Ukraine?
Because it's the same reason why, like, Hitler just didn't start like bombing all the surrounding countries.
Why? Tell me.
because he's seen them as like his white, quote unquote, Aryan brothers.
So Russia views Ukraine as their brothers, so they're not
Brother,
totally
yeah.
invading and taking over. Instead, they're
Yeah.
just in perpetual conflict with them.
What?
Your argument seems to be that Russia views Ukrainians as their brothers, so therefore they won't win the war. They're not just taking over the government of Kyiv.
That they're not going like bombing the shit out and just going like
They don't
hell for
have to.
leather
They
kind
have
of
all
thing.
these troops. They could just overwhelm. They don't have to just drop nukes. They just overwhelm with their mass amount of troops. Why don't they?
Like what I'm talking about here is like
I'd like an answer to the question.
Yeah, like in terms of like the territory, when it's going to come down to, like I said, Macron and Starmer going all in against Russia.
Not an answer to the question. Why hasn't Russia just taken over Ukraine with their clearly mass amount of troops?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Could it be that it's not that simple, that even with that many troops, Ukraine's providing some sort of defense and it's hard to conquer and take over and then control these regions? Do you think that's a possibility?
Yeah,
even if you outnumber?
One sec. Because it's being propped up by America.
Okay. Do you think America would prop up Europe in your scenario?
No, it'd be better for Americans to do nothing.
So just to be clear, America will prop up Russia from taking over Ukraine, but the same American people that are doing that would not prop up Europeans being invaded by Russia.
No, they're currently propping up Ukraine.
Okay,
but at the moment,
why wouldn't they prop up the European Union?
I'll explain. Okay, the reason why they're going to pull it, and Trump is going to pull his support for Ukraine, is because the likes of Macron and the likes of Starmer is continuing this war.
So you're telling me that Starmer and Macron have the resources to continue this war?
No.
Okay, so then, your argument is that
they have the leverage over Zelensky.
Okay, so it's only because the United States is funding Ukraine.
Yeah, America is propping this up.
Okay,
and
so if America,
the reason why Trump is telling NATO to go fuck itself and all this kind of shit is because he wants to basically pull the thing from Ukraine and then basically show the Europeans that they can't even defend themselves against Russia. That's what I'm saying. Russia should take over.
Has Trump?
So this whole impossibility, Rob, will you admit that this is not impossibility? All it takes is Russia. All it takes is Trump to pull.
No, I'm not admitting that.
I'm
not admitting that. Let's go further down this rabbit hole. Has Trump supported Ukraine?
Would that?
Let's go down that. Let's go. Has Trump supported Ukraine?
In the past, sure.
Why?
Because he thought that he could get a deal done.
What do you mean a deal? Define.
Like to end the war.
Why would it end the war if he stopped supporting Ukraine?
Yes.
So if the goal's just end the war, why did he support Ukraine? Status quo would solve the problem.
Yeah, like I said, he is like I said, Trump is about the moves that he's making. He's going to pull that from Ukraine to show Europeans that they can't even defend themselves.
Your argument seems to be
which is going to cause France and England to go all in against Russia, and that's going to cause a divide against.
While interesting or not responsive to what I'm saying, the question is, your scenario seems to be this: all Trump's interested is the war ending. He don't give a shit. He ain't taking a side. Okay, let's say that's true. And then you're like, if Trump stopped sending the money, the war would be over. Russia would just win immediately. Okay, then why did Trump ever send money in the first place?
Yeah, because it genuinely thought he could get this shit sorted. But like I said, to explain what's going on in this dynamic, both Trump and Putin want to end the war.
Then why is Trump funding Ukraine?
There's a third party, the EU, that does not want the war to end.
Why is Trump funding Ukraine?
I don't know. Like what is he funding?
It's a pretty big whoopsie, because your argument is, I have no idea. You're like, Trump wouldn't fund Europe if Russia invaded Europe, but he is funding Ukraine. I just don't know why.
No, what I'm saying is what Trump could do, and what I think he's planning to do, is just to pull the funding from the support from Europe.
That might be
because
true.
They're acting the bollocks.
That might be true. But the argument, let me steelman the position because you're incapable of doing it. Here's what's going on. Trump doesn't want Russia to just be a mighty, aggressive, and rival superpower that's overtaking shit. He sympathizes with the people of Ukraine and the European perspective that, like, look, we don't want a mighty Russian military just invading wherever they see. Simultaneously, he wants a peaceful resolution. So what he's trying to do is have a compromise. He says, look, I don't particularly like what Russia did, or for that matter, what Zelensky's doing. We're going to keep funding Zelensky to hopefully have a better negotiating position, go to Russia and say, look, here's the deal. We want an end to the war. That's why he's doing things like we want mineral rights in Ukraine, et cetera, et cetera. But there's part of Trump and the Americans, including people like myself that are anti-interventionists, that are like, yeah, we don't want Russia just rampaging through all of Europe. And it's clear that that's the belief of the United States government, including Trump, because that's why they would consider funding Ukraine in the first place. So if Russia goes even further after Ukraine and immediately decides, and by the way, now we're invading every European country, you're damn right that the United States would get involved and start sending them. If the United States involvement in Ukraine, one singular country, was enough to bring Russia to a stalemate, what the fuck do you think would happen if we fund the entire European war machine?
Again, good luck passing that and like the support and the divide thou cause in America. But back to my original point. If Trump was to pull support for Ukraine, Russia would dominate Ukraine. Would you agree with that?
Irrelevant point.
How is it a relevant point? Because you're saying this is an impossibility of
I'm
Russia
not
taking
saying
over.
it's an impossibility. You're like, if the United States...
because Rob, we got here, we got, no, one sec, Rob, we got here because of your thing of like, why hasn't Russia done it so far? I'm saying because America's propping up Europe. So this whole thing of like, oh, imagine if we propped up more countries, like it's still the same thing of propping up the EU.
Your argument, I'm making a claim that your scenario will lead to brutal war. Your argument is it will not. And the amount of assumptions that you were putting...
No, I'm not saying it won't. That's a straw man again. I never said it wouldn't lead to a war. I said it's a war, it's a necessary war.
You said half the countries immediately wouldn't fight at all. They would roll over.
This is why I brought up the birth rates. I was trying to make a case that war is not necessarily a bad thing.
Let's go step by step. You said that countries like Estonia, Latvia, etc., would muster no military defense whatsoever because the people of those countries would welcome Russia. That's your argument.
Yeah, if NATO got dissolved and all this kind of shit, and like America pulls out of Europe, then these countries would be forced. They would be forced to accept Russian rule.
Why don't you do this? Just say, yes, that's what I'm saying, and let me explain. Instead of just going on a soliloquy, we're trying to get exactly what you're saying. Is it your claim that half these countries like Estonia, Latvia, etc., if invaded by Russia, would say, we're not going to muster any military might whatsoever because so many of the people in the country would say, we actually welcome Russia? Is that your argument?
Yep.
Okay.
Can I give an example?
Sure. I don't
France
care.
in World War II.
Okay.
France in World War II.
Okay.
Switzerland in World War II.
Okay, it's irrelevant.
Yeah, so there's been plenty of European examples that I can give where Europeans have stood down, Rob. So this whole thing of it's an impossibility. These Estonians hate Russia or these Romanians hate Russia is bollocks. It's a complete Americanization of what you think Europe is.
Again, you make claims that I've never said.
I gave evidence. I gave historical evidence of France standing down to Germany in World War II. And Germany is much smaller. Germany lost the war to Russia in World War II. And France stood down to Germany. So you're telling me that these motherfuckers won't stand down to Russia? The fuck are you talking about, Rob?
I don't know what to say. It's just absolute stupidity. It's absolute stupidity. But let's accept it. Okay?
How is it stupidity? You're saying it's an impossibility for a European country to stand down, and I gave you a historical example in the last World War where France stood down to Germany.
I'm telling you.
How is that babble?
I'm telling you that the people.
Explain how that is babble.
Okay, then explain how in Afghanistan they fought back against the United States. Explain it. You acknowledge that happened? Explain how in Libya they fought back.
Against the United States because they're Muslim.
How they fought back. Explain.
Yeah, because they're Muslim.
Then it's inevitability, right? It's inevitability.
No, I'm giving you the fact that these countries stood because they had the religion intact.
It's not just the religion.
When you look at this is why I brought up This is why I brought up Europeans being 50% atheist, and I gave the example of France standing down because we're talking about Europe, not Middle East.
I'm not going to get bogged down. It's absurd to think that it's absurd.
It destroyed your point. You said it's an impossibility, Rob. You're the one who made the claim that it's an impossibility for the Europeans to stand down. I gave you an historical example in the last 100 years. That's been your whole argument.
It's not. I said that it.
Yes, it is.
Belief. There is a possibility. There's also a possibility as soon as Russia invade, God smites them. I guess a possibility. I'm saying that for all practical
I'm giving you historical evidence.
For God existing? What's the matter?
No, historical evidence of France standing down to Germany.
Are you saying it's
of a European country standing down to a foreign power?
Are you saying it's impossible for aliens to invade and prevent Russia from invading? That's an impossibility.
Can you address my point?
Are you saying that's an impossibility?
Can you address my point?
The point that I'm trying to make is you're saying something that is beyond the likelihood of ever occurring. But let's say I'm not going to get bogged down.
It did already occur, Rob. It already occurred. What are you talking about?
Again, I don't know what to say other than that I hope the people listening aren't as fucking potato-brained as this Irish fucking moron I'm debating. No. When your strategy relies on half of Europe will roll over,
I got you.
Half of
Europe, I got you. We're France.
What are you talking about?
You would have got away with it too, Rob, if it wasn't for those meddling French.
I will just
because you asked, you're giving a Middle East example, and I said in terms of Islam, that's what they united under. When you look at European countries, France stood down to Germany. This destroys your whole point of saying this is highly unlikely to happen when you've already witnessed it happen in the past 70 years.
Okay, I'm going to try to get through my point without you filibustering with your name babbling. Here we go. France's situation is different when you had a world power like Germany and France was overmatched immediately, as opposed to when you would have the entire Union and NATO that's involved with countries like Estonia, Latvia, that would have the back of these countries. It is absurd that your plan that would predictably lead to World War III, saying, no, I don't think so, because I just imagine that half of Europe would just immediately roll over to a country in Russia that is struggling mightily to deal with one country in the Ukraine, that all these countries would say, you know what, we just choose to roll over. Nonetheless, because you want to get bogged down in this point, I'll concede it. I'll concede as I did earlier and say, for the sake of argument, fine. That still leaves all these other European countries that have bigger militaries, that have nuclear weapons, that aren't going to just roll over. So what happens with them? Now your argument is, well, I still think they would roll over. I think the conservatives in places like the United Kingdom and France and Spain would say, we welcome our Russian rulers. That's your argument?
You asked me, you said this is impossible with the European Union, that like Russia should not take over the European Union. It's not answering the question. And like I said, the dynamic that we're saying is that this is now conflict between the EU and Russia. And like I said,
it's not answering the question.
One sec, I'm getting there, because like I said, I gave you like 2 minutes, Rob, to go on a rant. Give me some time to unpack. What we've now acknowledged is that the vast majority of the European Union would either side with Russia or, like France in World War II, would stand down.
No, we haven't acknowledged that. You just said it could happen.
Yeah, in terms of like these nuclear weapons and all this kind of stuff happening, like in terms of the like, that would just be the European Union is then trying to nuke Russia. And then, okay, at that stage, like the European Union, like you're basically saying, it's like, okay, you either let them be tyrants and dictators and all this kind of shit and let this oppression happen and all this kind of stuff, continue with it and all this kind of thing, or you actually stand and fight, because either way, like we said, 50 years time, England, the Islamists are going to have the nukes anyway.
So notice he didn't answer the question whatsoever, and instead we were talking about Mott and Bailey's before I came on here. See what he did there cleverly. He says, because it is hypothetically a possibility that half of Europe will just stand down, now we have proven that Europe will just stand down. That's what he said. Because France in World War II didn't put up much of resistance of Germany, that proves that half of Europe would immediately stand down. It proves no such thing. It proves no such thing, right? Secondly, he has no scenario for the rest. We already said, even if 3/4 of the European Union stands down, still the population, please be quiet, still the population of the remaining EU that wouldn't stand down equals that of Russia, which already has a depleted military because of the Ukrainian conflict, and furthermore, would require more soldiers to take over and conquer as an invading army that much landmass. They don't have the people or the manpower to do it. There will clearly be fighting back from Europe. And clearly, if the European countries started losing, they would use the weapons available to them, i.e. nuclear weapons. The truth is, Tareyak's it's just another form of an accelerationist. The truth is, he knows, if he would be honest with you, that this is going to lead to a brutal war. That's just Europe, not to mention the conflict that would result with the United States. And this world war, which would inevitably happen, would likely to not only kill millions on its own, but lead to a nuclear exchange. And his argument's just, trust me, nuclear war is inevitable in 40 years because Muslims in London.
Yeah, so which do you think is going to provoke Russia again? If because like we shouldn't aggress on countries that have nuclear weapons, this whole play that like Donald Trump's doing with the South America, Canada, and Greenland, which technically is a European Union country, but you're saying that you're going to take it anyway. That would like, because what country is north of Canada and Greenland? Russia. So that this would be again you kind of invading Russian space, getting into the Arctic Circle and all this kind of stuff. Like, because it's very difficult to draw borders in the sea. So it's like this whole thing of like Rob kind of acting as though again like America's not doing nothing and like Putin's is like all of a sudden going to capture areas that are pretty much ethnically Russian or they're close culturally anyway.
United Kingdom,
like I said, we have
United Kingdom ethnically Russian.
Would
they be taken over under your prompt?
Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Ukraine, Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary, Slovakia.
Okay,
like how many? So I'm talking about the Eastern Bloc. I'm talking about the Eastern Bloc. So again, and like I said, in terms of the whole dynamic, you're saying in order to prevent this war, which would be quote unquote terrible happen, that's coming anyway, You're saying just bow down to Macron and Starmer.
Okay, notice that the prompt, he picked the prompt. He picked it. And notice the prompt doesn't say Russia should take over the Eastern Bloc countries. And yet he conveniently always switches that. Well, Estonia would welcome it. And, no. Russia also militaristically takes over the United Kingdom and Spain and Germany and France. And when I point that out, he goes, no, Lithuania, Estonia. That's no big deal. And then he'll say, well, what about the United States trying to buy Greenland? What about the United States pressuring...
And I said,
finish.
Like, no, they're talking about the East and that are more ethnically.
What about the United States trying to buy Greenland? What about the United States pressuring Canada? That's basically the same thing as Russia invading the whole of Europe. Same thing, tomato. I don't know what to say. Other
You're invading a whole continent.
Show me where
it's the same thing.
Okay, show me.
You're invading the whole America continent.
Show me.
Continent.
Show me. The United States military has invaded Canada?
The North. Okay, so why is Trump talking about making it the 51st state? And what about Greenland? So is this not happening?
Yes, I'm telling you that it is not happening, that the United States military has not invaded Canada. I am saying, show me the proof.
No, I'm saying there's not talks of that going.
Show
like,
me
Trump's
the proof that the United
get...
States has invaded Canada. Show me the proof.
I've never said that they invaded.
Oh, okay.
Again,
so then it's not the scenario you're saying where Russia should invade all of these European countries.
No, what I'm saying is Trump is talking like that anyway. He's talking about the same thing of like, oh, we'll just make Canada the 51st state. And then like I could say the same thing to you. Do you think that like majority Canadians will just roll over and bow down to things? Like, well, yeah, pretty much.
Show me Trump ever saying we're sending in the military to depose the Canadian leadership and take over the country. Show me that.
Again, the straw man.
It's not a straw man because you're trying to use it. Here's what happens. The real straw man is you. You're using a false analogy. What you're doing is saying Russia invading all of Europe is analogous to Trump saying Canada should be the 51st state. And I'm like, no, they're not analogous. A military attacking and conquering a country is different than a leader saying, hey, we think that Canada should come to the United States and be part of us. That's different than Trump invading with the military. That's what you're suggesting.
One sec, Rob. Was Trump not asked, would you rule out the military as part of this Greenland plan? And he said no, he would not rule out the military. So he's already basically threatened military takeover of Greenland. But like I said, in terms of your whole thing, if this would cause World War III, Trump is already talking like that anyways. You know what I mean? So to call me crazy is to call Trump crazy.
Trump, as any world leader, would not rule out any sort of tactics because that lowers your bargaining chip. Saying these sorts of things is different than the active invasion of the former Soviet Union in the case of Russia invading and conquering all of Europe.
Mm-hmm.
It is completely.
And what did Germany invade France?
I want to distill this down to the base scenario. Your argument for all of this is Trump talking about acquiring Greenland's the same as Putin invading and conquering all of Europe. That's it. That's what he wants you to believe. If you're listening, I don't know how to make it any more clear that this is a nonsensical fucking position.
I do have to give credit. You do brilliant straw mans, Rob. I do have to give you props there, right? But in terms of like the dynamic, what I'm trying to paint the picture. Do you see what he's trying to shut me up? He's like he's just like.
Go ahead,
Keir
say
Starmer,
your point,
okay?
and then I'll get to.
Yeah, okay.
You make a name point. So go ahead.
What Rob's trying to paint the picture is that like all of Europe is like MAGA basically or some shit like that. Do you know what I mean? But simultaneously, like there's all these policy issues and all this trans in the kids, like all this like trans research on stuff was all done in Europe. You know what I mean? So in terms of like the dynamic that's at what the European Union represents versus the actual what the people want are two distinctly different things. And when you look at like capturing landmass, like Russia could easily take half of Europe's landmass just based on like historical ties and just the way that the European Union, the direction that they're trying to go in versus a more conservative approach. Because even when you look at Poland is based as fuck. It's like one of the only remaining European Union European countries that is still based. But like what Rob's trying to like make out is that this is impossible. But realistically, all it comes down to is France and UK. Those are the only two countries that we're talking about here that like are vehemently against Russia in terms of the direction.
Okay, nonetheless, so he goes back to the old talking point that he's just convinced that half of Europe will willfully submit to a Russian invasion. I disagree. We talked about. Let me finish. We talked about that for like an hour. Now, notice how he gets away from the point he just said. He says that me talking about Trump and Greenland and whatever is a straw man. Why did you bring up Trump and Greenland? Why even bring it up?
Yeah.
Because Trump talking about acquiring Greenland's the same as Putin invading and conquering all of Europe. That's it. That's what you're saying.
Because you're saying, because of your point of, oh, this is going to be war and this is terrible, this is World War III, this is going to cause World War III. And I'm like, you're your own boy. You're guilty of that criticism yourself based on your own president's actions.
So me saying
words you
that
said.
Putin actually invading and conquering all of Europe would lead to World War III, you bring up Trump and Greenland as an analogy,
No,
correct?
I'm not saying invading and conquering all of Europe.
You bring up Trump and Greenland as an analogy, correct?
Yes.
Okay, then when I say, my opponent's trying to say Putin and Russia taking over all of Europe is the same as the United States trying to acquire Greenland, when you say, Rob, that's a straw man, it's not a straw man. It is literally your argument. You are proving.
No,
the
what
reason,
I'm saying
let
is,
me finish.
the reason why it's a straw man is you were saying when did America, because you straw, no, I won't let you finish, because you're the one.
Let Rob finish. Go ahead.
The reason is because he knows how absurd that sounds. Of course, these
No.
two scenarios are not remotely close.
I got you, Rob.
And so when I pointed out, he says this is a straw man, not realizing that all this is doing is proving that his own analogy is bullshit.
No, the straw man was, you were saying, claiming that I was making claims of Trump is sending the military to invade Canada. That's what the straw man is, based around the whole Trump and Greenland and Canada situation. That's what the straw man was.
No, that wasn't the straw. You don't understand what a straw man is. Me saying in order for this analogy to apply, you would have to say that the United States is sending the military.
Well, I'm talking about your original claim.
Let me finish.
What you claimed I said was that Trump was invading Canada. I never said that Trump was invading Canada. That's the straw man.
Show me where I said you said Trump invaded Canada. Show me where I said
what you mean?
Show me where I said that.
Show me where you said.
Yes.
We're going to go back in the stream in the middle of the debate.
I want you to show me where I said Tareyak said Trump has invaded Canada. Show me that.
That's what you were trying to.
No.
You were saying, show me the evidence. Show me the evidence of Trump sending troops into Canada. Did you say that or not?
Yes, and let me explain. So what I
exactly. That's a straw man of my position.
That's not a straw man. That's
yes,
not
it is.
Saying, that's not saying
yes,
you
it is.
said that. That's saying that you made an analogy, and in order for this analogy to apply of Putin invading Europe, you would have to have the United States invading Canada. So show me the evidence that you did. Let me finish.
No.
Show me the evidence.
It's a straw man because my point is not that my point is that it's not going to be a direct invasion for the majority of the European countries.
Define what a straw man is.
Misrepresenting an argument to be weaker than it actually is, and attack that weak argument rather than the actual point being made. My actual point being made, Rob, is that for the majority of the EU countries, it wouldn't have to come to conflict. And you're trying to straw man my position to say that it's the equivalent of Trump sending thing. When I'm giving you example, the reason why I'm using the example of Canada and Greenland is the way that Trump is handling that situation without necessarily having to put troops on the ground. You're not granting me the same permission when I'm listing out countries that were former Soviet, US, SSR blocks.
I mean, again, you can see the game here he's playing. He engages in the fantasy that half of Europe would roll over for a Russian invasion. One, we've already gone through this ad nauseum. He keeps going back to that because he thinks he has some point here. It's just absurd, right? Secondly, he brings up things like, well, it's basically analogous or the same situation of Putin invading all of Europe and conquering it and having control over it as Trump suggesting that he wants to control Greenland, or as Trump suggesting Canada be the 51st state. I say those aren't analogous. That's absurd that we would say those are the same things. And he's like, no, that proves it. And I said, then show me Trump invading Canada. Show me that. And he's like, that's a straw man. It's not a straw man because what I'm suggesting is for those two things to be the same, to say, I don't think it'll lead to World War III because Trump suggesting he wants to buy Greenland didn't lead to World War III. Therefore, I don't think Russia invading and conquering Europe would is stupid. That is not a straw man. Again, he's relying he's relying on an attempted stupidity of the audience and saying things like this. This is what he's doing. He's like, wasn't Brussels bad? Yeah. And don't you hate woke? Yeah. And don't you like Orthodox Christianity? Yeah. Well, therefore, Russia should invade and take over the European Union.
No, again,
and when you're like, but in order for that to happen, it would lead to World War III. He's like, oh, but Trump talked about Greenland. So... And I think all the countries would roll over.
Trump didn't talk about Greenland. When Trump was directly asked, are you ruling out the military in terms of the Greenland plans? He said no. So when you're saying, I even addressed your straw man question of show me the evidence where Trump is sending troops, I'm saying that Trump is not ruling out troops of Greenland at least. Do you know what I mean? And like I said, in terms of my dynamic, what Rob's trying to say is it's impossible. Could you imagine a European country surrendering or giving up land to the Russians? You mean like France in World War II? You mean like Germany did after World War II? You mean like all these former Soviet USSR blocks are all of a sudden American friendly? They like the Big Mac. They don't like Russia no more. Come on, Rob.
Again, he keeps going back. The real straw man is him. Show me saying that it was impossible. Never did. Right? What I'm saying is, it's one thing to say that it is in the realm of possibility that a particular country would acquiesce and submit to Russian rule. Right? It is a different thing entirely to say that half of Europe would do so. It's beyond the pale. And even if we accept it, as we've gone through, the rest of it wouldn't. And even if we accept the next beyond the pale argument, that half of the people in countries like the United Kingdom, Germany, France, Spain, etc. would roll over, that still leaves a population that is roughly equal to that of Russia. And they would fight back in Russia.
No, because you're ignoring those countries' population fighting for Russia.
What's that?
You're ignoring those populations fighting for Russia. That would actually swing the tide over in Russia.
So wait, your argument is not only would Estonia, Lithuania, and half of Europe roll over for Russia, they then actively would go to war with France and Germany and the United Kingdom?
The people who would want to keep the European Union, yes.
So I just want to be clear. Your argument is, right now, if Russia invaded, say, Poland, the Estonia, Lithuania, etc., these countries, half of the European Union would engage in helping Russia attack Poland.
It doesn't need to be an invasion.
You keep going back to that. We already...
How many... No, you're the one who's like, you have to put troops on ground. There is no other way than putting troops on ground. There is diplomacy, Comrade Robinski.
Okay, explain the diplomatic solution where the United Kingdom, Spain, France, Germany, Portugal, Poland, etc. says, we now accept that Russia is our leader. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if enough of the European countries get together and say, we are not going to send troops to fight this bullshit war that basically you and Macron and Starmer want to fight, we're not going to send troops. Basically, they do not have the manpower to even fight back against Russia. So then Russia just takes over. So Russia should take over. It's
okay,
like
what does that have anything to do? Them saying we don't
want to send... It's the progression of the steps.
So then what would happen is Russia says, we're about to invade. And France, Germany, and country, they say, nah, we just don't want to fight back. Their people say no. And so they just say, okay, don't send your army. You just now control us. That's what you're saying would happen.
What army are you talking about?
The Russian army.
What army does the Europe? No, what I'm talking about the European Union, like the quote-unquote European Union army. What army are they fighting back against?
You're saying it wouldn't take an army.
For the majority of the countries to say we're not going to sign up, and like when you relegate down to France and UK, they're going to put up an army to beat Russia and all the former Baltic states, saying, you know what, we actually had it better under the USSR, and actually Russia is a
27 European Union countries have an estimated military of 1.6 million troops. That's more than the 1.3 Russia would have. Russia not only has to invade, which requires more troops, then hold the territory, and they're already outnumbered by the current European Union troops.
Where's that source?
You show me.
Break that down in terms of like, is that including NATO or any American or any external
European Union military strength, ranking military powers of the European Union. The GFP list makes over 60 factors in our house formula to determine a given nation's power index and score. So it's just the countries in the European Union that it's looking at, right?
And it's active troops.
Yes, according to them, they have 1.3 to 1.6 million active troops. That wouldn't even be the entire story, because it wouldn't just be active troops. As you know, as we see in the Ukraine, what happens is you conscript and have people volunteering when their country's being invaded. So that's actually going to be more than that. And if we look at the total population of the European Union, it's around 4 times to that of Russia. Now, but you're like, well, might not require military invasion. I'm like, okay, let's do that.
So what specific? One sec. What specific? Because there's no such thing as an EU army.
I'm going to finish my point, right? So then you're like, well, may not require an invasion. And I'm like, okay, what's that look like? And you're like, well, what happens is Russia's like, we're about to invade. And then a bunch of people in France and Germany and the rest of these European countries say, you know what? We're not going to listen to Keir Starmer and Macron tell us to fight back. We choose to not fight back. So now Russia doesn't have to use their military. They just own Europe. We just, the people of Europe, accept. We don't feel like fighting. You control us now. That's your scenario.
Yeah, so again, Rob, like I said, there is no unified EU army. Rob just made that shit up.
I didn't say there was a... Show me where I said that.
The European Union does not have a single... Okay. Yeah. So if you're, that's what it seems like. I'm just clarifying for the audience.
What I'm suggesting
that's
is
bullshit.
What I'm actually suggesting.
There's no. I'm just clarifying.
The countries within the European Union have militaries.
Yes. Okay. So then, in terms of take away all the countries except for France and UK, how many active military troops do those two have? That would be a
don't
fair
know.
representation in
First of all,
terms
I
of
don't
the
even know
argument that I'm making. No, because you're trying to hit the 1.6 and act as though Europe has a bigger army than Russia. But like I said, it was so
Why just
important
France
for us
and
to
the
go
UK?
through the
Why not
Eastern
Germany?
states and all
Why
stuff.
not Spain?
Because
Why not Poland?
because it's those two countries that are continuing the war in Ukraine.
I can't believe I have to say this again. Supporting war in Ukraine and say Germany not, which isn't true. Germany's
No,
also
Rob.
let me finish. And say
Boris Johnson went over and stopped the deal.
You let me know when I can talk.
Go ahead.
Supporting Boris Johnson stopping Ukraine and therefore saying because it's Boris Johnson's fault, because it's Macron's fault. If Russia invaded Europe, then Germany wouldn't fight back. Then Poland wouldn't fight back. And you know how I know that? Because Germany didn't send their version of Boris Johnson to stop a peace deal in Ukraine. Therefore, it's proven that the German military would say, we step down, we're not fighting, we now are controlled by Russia. This is one of the dumbest points I've ever seen anyone I've ever debated make. It is so dumb. It is beyond the pale that someone above like a second grade education would be able to have this.
In World War II.
I can't
or
believe
all these European countries that stood down to Germany in World War II and Italy and Spain, both being fascist regimes that sided with Germany. Rob saying it's like this is impossible for these these European countries to stand down. And when you look at the former Soviet bloc, all of a sudden propping up Russia. Rob saying it's impossible. Could you imagine France standing down?
So I just want to be clear.
Germany
You're saying that it's a better,
or you saying that the Germans? Could you imagine the Germans standing down like they did to the Russians in World War II?
I just want to be clear. Your argument.
How many more examples you want?
Let's just be clear. Let's not beat around the bush. Your argument is that the following countries more than likely would completely stand down without any sort of military pushback if Russia invaded. You ready? Here we go. Denmark, Finland, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Ireland, Italy, Netherlands,
Ireland
Poland,
Ireland will probably remain neutral.
Spain, Sweden, all of those countries would say, we're not France, so we all
Switzerland
stand
will
down.
go neutral, Ireland will go neutral. It would basically be down to England and France.
Germany
all
goes,
the Baltic states would actually join back
neutral,
with Russia.
Going neutral.
I'm trying to answer the question, Rob.
What does going neutral
all the
mean?
Baltic states would formally go to Russia, and then you'd have plenty of countries like Switzerland in the middle and all this kind of shit that would be neutral. So, like, in terms of ground that they could make, there's plenty of ground that the Russian army could make.
German
like I said, your argument comes down to France and UK.
Does the German army stay neutral?
It's difficult because Germany's last election was literally split down the middle of the country.
Does the German
Half
army
went
stay neutral?
AFD and the other went left wing.
Does the German army stay neutral?
Probably not.
Does the Polish army stay neutral?
They could. They
would. And define what that would mean. They allow Russia to invade and take over Poland.
No, it'd be a similar situation like Switzerland, Ireland, all stuff. These would be neutral countries.
Define neutral.
The same way Ireland was neutral in World War II.
Okay, but then was Ireland neutral in that Hitler had control over them?
No,
but that's what you're.
One sec.
That's what you're suggesting.
No, that's a straw man again.
Okay, would Germany be?
They would be neutral, and then
in your scenario,
they would be neutral. Let me explain, Rob. Let me explain. They would be neutral, and then it would come down to UK and France, and Russia would hockey them.
Okay, so your argument is Russia starts to invade, and they say, "Here's the deal, Germany. We're going to take over the EU, and we now have control over the policies of your country. We control the EU, which controls you. And so we now in Russia get final say over every policy in the European Union, including in your country." And Germany says, yeah, we're indifferent to that. Maybe that's fine.
Yeah,
we're going to sit back. Come on through, Russian military. Come on through on your way.
Yes.
That's what they would do.
Yeah, half of Germany.
I mean, I don't know what to say. I don't know how much further we could go with this debate in one of the most nonsensical, idiotic things I've ever heard.
How is it nonsensical? I understand European culture more than you, Rob.
You do.
It's that simple.
Yes. So I just want to be one last time.
You were saying, Rob, you do realize you made the claim that it was impossible. You can go back in the clip. You were saying it was impossible for like these European, or trying to act as if it was impossible for these European countries to stand down when all we can do is look back to World War II and see all these European countries stand down or turn neutral.
Standing down in the face of overwhelming, standing down in the face of
they will stand. They will go neutral. They will go neutral at the time of the conflict. Once the conflict is resolved and Russia becomes the victor, then it'll be the Russian Federation.
Filibuster of the standing down in the face of Germany in World War II from France, that then had to give Germany control over France, is different than Germany now standing down to an already depleted Russian military saying, "Yep, we completely roll over and say you now control our country." It's laughable. It's laughable. And it's not just, you have to say of the 26 European Union states.
But notice that we're up to Germany now. Yeah. Because, like I said, what you keep doing is straw manning my position, Rob. Can you please at least steel man my position?
Okay, you have to win that 24 of the 26 European Union states, quote, stay neutral. That they decide to say, our options are be invaded by Russia and leave them have total control over our country, or fighting back. We'll stay neutral in that if France alone's able to beat them, then fine. If not, then Russia rules us. That's what you're saying.
What are they fighting for, Rob?
To not be controlled by a hostile foreign power. And
what
invading,
is Brussels? A hostile foreign power.
Okay.
That wants to sterilize kids. That wants to do all this crazy shit. And Russia wants traditional conservative Christian ethics, all this kind of stuff.
I mean,
so when it comes down to what are you going to fight for, you're the one that's like inventing this whole thing of, yeah, we all want to fight for the EU. Half the Europeans are saying, fuck the EU.
We take the United States. The United States was ran by leadership in Joe Biden that wanted to sterilize kids and wanted open borders and was antithetical to white people and antithetical to Christians. So if Russia invaded, would half of the United States say, yes, we're on Russia's side?
We don't need to talk about Russia in this situation, my friend. What's happening with these ICE protests? America is going into civil war because there are two completely different fucking directions. One wants to sterilize kids, one doesn't.
Yes, and my argument is,
and if we cannot agree with that, there is going to be conflict, Rob. Whether you want it or not, it's coming.
I don't know what to say. Like, it is difficult arguing with someone that doesn't have a basic comprehension of sort of the logical structure of an argument. Okay, so let's go through it.
Not descending into violence.
Okay. My argument is this. There were right-wingers that hated the left-wing government of the United States. And yet, if Russia invaded, there is zero chance that they would take Russia's side. And your rebuttal to this is, but aren't there people on the left and right that are fighting in the United States? Yes, you might as well have said this. But isn't chocolate ice cream tasty? Sure, I guess it is. What the fuck does that have to do with the point I made?
Okay, one sec, Rob. What do you think is going to happen if that thing in Minnesota starts happening all over the place? As in, every single time you go to church, you're getting screamed in your face, hands up, don't shoot, and all stuff. Do you think that it's not going to descend into civil war?
Let's say it does, okay?
It's going to go to conflict.
Okay.
And I'm telling you, Europe is like that at the moment. We're about 5 to 10 years ahead of what you would have been if Hillary Clinton had got elected instead of Trump.
So if it goes to war, if it goes to civil war, would either side in the United States accept Russia rule? Russia invading and taking over?
No, it would, like I said at my opening statement.
No. I'm asking you a specific question. Would either the right or the left in this prophetic American Civil War, would either of them say, and we accept our Russian rulers? Come on in, Russian military. Would either side do that?
There would be a surprising amount, yes. I would accept that, yes.
Which side would?
Majority right-wingers. Because Russian culture is more traditional and conservative.
Yes, accept that the conquer of the United States by the Russian military. No, they wouldn't. You're full of shit.
Yeah. Okay, you're the one that was saying that, like, in terms of, like, never mind.
There's no chance that's true.
One sec, to address the key thing here is you're saying that, like, oh, like Russia, like taking all this kind of shit. I already admitted in my opening statement, or like towards the beginning of this, where it's like inevitably America would come in. You even conceded that as well, where America would have to go into conflict, despite the fact that we're all isolationists or America first or whatever. We would have to intervene because we wouldn't want Russia to get that much power. And like I said, it's more advantageous if Russia was to do this because then they could be seen as the victors. They'd come in as the heroes.
So what you do is,
And
again,
EU
you
would be
deflect to a
dissolved.
totally unrelated point to what we were talking about. We were talking
No,
about
no.
the unlikelihood of countries like Germany completely submitting to the Russian military because there's strife within the country. And I say, well, the same could be true of the United States. Much like German people, some of them may dislike Brussels. Many people in the United States dislike the government they see here. And yet, despite that, neither side would be willing to accept Russian rule. The same would be true of a place like Germany, in my estimation. And you're like, yes, but isn't it true that the United States would attack Russia in my hypothetical scenario? Yes, that's true, and another harm, but it has
Yes.
nothing to do with the
And
individual
then
point
America
that
would
we
be
were
like,
making.
you guys handle your shit together. And then, like I said, as an outcome for America, that means that there would be no more collective bargaining with the EU. They could actually have individual deals with each individual country. So, like I said, it's actually an advantage that this happens to America.
Now, what
That they
I
get rid
want
of
you
the
to
EU.
do is, let's talk a little meta debate here for a second. I want you to tell me why you said, when I said, okay, if we take an analogy and say Germany to Brussels as to United States to Biden rule, both ruled by radical left-wingers that half the country despises, and yet in the United States, despite that, even if things get really bad, you would not welcome Russian overlords. Your response to that is, but isn't it true, Rob, that Russia in my scenario and America would go to war? How is that responsive to the individual point that I just made?
Because when you look at the American example, you're talking about Russia coming in as a foreign force when you already have plenty of people in America that are resistant to this force anyway. Especially when you look at the way America works, all this kind of shit. When you look at the European Union, it's not a direct one-to-one example.
Now your argument is that the
You're-
analogy...
One sec, Rob. Because half the American country is not like ethnically Russian or culturally close to Russian.
What percentage of Germany is
So that's why
ethnically
it's a
Russian?
false analogy
What
to bring
percentage-
Russia into the.
What
It's a
percentage
false
of
analogy
Germany
to bring
is
Russia
ethnically
into the
Russian?
example of America.
Which percent of Germany is ethnically Russian? What percent of Spain?
Okay,
What
you're
percent
talking
of
about
Italy?
you're only talking about Germany now.
Yes,
Not the EU.
the argument that I'm making is that in order for Russia to take over the entirety of the EU, they would have control over Germany. They would have control over Italy. They would have control over Poland. They would have control over Spain. They would have control over France. And you're like, well, but there are ethnic Germans in Lithuania. And so therefore they would roll over. I'm like, yes, but Germany. And you're like, well, when I say an analogy would be the United States, and you're like, yeah, I agree, this would never happen in the United States, but that's because there's not ethnic Russians there. Okay, so where are the ethnic Russians in Germany?
You're taking a Western European state. Like what I'm pointing to with the EU is that there's plenty of land mass and population that are Russian friendly. That's why it's not a direct one-to-one example or analogy. To go back to your original issue with my argument, show you that I'm not straw manning, it's you who's straw manning, is that it's not a direct one-to-one example with the analogy because there's no shared culture between America and Russia, whereas in Europe is not the same case. That's all I'm saying about that.
You
Rob.
have to, is there a European Union military?
Okay, so now we're on to Germany. Can I address?
Is there a
can I
European
answer
Union
to Germany?
military?
There's no EU army.
Okay, so then the military that we're talking about would be the army of the individual countries that make up the European Union.
Yes, so Germany, France, and
All
UK.
right,
And
so-
like I
so we
said,
would
Germany
talk-
is a toss-up.
Okay, so we would say like Germany, we're taking for here, right? And so we're like, would the German military stand down? Would the German people stand down? And you're
No,
like,
that'd be-
you're
yeah,
like,
that'd be the
well,
conflict,
it's
yeah.
different because of ethnic Russians. So my question is, how many ethnic Russians are in Germany?
No, there would be still conflict, Rob. I'm not saying that there would never be any conflict. That's just again another straw man of my position. But like I said, anybody who's going to fight for the EU when it comes down to Germany, France, and UK, anybody who's going to give their life to that shit, good luck to them. Good luck to them because they're fighting for.
I don't know what
One sec, Rob. They're fighting for sterilizing kids, giving them testosterone, all this kind of shit. They're fighting for euthanizing the elderly. They have nothing to fight for. So good luck to them. Them losing their lives, I'm not going to lose a wink of sleep. And you can play the whole moral argument, all this kind of shit. I don't give two fucks, Rob, because at the end of the day, I'm sick and tired of because like all this conflict has been propped up by people like those elites, so they can go and fight their war and die in their war. When it comes to the actual policies that Russia has in terms of what Putin has, that like the vast majority of not only Europeans but also Americans who are conservative or on the right wing would align more so with the Russian policy than the actual European Union policy.
It doesn't matter. What we're talking about is a matter of practicality. Saying that there are individuals, first off, you're underestimating, by the way, there is a significant amount of people, even though I dislike Brussels, there's a significant amount of people that in these European countries that actually do like it. which is true. You're saying that they would all just submit, right? But it's
No,
not
let
a
them-
matter of
no,
it's
no,
not
no, no,
it's
no,
not
no,
a
no,
matter.
no,
It's
no,
not a
no,
matter.
no, I did
it's
not say they would submit.
Okay,
I did not say they
you've
submit.
waffled.
I said they would fight their war.
Okay, so
They would fight their war, and they can go on dying their war. And like I said, if Russia comes out and says we're putting in Russian values or conservatism and right wing, I'm like, fucking hallelujah, boys.
Okay, so what you're doing is you're making two separate claims. We're arguing on the practicality side and the war that would end in this and what practically the world would look like. You're saying, and again, this is what I said he'd do. This is the trick that he's trying to play. He knows that this audience isn't going to like woke shit. So he's like, don't you dislike woke shit? Yeah. Oh, then the military, Russian military should take over and it'll all work out swimmingly. And trust me, these countries will stay neutral. Then when pushed on it, after arguing for like an hour, he's like, no, they would fight back. Didn't he say, by the way, he's done this
No.
if you take the number of times that he's waffled and changed, for example, he said there's 100% chance that it would lead to a nuclear exchange. Then he said, never mind, I turned that back. He said that Russia would stay neutral and these other countries would stay neutral. Now he's admitting, yes, their military would fight back. The problem is, even if we say that there are people that don't like these woke policies, they're not going to cheer for the invasion of their country by a hostile foreign power. And as you have conceded from the get-go, what this will do is strengthen Brussels and strengthen NATO and strengthen the globalists, because this will be the best argument ever to their populace. You have to have us because hostile countries like Russia will invade. Why wouldn't they say that? What's NATO's reason for existing?
Which question do you want me to answer, Rob?
How about that one? Which NATO's reason for existing?
Because of Russian threat, because of the Cold War, all this kind of shit.
Do you like NATO?
I like America paying for the bills, but I don't think they should.
Do you like NATO?
In terms of like the benefits, yeah, sure.
What benefits of NATO do you like?
Yes, yeah. Now, Ben, I will. Can I get asked questions after this? I'll go down as much questions as you want. But okay. Yeah, sorry. Repeat the question again.
What benefits of NATO do you like?
America paying for our military.
Okay. Why do you need a military? To protect against whom? Brussels?
Foreign hostile takeover.
Okay, so you want a strong military to prevent from a foreign hostile takeover. And yet you're also cheering for a foreign hostile takeover.
Yeah.
Can you square that? How that remotely makes sense?
Yeah. Because we're already been taken over by the Islamists.
Okay, so then why do you want NATO?
Yeah, I'd rather Russia take over and like still have Europa as a chance, rather than the Islamists continuing to take over and then they basically have to nuke England off the map, and then your boy is living in Ireland, nuclear fallout, etc., etc. You don't want your boy Leprechaun to go.
Oh, okay. So then, therefore, you're against NATO because the existence of NATO makes it more likely through the transitive property of Islamists to take over.
Yeah, I want Trump to exit NATO.
But you just said you support NATO and the United States paying for it. Now you completely...
No. I said, no, can I clarify? I said I like the benefit, because like it's like saying, Rob...
But what's the benefit?
One sec. Rob, would you like me to buy you whatever your favorite meal is, ribeye steak? Would you like me to buy your ribeye steak?
Not if I hate ribeye steak.
Well, okay, what do you like?
It doesn't matter. The analogy's not going to work because what you're saying is, would you like me to buy something that you hate?
No, you don't even know where I'm going.
I do.
You see, this is
Rob. Sure. I'd like you to buy me a ribeye steak.
Honestly, Rob, 100%. It's been a great, to be honest, it's been a great first episode. Go
ahead. I would like for you to buy me a ribeye steak. Go ahead.
Yeah. Now, if I was to turn around and see, Rob is a cheap bastard because he's willing to let someone else pay for it. Like, he wants... like people to pay for his meals. Like, no, it's like, I'd like it if you're going to offer to pay my meal. I'm like, yeah, sure. But it's like, you're your own person. You can clearly afford your own meal and all this shit. It'd be a bit disingenuous for me to say that, correct?
Sure. What does this have anything to do with anything we're talking about?
Because you're acting as though, like, because I like the benefits of NATO, like, as if this is a contradiction.
What is the benefit that you like of NATO?
But I'm against NATO.
Since you're impossible to follow this, let me say, it seems that your argument is this. You tell me if I'm wrong. I like the benefits of NATO because it protects me from Russia, so I hope that Russia invades to take over the Islamists. The benefit that you like is completely opposite to what you're claiming you want to happen.
Yeah, can I explain?
Sure.
Okay, so like that's when you're supposed to say, I wish you would, motherfucker. Yeah, but anyway, like the reason why, like obviously I like having like some sort of like great super, like the Maduro shit to Venezuela. I was like, God damn, that's great shit. I mean, I like the idea of having that in place, But when it comes to the current European Union, they are not stopping the hostile takeover of Islamists in the European Union. And
So
they're
what
not
should
stopping
happen?
these PDFs running wild and all this
What
kind
would
of
you
shit.
like to see happen?
The EU needs to be destroyed. It
Okay,
needs to
and
be like a
what
phoenix,
entity
rise
would
from
you
the
like to
ashes.
see destroy it?
Russia.
Would it be more likely for Russia destroyed if NATO doesn't exist?
Yes.
So therefore, you don't like the benefits of NATO because NATO's sole reason for
No.
existence is preventing
No.
Russian
Okay,
expansion.
I'll bite the bullet down and say I don't like the benefits. Like I was saying, I do like that aspect of like we have a big brother out there or whatever. But in terms of like what needs to be done, no matter what I feel about it, like liking something is kind of like an emotion thing. What I'm saying is like what needs to happen, what necessarily has to happen, is Trump says I'm not paying for your bills anymore, bitch, and then European Union is like, oh fuck, and then Russia's like, comrade, we meet again. And then Russia knocks the shit out of Europe. And like I said, the European Union gets shattered into a million pieces. Russia will be seen as the enemy. And then America comes in as the superhero with the.
So you
Nicki
see,
Minaj
does
on
everyone
stage
see how
saying,
this works?
"Oh,
He
happy
fights tooth and nail
days."
because he has no idea what he's talking about. And then when it's proven that his two positions that he's advocating just in this meta portion of the argument directly contradict each other, he says, yeah, I concede, but then goes on a minute and a half soliloquy about other shit. So what this shows is, right, that he actually should be against the United States supporting an organization like NATO because he actively wants the invasion of Russia. What I'm telling him, and the reason that I got on this when he like it's striking. This is what it's been like debating the whole time. You have to take one step forward. You have to slog through like 15 contradictions. The point that I was trying to get, if he would have answered in a way that wasn't contradictory, was this. He would presumably say, no, I don't like organizations like NATO. I don't like organizations like the European Union. I think they are allowing this woke shit to occur that I dislike, and they're taking away the sovereignty of individual European countries. Great. If he would have just answered honestly, we could have skipped that whole 10, 15-minute section. But he didn't. So now that we got there, allow me to proceed. The organizations like NATO are more likely to become entrenched and more powerful, as is true of the European Union, if the very thing that they claim the reason for their existing proves to be true. That Russia invades. Now there will be more clamoring for NATO to become even stronger to make sure that Russia never invades again. There will be more clamoring for the European Union to make sure that these countries come together and have power to not be invaded again.
Again, like that's your opinion, and that could happen. But in terms of another thing that could happen is Trump could just say, fuck you, I've tried to stop the war in Ukraine, but Starmer and Macron are pushing for a war. So you know what? It's just like the Olympics where the trans dude won the gold medal with beating the shit out of a woman. Sometimes you say, okay, ladies, if you want this, European Union, if Starmer and Macron want this war, let them fight their war. And Trump just exits out of NATO, and then they do their own business.
I mean, it's
Like I
again,
said,
we've already
in that case, America should win. Russia should take over the EU because the EU is bullshit, bro.
So again, what we see is he's already conceded. We went through all these points already. So when I said, well, why is Trump funding Ukraine? And he's like, to end the war. And I said, but wouldn't it be true that if he just stopped funding Ukraine, that the war would be ended? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, okay, so then why is he funding it? And he's like, well, Starmer. And I'm like, yes, but why is Trump funding it? And he's like, I guess I don't know. And I was like, could it be likely because Trump does believe in the message that he doesn't want a global superpower like Russia taking over large swaths of Europe? Could that be? Now he defaults back. He goes right back to that same argument that he already admitted that he's clueless about. And so now his argument is this. Despite the fact that Trump has funded Ukraine, and it is true that he's been frustrated with Europe, sure, but he's still funding Ukraine, still doing it, as are many other politicians in the United States, right? That if they finally say, you know what, we're done funding Ukraine, that they would sit on their hands as Russia, one of their geopolitical adversaries, took over the entirety of Europe. That they would just sit on their hands.
Yeah, what I'm saying is all America would have to do is just pull out. And just the threat of that alone, you would start to see the pressure get to, especially the Baltic states, the Eastern blocs. They would all start conceding. And next thing you know, the only three countries you could say that would firmly stand against Russia would be UK, France, and maybe Germany. I can give you Germany as well, right? So in that amalgamation, you have like the majority of Europe that is standing against the European Union. And like I said, the reason why this should happen rather than America take the preemptive step is because you want America to come in as the heroes or the saviors.
I mean, again, I don't know how to say it. This is definitely going to pressure an increase for alliances like NATO. It's going to pressure the European Union saying we need to be even stronger. Again, so if we could just go through the list of all of the problems with this, I too don't like woke shit. One, there's no evidence that the woke shit will end. In fact, it's likely that it'll get worse because what will happen is Russia will inevitably either A, not be able to hold on to this territory, which means there'll be more incentive once they're pushed out to go back to more globalization to protect from another invasion in the future, or B, Russia will use nuclear weapons, ending the world to make sure that they're not taken out. This will also then lead to a conflagration of the United States becoming more likely to get involved. If somehow none of this occurs and the millions of people don't die in this, we've now just created a rival world superpower to the United States that's now going to control the entirety of Europe in addition to the lands they already control in Russia, which will mean that we will have a bipolar world, which makes great powers inevitably going to war. We see what came with this with the Cold War, except this time it would most likely go hot, seeing as how we just saw the invasion. All Tareyak has the entire debate is just saying things like, well, there's a chance that all the European countries wouldn't go to war. They would just roll over. In fact, maybe some of them would actively grab their muskets and go to war for Russia against the rest of the European states. And we don't know. Maybe Trump would just be like, yeah, we're totally uninterested in Europe now. We're just going to leave Russia take over. We no longer have an interest there. The same guy that right now is desperately trying to get Greenland to prevent Russian expansion, all of a sudden in Tareyak's hypothetical is just going to be like, oh, Russia has expanded what we were worried about. They've taken over the entirety of Europe, which we were bound to by a military alliance, NATO, to protect. We're going to shrug that alliance and just say, fuck it. Russia took over. We're not going to do anything. Hating woke doesn't mean cheering for World War III. It is a mistake. And all of you out there that might be like, I don't know, maybe there's a point. The Russian government's more based than Brussels. Right, but the transition would lead to a global war, which would probably go nuclear. Meanwhile, the status quo is having a good chance to solve this. Here's what's occurring. Italy has Meloni, who's a right-wing populist that's coming into power. Hungary has Orban. Czech Republic has Babis and the Populist Party, which is, they call him the Czech Trump. Poland has Nowacki, which is right-wing. Other countries with populist movement that are gaining: Belgium, Croatia, Finland, Netherlands, Slovakia, Sweden. Broader trends we see also in Belgium, Italy, Czech Republic, Hungary. There's polling leads in places like France with Le Pen that's doing well. The AfD party in Germany and others. Gains in places like Portugal that we see, and Austria. All of these are slowly getting pissed off about this, but we're going to throw that all out the window and say, no, let's not leave organic right-wing movements occur. Instead, let's have Russia invade and hope and pray that these right-wing movements will go, yes, we now accept our Russian overlords, and we're just going to allow them to come through without challenging them.
Okay, so like I said, to simply put it, chat, are we close to closing statements, or
that could be my closing? I don't mind. Oh well, if
no, I just want a quick time check.
Well, yeah, I was waiting till it hit 2 hours, but like in 5 minutes, we're about to be at 2 hours of open floor. So, but it's totally up to you guys. If you guys want to keep going, you guys can keep going.
We can do
I can keep going.
Or we can. That's fine too. Yeah.
Yeah, because like to address that, there's rises like in across like Europe and all this kind of thing, but like the simple question or the simple thing that like I can say to nail this point home is, if every single European was able to cast a vote and all this kind of shit, and they were, or to at least take on my opinion or to say what I'm saying now, where crazy to say, but Russia should take over the EU. If Europe was to take that point of view, the war in Ukraine would end. Whereas, if you take the opposite view, it will inevitably lead to war. Like, there is no stopping this because Macron and Putin are not going to stop.
I mean, like, again, the nonsense of this position is when we're looking at a hypothetical, you can't then be, now your hypothetical's changing to like, what if all the people voluntarily voted for Russia to take over the EU? That's different. That's not how practically it'd play out. I might as well make the counter hypothetical to you. What if Putin acquiesced and allowed the European Union to take over Russia? That would end the conflict, right?
So if Putin acquiesced to,
yes, if Putin, I think that
yeah.
Putin tomorrow should be like, you know what, I accept Macron is now the president of Russia. That end the conflict, right?
Yep.
Okay, but you see the stupidity of that. That's never going to happen.
Yeah, no, but what I'm trying to point out with it is that, like, in terms of the dynamic of like Russia being like, let's say, more like friendly to like the degeneracy and the rot that we see in Europe, versus half of Europe that's already kind of saying like we already kind of line up in terms of value wise, and this whole European Union thing is like they're sterilizing kids, they're euthanizing the elderly, the whole like abortion thing, all this kind of shit. Yeah, fuck it, I'll take my chances in Moscow.
Okay, so the point is this, right? On both ends of this, you lose. If we're taking it on the end of like what practically would have to happen for your prompt to occur, it's going to be World War III. It's going to be a disaster, and from the ashes of World War III, will make place things like NATO and the European Union stronger, and the status quo is already going a long way to solve the problems you're talking about. Right-wing populists are gaining strength. All of that will be thrown aside for a guaranteed World War III, which is a horrible mistake, and World War III quite possibly could be the last war. I don't want my son to die fighting a war because you want Russia to invade and take over Europe. I think that's a bad deal for me. I don't like that. I don't want Russia to rival the United States as a world superpower. I think that's a bad deal, particularly when the status quo is making advancements to solve this, right? That's what the practical application. If you're saying, forget about the practical, let's just say hypothetically, just as an intellectual exercise, if the people of Brussels were replaced with Putin, would it be better for the people of Europe? Would it be better for anti-woke shit? But if you're going to do that, then I still say that your prompt's bad, because if we're going to engage in absolutely impossible hypotheticals like that, then I would just say, just dissolve the European Union. That's a better example than fucking Putin taking over.
So, based on your logic, if Putin and Europe was actually to like that level of force, like like America would have to intervene, correct? If Russia and Europe was getting together, and like Putin
yes,
was,
I
like,
assume. Wait. It depends on what you mean by this. Do you mean if Europe said voluntarily, we now choose to be Russian?
Yes.
Okay. Let me think about this. My guess is that this probably would lead to a conflict with the United States. Yes.
Okay, so even if the EU was to agree to terms with Russia, America's just going to come in anyways, which proves my point. Why you want Russia should attack the EU first, because America's going to because even if they resolve the shit in Ukraine and the European Union starts getting really, really friendly with Russia, you're basically saying it's going to cause a world war anyway. So basically, America has us with a fucking barrel, a gun barrel in our face, basically saying, yeah, you're not allowed to be friendly with Russia. So in terms of that dynamic, Rob, one sec. In terms of that dynamic, even if that is the case as an American, that you just concede that would happen anyway. That as an American, it's more advantageous for you for Russia to take over the EU, because then you can come in as the saviors.
What are you talking?
My point has been all along, Rob.
You make an absurd hypothetical that's not possible. Okay, let me do the counterexample. If every country in the world said we now submit, we're all states of the United States, would Russia fight back?
No.
Of course they would. They're pissed that countries are entering.
No, you just said if all states concede and said we're going to take into America. Oh, except Russia.
Yes.
Then yeah, of course Russia will fight back. Russia will always fight back.
My point. Yeah. Russia's the evil aggressors. They have us over a barrel. You see the stupidity of that?
No. What I'm saying is
that's what your hypothetical is.
What I'm saying is the EU as a separate entity, like being more Russian aligned than American, it's going to lead to conflict. What I'm saying is that's
not. Now you're changing the hypothetical. Now you're changing the hypothetical.
No.
Your hypothetical wasn't the EU becomes more Russian aligned. It was that they give up total control to Russia.
Oh yeah, so in that example, they give up control to Russia, like the same way that because the vast majority of Europe already
super
has.
Chat gets it. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Like NATO, like one sec, Russia is already Europe is already aligned with America in the counterexample. And it's the fact that it's the fact that America has been aggressing land and trying to get Ukraine to join NATO. That's why this one sec, Rob, because I'll explain, right? The fact that it was you were saying the counterexample. I said if a European Union was to naturally voluntarily come across and say we align ourselves with Russia,
that's not what you said. That was not your hypothetical.
No. What I'm saying is we give power to Russia. Putin has all the power. If Europe was to do that, you'd say it would lead to conflict anyway.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So even if of our own free will we were to align with Russia, you'd say that would lead to conflict.
I'm saying
in that in that situation,
holy fuck,
you would still want Russia to be the seen as the enemy, the foreign attacking force, and you as America coming in to save their souls.
I mean, I don't know what to say. This is some insane gibberish. So let's talk about all the reasons this is insane. One, he continually waffles, and again, that phrase, Mott and Bailey. On one hand, he says, his original example was, Europe gives total control to Russia, right? Then when I say, yes, that would be seen as an act of aggression, the United States would be like, holy fuck, the Cold War is back on, and it's going to lead to sort of a new Cold War at the very least. He's like, so you're merely saying that if Europe decides to become more friendly with Russia, that Trump would invade. No, that wasn't the example. The example was if Europe tomorrow comes out and says, we totally sign over all of our countries to Russia. Yes, that would be something that would lead inevitably to great superpowers. Fuck, China would probably start invading Russia at that point. When you have that sort of radical shakeup, something that, by the way, is an impossibility, that is nowhere near analogous to anything in reality, to just say, what if every country in Europe that is engaged in a military alliance against Russia just all of a sudden says, you know what, we give up. Russia now controls our country. What if that happened? And we could glean something about practical geopolitical events based on this insane hypothetical that would never happen. This is nonsense. The point that I'm trying to make, this has nothing to do with anything I was saying. The point I'm making is, let me finish. The point I'm making is this. He has conceded that Russia, being the aggressor and invading Europe, which is his prompt, is suggesting would happen, leads to all the negative outcomes like World War III that I've isolated. He has no argument why that wouldn't be the case. It would cause a great war with Europe. It wouldn't be just that they all laid down, as he eventually conceded, yes, there would be a war. And then it would cause a great war with the United States, which means that we would have a World War III situation. The status quo is already doing efforts to possibly solve the problems he's talking about by seeing the rise of right-wing populists. He has no response to this, and so instead he just relies on, yeah, but woke shit's bad and gay, and what if Europe just voluntarily said, hey, Europe, you're in charge? That's what you're implying. What if Europe
I do like the flair.
Yes,
I do appreciate
Rob,
the flair.
You haven't thought about this. You haven't thought about this, Rob. What if Europe just says, you know what, Russia, now you control all of us? Okay, what the fuck does that have to do with anything?
I'm so glad you asked, right? Because you're saying that Russia, like, actually, like, exerting force and doing the force doctrine and taking the European Union, that would lead to World War III. That would be chaotic, and that's why it shouldn't happen. But then that's why I gave you the option of, what if Europe voluntarily gave power to Russia? Then you'd say that's World War III. So no matter what way it goes, it's going to be World War III, Rob. I'm dismissing the World War III
because
because
there's a third possibility that neither the United States gives complete control to one country, or neither Russia invades Europe, or Europe just acquiesces and gives all. There's a third option, which is neither of those happen, which is the 99.999999% likelihood. So no, there is an inevitable World War III. Like, and by the way, right, if you're trying to make some point about this, did Russia go to war with Ukraine why did they go to war with Ukraine? You tell me.
Because of the pressure, like, with Ukraine joined NATO, and if Ukraine joins NATO, that's nukes on the border, bro.
Okay, so your argument, let me see if I got this straight. Your argument is somehow, oh my God, I can't believe that you would say that the United States would be upset if all of a sudden tomorrow Russia owned all of Europe, as long as Europe gave it up voluntarily. That's crazy. That just proves my point. Yet meanwhile, you already know that that's not a ridiculous point, because you're saying it wasn't that Ukraine became the United States. It wasn't that they even entered NATO. It was that they got a government that was friendly to the West, which Russia viewed as encircling. So imagine if instead of that, all of Europe and Ukraine would have said, we're now the 51st state of the United States. What do you think Russia would have did?
With the Canada, the conflict, but like, I can do the whole Cuban Missile Crisis. Like, remember when Cuba was like, if it's okay if we store some nuclear technologies in Cuba, and you were like, you do that, and it's World War III. You know what I mean?
It would be World War III. That's what would happen.
Yeah.
Yes.
So like, this is what I'm saying. Like, this has been encroachment from America. So like, this is why, like I said, as an American sitting in the audience, the ideal outcome for you is for Russia to take over. And like I said, don't worry. There's some patriots out there that would be like, oh no, I fell asleep. I can't sign up for the army. All this kind of shit.
Is the United?
And like I said, America will come in as the heroes. Like I said, oh, happy days. Then like the big strong boys and all that kind of shit. Well, you won't even send in the strong boys. It's all like unmanned vehicles, all that kind of shit.
So just to be clear, your argument is, let me see if I get this straight. Because of woke shit in Brussels, it would be better for Americans to enter World War III with Russia. That's your argument. Anyway. My child should go fight and die in Europe, because if not, then gay shit will happen in Europe. That doesn't sound like a good deal for me and my people.
No, like they're going to sterilize your child, digital
Let them do it. Let them do it in
locking
Europe.
people up
Why
for
does my child
tweets.
have to die to stop that happening in your country? Why don't you rise up?
Because even if there was no like conflict in Europe or Russia, like you basically said, it's going to be World War III if Europe gets too friendly with Russia.
I'm saying if Russia invade. No, I didn't say that. Again, you Mott and Bailey it. I keep using that term because
No, because what I'm saying, like this is why I talked about Caesar and all this kind of stuff.
No one
If
said
Russia,
that
if
Europe
Putin,
becoming
if we-
friendly
one
with.
sec.
Let me repeat. No one said Europe becoming friendly with Russia leads to World War III. We said that two scenarios do. A,
I said too
scenario
friendly.
1, where Russia completely invades and takes over the European Union. B, scenario 2, where inexplicably, in an impossible act, Europe wakes up tomorrow and says, we give up. We dissolve all of our countries and now we're part of Russia.
Can I
That's
give
what we
the
said.
example? Okay. This is why in my opening I started talking about Caesar. Like I've done a lot of work in my opening. I was talking about Caesar and the Tsar and the relation there. If all of a sudden the European Union and Moscow was to come to agreement that fuck it, all the way from Moscow to like Portugal, it's like this is Rome. We start trying to build Rome together as a unit. You're telling me, because like that would basically, if Putin was to become the Caesar of like Russia to Portugal, you're saying that's World War III anyways.
Yes.
So even like I said, the optimal outcome where everyone gets along, you're saying that America is going to escalate into World War III anyways. So your original claim of Russia just taking over the EU by force, you're saying that'll start World War III. That gets negated, bruh.
I don't understand this. Do you think that one of these, give me a rough little percentage or likelihood of the following thing happen. Forget whether it should, just that it'll happen. Russia completely invades and takes over the European. What's the likelihood of that? Very likely, almost impossible to happen. Give me the likelihood.
Like this sounds like a cop-out answer, but it's literally 50-50.
You think there's a 50% chance that Russia's going to invade and
That
take
it's
over
E
going
the
to
European
escalate into like conflict between the one sec, just to clarify, it's a conflict between the EU and Russia. The way things
Conflict's
stand.
different than saying that wasn't my question, that there would be conflict. My question was that they will invade and completely conquer the European Union.
I don't know about that, bro. It's a dice roll. It's a fucking dice roll.
You think it's 50-50?
I don't know. I honestly can't give a percentage.
Give me is it like not very likely, equal chances likely?
That Russia will come in and like conquer Europe and maintain control, all that kind of shit. Like
like your
all
prompt
land.
suggesting.
No, like in terms of like will it actually happen? Like we're talking
Yes,
sure.
that's the question. What's the
Sure, there's a
likelihood that this
conditional.
actually happens?
Sure. And like I said, 50-50. In terms of like this escalating into conflict, like real deal shit.
That's not the
50-50.
question. Like, for example, there could be conflict.
It's an impossible, Rob. It's an impossible question, right?
Oh my
it's
God,
literally an
it is
impossible
not
question. Okay, Rob.
impossible.
One sec. What's the probability that like I'm going to something random happen tomorrow? What's the probability of like
we're not talking about something completely random. What's the possibility of you tomorrow breaking the long jump record? I would say less than 1%.
No, one sec. To clarify, your question is for Russia to conquer Europe.
Your prompt.
What is
What's
your
the likelihood
probability
of your prompt occurring?
That Russia should take over the EU?
No, not should. What's the likelihood that they will?
I don't know.
I mean, this
It's
is
an impossible
absurd. What's
question.
the point of it? It's not impossible.
Like, how am I supposed to? One sec, Rob. If
Ask
no
me a
matter
question
what
like
percentage
that.
I give, how am I supposed to justify the percentages I give?
You don't have to give an exact percentage. We're just like if you said to me, Rob, what's the percentage that tomorrow the sun falls into the ocean and kills us all? I'd say very low, less than 1%.
Okay.
I wouldn't say that's an impossible question.
Okay,
It's impossible to know. How would I ever know?
I'm fairly confident that Russia could conquer the European
It's
Union.
not could.
I'm fairly confident.
What's the
I'd say
possibility
over
that-
50%.
Over
50%.
So just to be clear,
That
you
Russia
said-
could conquer the European Union.
It's not could, it's that will.
Yeah. Like if you're forcing me into like your prediction, it's like what is the actual scientific percentages? I won't be able to give you a percentage, but I'm more confident than not that Russia would be able to knock the
It's
EU
not
out.
that they could, it's that they will.
Yes, I'm confident that they will do it. Like in terms of like, because you're trying to force me into definitive, this will happen. Do you know what I mean? But like, I'm not. I'm saying like in terms of should, like no, because no, because this is a different tense. You're trying to play word games at the moment. When we're talking about should, we're talking about a conditional. Talking about what the Irish call the Mochaneloch. Okay, what woulda, shoulda, coulda, and you're saying it's like what will. And like I said, I cannot give that definitive answer.
Okay,
It's
I guess
we're dealing with induction.
You finish your point, and then I'll talk to the audience because it's impossible to talk to you on this. Okay, so for the audience, the reason we're on this is as follows: he's giving us two very likely scenarios and saying, therefore, World War III is going to happen no matter what. Unlikely scenario one is that the European Union completely falls to Russian influence and Russian conflict. That is very low probability of happening. Anyone with any amount of common sense would say. It's not a matter of hypothetically should it happen or hypothetically could it happen. It's what are the chances of that occurring? It's very low. Scenario two he gives us is, and to the counter of that is, as the only other possible scenario, is that Europe wakes up tomorrow and says, we just voluntarily dissolve and give all of our governing authority to Russia. The chances of that happening, it's unlikely as the first scenario is, are infinitesimally smaller. I would say, if we're being generous, those two scenarios combined have less than a 2% chance of occurring. The rest, the 98%, is what I'm saying is the most likely scenario to occur. That scenario is not World War III with Russia. He says, but wait a minute, Rob, if you say that Russia, and he concedes, yes, Russia invading the European Union will lead to World War III. But you know what else would lead to World War III? If all of Europe woke up tomorrow and said, we give our land over to Russia. So therefore, might as well have Russia invade. But if both of those scenarios are incredibly unlikely, think of the possibilities that are opened up by this type of argument. If I say, for example, should we just take all of Taryak's shit, right? And well, it's not even a good analogy. You understand the point, right? Saying that one thing should happen because if not, an impossible thing could also happen and lead to a bad outcome. So we might as well run into World War III. Do you see the stupidity of this?
Can I address? Like I said, like I won't just go to chat. I want just to do a logic line with you, Rob.
Okay.
So like, for example, if you were king of America, how would you fix America?
Well, there's a lot of things that I would do. How long do you got?
Well, like that's what I'm saying. Like you're asking me a similar kind of question when you say, "Give me a percentage of will Russia invade the European Union?"
The question would be, Rob, what's the percentage chance that you'll become king of America?
No.
Yes. So this is an analogy to what would happen.
No. What I'm asking, like, what I said is like, one sec, Rob. To clarify, I asked you if you were king, granting that you were king, what would happen, or what would you do to fix America? Okay,
that's not
in terms of one sec. What I'm pointing to is like that's an impossible question for you to say, "Oh, king thing," but you can still put forward a theory. Now, for me to say, "Well, there's not like that's a low chance of like happening," like even you becoming king, that'd be bad faith by saying, "Oh, it's a low probability of happening," because technically, like a ball landing on a roulette wheel is like a 1 in 33 chance. It's the 3% chance of any of the numbers landing on it, but it lands on a number anyway.
Do you ever watch?
You know what I mean?
Do you watch
so, like,
wrestling?
Just because it's a low chance of it happening,
do you watch wrestling?
It's not impossible to happen.
This sounds like some fucking Scott Steiner math here. That this guy said, well, there's a 3% chance that the 72% chance. No, your analogy makes no sense. Here's what would be an analogy, right? If I said, look, I should be king of the country, right? And you're like, okay, but in order to be king of the country, that would have to overthrow the Constitution, right? And that would lead to a conflict. You would agree with that, right?
Yeah,
there would be bloodshed for me or anyone else to become king. It would necessitate bloodshed, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and if you said, Rob, that necessitates bloodshed, and I said, but isn't it true, Tareyak, if you became king of the country, that it would also lead to bloodshed? And you would say?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, well then, there we go. I might as well be king. And you would say, well, how about a third option? Neither of us are king, which is 99.999999% likely to be the case. We shouldn't give in to, well, we might as well accept bloodshed because we only have two options. Either I'm king or Taryak's king, and both are bloodshed, so you might as well vote for me. That's the analogy. No. So I'm saying the same thing here. When I say World War III is inevitable if Russia invades and takes over the European Union, and you say, I agree, that is true, but If Europe voluntarily decides to give over all of their land to Russia, that too would lead to World War III. I say, given the fact that that scenario is basically a statistic and possibility, who gives a fuck? Yes, that probably would lead to war. I'm not advocating for that. I'm advocating for both not Europe giving up all of their sovereignty to Russia and Russia not invading, which is 98% likely to be the outcome. What you're doing, let me, last thing, I promise, then I'll give you a chance. What you're doing is, right, like, think about this. When we have a harm, like, I'll go back to the pandemic for this, and hopefully this tries to explain to you what I'm saying. Right? I am enjoying this thoroughly. I hope you are as well.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I think the audience is too.
Let's go back to the pandemic, right? One of the arguments was we should have these lockdowns because of this fear of the unknown. And the fear of the unknown was this virus. Now, me and you both knew, I assume you knew, lockdowns would be devastating in a lot of ways, right? It would devastate us psychologically, emotionally, physical health, and economically, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So we did a known evil because of an unknown.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Yeah.
Right? That's what we're talking about here. You're literally saying, I'm advocating for World War III because I don't know, it might be inevitable anyways. That's really bad. We shouldn't accept this known evil because of unknowns. Advocating for World War III. Now, listen, I'm sympathetic. I fucking hate the people that run Brussels. I hate these globalist scum. Mm-hmm. But I'm not going to say we should get into a world war with a nuclear-armed superpower of Russia that conquers all of Europe. That's not the answer. That's stupid. We should not think of the balls it takes to say, my solution is World War III. That's what you're saying. That's insane.
Yeah, so, like, no, but like I'm proving it because, like I'm saying, in terms of the aspect of like Russia, actually the actual fear of Europeans of like Russia conquering the EU, right? You're saying that would lead to World War III anyways. But what I'm saying is that even when you look at the current landscape, like the only reason why the war in Ukraine is still going on is because of France and England. Those are the main two that are vehemently against Russia because they're doing the whole thing. We got nukes, Russia got nukes. They ain't gonna do shit. They've basically lost the run of themselves. You know what I mean? But like, what I'm saying is that like in that scenario, like it's like an immovable object meets a unstoppable force kind of thing. They're inevitably going to butt heads. That's what I'm saying in terms of the inevitability, because neither side is because, like I said, Trump is more so. He was like accused of being a Putin puppet and all this kind of shit. So it's like he was the one that wanted. Remember, he was saying on the first day of being elected.
Let me try this.
Kind of shit. 1 sec. Let me land the plane though. Like that was basically so. Like Trump is kind of aligned with Putin, and they both want to end this war, but it's the EU that doesn't. So what I'm saying is that's inevitably going to come to a head in terms of the conflict. But like I said, the key thing for me though is that even if I was to grant you that we somehow waved a magic wand and everything was peaceful and all that kind of stuff, if Europe was to get too friendly with Russia anyway, you're saying that'd be World War III. You know what I mean? If you got too
we already dealt with that.
Basically, that Russia had too much control over Europe.
We already dealt with that. Conflict. We already dealt with that. Like now, back to this point. Let's say this.
No, what I'm saying is it's World War III either way.
No, it's again. Yes, there's yes. In your less than 1% scenario of option A that has a less 1% or option B that has a less 1%, that could lead to World War III either way.
No,
I'm going with option C, which is the 99% that doesn't lead to World War III. I'm not advocating for a change, a radical departure of either A, Russia invading and conquering Europe, or B, Europe just out of the blue saying we completely give all of our sovereignty over to Russia. I'm having the radical position of not doing either of those two things.
Yeah, but let me break down, right? What happens if Russia, because if let's say the EU concedes, then Russia takes the Ukrainian land, and then you have the peace. But and then if Russia concedes, you have like Ukraine being restored, and then like the Ukraine join NATO, all this kind of stuff. Those are the two possibilities. But what if neither side back down? What's going to happen?
Okay, is that what you're arguing is going to happen? Neither side. That's most likely.
That's what I've been saying with Macron and
but that has nothing to do with the scenario of the prompt. But okay, let's address this. So if the argument is the most likely scenario is there's going to be a stalemate, and I think that's fucking horrible. Let me make your case for you, right? Yeah, the longer this drags out, it's basically fucking cannon fodder. Entire generations of young Ukrainian men are being thrown to the wolves, and a lot of young Russian men are dying. And for what? It's fucking nonsense. The United States should stop funding this, right? But if, let's say they do, and then Europe just keeps the funding and it goes on. My question to you would be then, given that your proposed solution inevitably, as you've admitted, leads to World War III between Russia and the United States, why not just cut out the middleman and have Russia invade the United States invade Russia right now? Wouldn't that
That's what I argued. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like when you look at the geopolitics going on, the fact that they cut off the money from the oil in Venezuela because Russia was using that as a way to get around the sanctions, the Venezuelan oil, and then you look at Trump looking going for Canada and Greenland, looking at the north of Russia, and then you look at what's going down in Iran right now, especially because America wiping out like their military facilities with
I don't
Israel as well
understand what any
has
of
led
this
to
has
this.
to do with my question at all.
What I'm saying is that when you look at like all this conflict that's around, like Russia is basically surrounded now.
Okay,
If
so then
Iran
you
turns
are
Western
saying,
friendly- one
would it
sec.
be a better solution to your problem to just have the United States invade Russia right now?
I'm saying that's what basically Trump's doing. That's why he's talking about.
No,
Canada
Trump
and
is
Greenland.
not talking about invading Russia. Quite to the opposite.
Sorry, no, he's not. No. He's not talking about it. But that's the plan.
No, it's not the
When
plan.
you look at the moves that America's making,
So wait,
that's the only thing that
now
makes sense.
again, you're contradicting yourself. You said previously that Trump's about to pull out and leave Europe on your own defenses. Now you're making the exact opposite argument. Not only is Trump not going to pull out of support for Ukraine, he's actually going to invade Russia. Where the fuck are you getting that?
Yeah, the flanking. So basically, like, well, what's going to happen is Trump is going to do all this shit with the European Union, and basically, so I'm out of the NATO, which is going to give Russia all the impetus they need to start pushing the lines across Europe. And then when you look at like Iran being Western friendly and Canada being the 51st state, salutes to you, sirs. Then all of a sudden you can basically pincer them. And
You
then
made a claim.
flank,
You made it.
them.
Now you're pivoting to something else. You made a claim that
I'm talking about
Trump,
geopolitics.
Trump is going to invade Russia. That's your claim.
No, what I'm saying is putting pressure on Russia, but in terms of
Is
surrounding
Trump
Russia,
going to
that's what they're
invade
doing
Russia?
wrong. It looks like that's the plan.
Show me any evidence.
Like all the moves that he's making. Why is he talking about Canada? Like the only thing that makes sense for like Canada and Greenland to be all of a sudden becoming part of the United States of America at the same time, this conflict going down in Iran and Trump saying if one shot gets fired, we're going to intervene in Iran. I mean, that's the north and south of Russia. And when you look at the fact if all of a sudden Trump was to initially say, I'm out of NATO, I'm pulling out, Russia's going to say, we got the impetus, let's fucking move up, let's take Estonia back and all this kind of shit. They start moving their front lines up. Meanwhile, you attack from the north and the south, and you basically.
I mean, it seems to me this is 100% the opposite direction of what you've argued this entire debate. That right now, it's just Europe that's pushing for this conflict with Russia, and Trump's trying to pull out. That's been your argument. The only reason it's Keir Starmer and Macron. It's Keir Starmer and Macron. Trump's trying to pull out. That's what you said. Now you're like, actually, no, it's the exact opposite. Trump is literally laying the groundwork not only to not stop funding Ukraine, but he's literally going to invade Russia. And your argument's like, well, because he's trying to procure Greenland, and that's going to flank, which gives him a tipping point. How about I make a counter proposal? He wants to get Greenland for a defensive posturing. That doesn't prove that he wants to invade Russia.
Well, like I said, this is all speculation. Just to be clarifying, be 100% clear with the audience on stuff. When you look at the moves that America has been making in the past things, like, yes, you could say, oh, the natural resource and stuff, but every country has quote unquote natural resources. And if America really was to use their interest in natural resources, they'd be looking at North Africa. The reason why Iran and Canada is such and Greenland, of course, such a particular thing is because that's the north and south of Russia.
Okay, so we go back. Now you'll concede that you don't know if Trump's going to invade Russia.
If I made the claim that, like, I know, I don't think I said it's like it looks like it could be possible that, like, account.
Then I go back to my original question that started us down this path. Should the United States just cut out this whole scenario of Russia invades Europe, then we go to war with Russia? Should they cut that out and just invade Russia now?
No.
Why?
Because you want to be seen as the victor.
How wouldn't that be the victor if we totally wipe out Russia?
Because you want Russia to be the aggressor, and then you see it to be the hero.
Isn't that already?
You want it to be self-defense.
To who? Who do we want it to seem that way to?
To all the what will be the peasant countries.
Name them.
Countries that can't match against.
Give us an example.
All like because, like, again, in this example, each individual European country would be its own different country. South America has its all different countries.
So a lot of European countries,
would be no match to America.
A lot of European countries say that Russia's already been the aggressor, correct?
Yeah, officially, yeah.
Okay, so then those countries would be perfectly fine with the United States invading Russia.
Like, are you talking about the government? Or are you talking about the people? When you say country,
I mean, both.
Because, for example, my president has said a lot of bad shit against Israel, but I don't have any bad words to say against Israel.
Okay, nonetheless, let's say it's 50-50. People around the world say Russia's the aggressor or not. Fair? It's It's probably worse than that.
Yeah.
That say Russia's
Okay.
okay. So 50% of the people in the world would say, "Fine, we're great with this."
Mhm.
Okay, so what's the problem?
The problem is that, like, if everyone was like to get along and say, "Oh yeah, we actually agree with Russia," like that 50%, you were saying, you even admitted yourself that would be going to World War III over. And like I said,
Yes,
this whole
in the
argument that
unlikely scenario-
Russia shouldn't do this because it would lead to World War III.
Why do you keep
that
going
gets
back to?
negated.
Can you at least admit this? The chance of all of Europe saying we abdicate our sovereignty and give it to Europe is incredibly small.
No, the reason why I'm saying this, Rob, is because
Can you just admit that that's an incredibly?
I'm trying to clarify for you. The reason why I'm saying this, Rob, is because you're the one that's been acting like Russia is going to storm Europe and just take everything, do the whole force doctrine.
That's what you're suggesting. The prompt.
The prompt does not necessarily mean it's done by force. It can be done by diplomacy.
We already went
correct?
through this.
Can it be done by diplomacy? Can
No.
it be done by diplomacy?
Hypothetically, let me say this. Hypothetically, it is in the realm of possibility. In a physical possibility, it could be done by diplomacy.
Yeah.
However, in a
Yes.
statistical possibility, it would be so close to zero that it's not worth evaluating.
Where statistically, you said you're making a claim. Please provide your evidence.
Yes, I will provide evidence that I do not believe France will say, you know what, we just completely turn over. You conceded as much yourself when
Like
you
in
said
World
that.
War II?
You conceded as much. See, we keep looping because like we go through this for an hour and I say, so you're saying that countries like Germany would stay neutral and wouldn't fight. And then eventually you say, no, they would fight. And now we loop back. You're like, I never said
No,
that.
I'm saying
never
I
said
can
they
grant
wouldn't.
you that to get past. I'm trying to give you good.
So now
good
you
faith. I'll
are
grant you
saying that
yeah.
all of Europe would just stand down. All of it.
No, what I'm saying is I can give examples where you like France stood down in World War II.
That's, yes, you could hypothetically point to an example.
But
Again,
what I'm saying is it could also be done diplomatically with a lot of things as well.
explain the
prompt does not
diplomat. Explain how it
necessarily-
goes.
one
Explain
sec,
how
the-
it goes
the prompt-
diplomatically. We've done this.
We're-
We're looping. I beat you on these arguments. You concede, and then you
No.
go back to them like it didn't happen. Explain
No.
how it happens diplomatically. Go ahead. Russia says, we'd like all of Europe. We want to control you all. And Europe says, okay, without any shots being fired.
Like half the Europeans get together and like they're like, you know what, like a lot of us like share a lot of culture with Russia, and like if you view Russia as just an extension of the Byzantine Empire or a particular ally that could build towards, like I say, building Rome and all this kind of stuff as well, which is something that the Trump administration also aligns with as well. So then all of a sudden you're not actually looking at Russia as an actual enemy, you'd actually look at Russia as an actual ally instead. Because like I said, you're the one that was saying that even if the EU and let's say the Russia was to unite and try to restore Rome and all this kind of stuff, you're the one that's saying that'd be World War III. But I'm saying even in that scenario, I can envision Trump saying, you know what, I'm down with the whole Rome thing, because he was even putting out gladiator memes.
I don't even
Go
understand what you're
ahead.
saying. This is all inane gibberish that says nothing, right? Like, would you say that it's a possibility that all of Europe could say, Rob Noer's now our leader? Is that a possibility?
Yep.
Okay. Now where are we? Yep, I guess these are
Yeah.
within the yeah. I mean, I don't know what to say other than you're literally now
Let me
hinging on the
explain.
argument.
Can I
It's
explain?
I'll give you a chance. I don't know
Okay.
what to say. Like we keep looping this. This is fucking insane. No other person in the world has ever made the argument. You know what's likely that the entirety of Europe says, you know what? Let's turn ourselves over to Russia. No one has ever said that other than you. And you're like, but isn't it a possibility?
I never said entirety.
What's that?
I never said entirety. I might have said yes. Like I sometimes where I say yes.
Explain
and
to
I
me
might be
the
agreeing, but
diplomatic
I
way
just like,
that Europe gives
explain?
over control to Russia. Explain the diplomacy, how
Yeah.
that happens.
In terms of like you're talking about like, oh, the entirety of Europe has to go over and all stuff. What I'm saying is if you look at it like if you factor in motion, like change, like time into this factor, like initially you would see a lot of the initial states be like, you know what, I actually don't trust the EU to have my back. Like for example, like the Baltic states or the former Soviet states, them saying, and then all of a sudden they started Russia, and then there's more and more pressure mounts till eventually all you're really left with is France, UK, and Germany. And like I said, at that stage, it can be easily done diplomatically through like, obviously the threat of violence would be there. So there is obviously like that coercion kind of aspect to it. But in terms of like diplomatic, it would be like they're more than like Hungary, for example, is more than willing to.
I think I disagree because I think
bring
what's
Russia
like
to the table. But one sec, the reason why, and I want to explain this. The reason why we keep going back to this is because you're the one that's saying this shouldn't happen because it would cause World War III. You know what I mean? Because of the conflict. And then I said, okay, I'm going to give an example where it's like we get rid of all the conflict and it's all peaceful. And you're saying, as an American, you don't want that to happen. You would cause World War III.
No, I didn't say that I don't want that to happen. I'm talking about the practicalities of what would happen. You're talking
But I'm
about...
saying either way the question goes,
It's not
going
either.
to result in World War III.
Again, there are three possible scenarios. The 99.9999999% likelihood that Russia neither completely invades and takes over the European Union and has complete sovereignty over it, or the fact that the European
That's a
Union doesn't
non-answer.
completely give up sovereignty. There is this other possibility that's
You're giving a
99.99%.
non-answer,
Let me
Rob.
finish. 99.99% likely that won't result in World War III. That's what I'm picking. The 99% scenario that doesn't lead to
That
World
nothing
War
will
III.
happen. That
What do you
nothing
mean
will
nothing?
happen.
No, I disagree. Don't you think that it's possible that tomorrow all the people in Brussels that control the European Union wake up and are based and are all Orthodox Christians and say we're tired of all this LGBT woke shit? Don't you think that's a possibility?
Are you suggesting they do diplomacy?
No. I'm saying I want you to answer that. That's not a question.
How would they do that, Rob?
How
would they end this war without diplomacy?
What are you talking about? What did I suggest a war? Where did I say anything
You're saying
about war?
if they woke up and all of a sudden they were based Orthodox Christian, all that stuff, I'm saying, yeah, like that would be diplomacy, which is the answer
how
I
is
just
that
gave that you
diplomacy?
said I was bullshitting on.
How's that? So let me say if I said this, there's a chance that I'll wake up tomorrow and become Orthodox Christian. You're like, well, that's diplomacy. Explain how me becoming Orthodox Christian is diplomacy. Go ahead.
No. You were saying the Brussels all of a sudden came based, wake up being Orthodox Christianity and
Correct.
stuff. And like
What's
they
the
end war that way.
diplomacy of that?
Because what are you talking about? How would they
How is that
end the
diplomacy?
conflict with Putin?
If
How would they end the conflict with
Okay,
Putin?
what does that have anything to do with what I said? Did I mention a conflict
Because
with Putin?
one sec, because you're saying that my situation is so unlikely. It's like not like 0.0001% chance all this kind of shit of happening. Right? You're saying it's completely unlikely. I'm saying, okay, what would happen? You're saying 99.9% chance it won't end in World War III. Okay. But in terms of like what way is this conflict in Ukraine going to end? And you're saying, well, all these Brussels could wake up, become Orthodox Christian and
No,
Russian
that wasn't
friendly.
the question.
And I'm saying,
I didn't say.
yes, they wake up and they get based.
I don't know what.
and then-
I don't know. I don't
okay,
know. Let me
then
make this
I'm-
clear.
okay,
Let me make this clear.
I'll
Let me
give
make-
grace. I might have misheard the question. Repeat the question then.
Right. I
And you're saying
didn't
the
make
Brussels become
any
Orthodox
claim
Christian.
about Russia-Ukraine war. I made no such claim. A big claim. In fact, the reason that you made this prompt, you didn't say this is all about ending the Russia-Ukraine war. You said it's about woke bullshit, LGBT bullshit in Brussels. Isn't that what you said?
Difference in culture.
Isn't that what you said? You didn't
Yeah.
say that the primary reason for this was ending the Russia-Ukraine war, correct?
There is currently conflict in Europe.
Was
and
your
Russia
primary
should
reason,
take
if
over
we
the
go back
European
for your
Union to stop
opening
that
statement,
conflict.
was your primary reason, if we go back to your opening statement, that we need to end the Russia-Ukraine war? Or was it that Brussels does all of this woke bullshit and Islamophobia
and Russia should
transing
take
the
over the
children?
EU, yeah.
Right? That was the argument, correct?
Yeah, Russia should take over the
Okay,
EU.
so then I say, you know what? Instead of Russia invading, isn't it true that tomorrow all of Brussels could become based and anti-LGBTQ? Isn't that possible?
Yes, but it would end in World War III,
Why?
according to you.
How?
Because they would align with Russia strategically,
Why
and then
would
they
they?
get too friendly, and
Why
you'd
would they?
say, hang on a second, Russia has too much power, and you would start World War III by your own admission.
Okay, give me the line of thought. Why is becoming based and anti-LGBTQ mean that you're pro-Putin? Go ahead.
Because that's what Putin is.
It doesn't matter.
That's why one second. I'll read out his words.
What does that matter?
Rob.
I'm anti.
Look at what they're doing to their own people. It's all about destruction of the family, of cultural and national identity, perversion, abuse of children, down to pedophilia, all proclaimed as the norm. That's all this like LGBT,
Okay, so just to be
trans, all this
clear,
kind of shit.
you are allied with everyone that's anti-LGBTQ.
Not necessarily everyone, no.
Okay, so then what's your argument that if Brussels becomes anti-LGBTQ, they're pro-Putin now?
That the culture will be more aligned with what Russian culture
What does
is.
that have anything to do with what I'm talking about? It might
Because
be
then
more
why are we
aligned, but
fighting-
that's different than saying that they would all of a sudden, because your argument is it would be World War III. No, again, I go back, the scenario
That was
you're
your
talking,
argument to be World War
No,
III.
my scenario...
You said it'd be World War III. If all of a sudden Brussels woke up and they start giving Russia too much power.
Okay, so I want the audience to hear what's happened here. He gives the insane hypothetical. What if tomorrow Europe wakes up and says, we give all of our land over to Russia. You have total control. And I said, yeah, that would be seen as an act of aggression that the United States would inevitably go to conflict. But that scenario has zero chance of occurring. And he says, so then you're saying if all of a sudden tomorrow Brussels says, you know what, we're not doing the LGBT shit anymore, that also leads to World War III because the scenario of them giving up all their land to Russia does. Do you see the stupidity of this? There is a huge
I've watched
chasm.
it.
Let me
I'll
finish.
do it again.
There's a huge chasm of Brussels saying, actually, we're against transit children, to Brussels saying, Russia, you now have all of our land to encircle the United States. There's a huge chasm between those two things.
Mm-hmm. So there's option one where the EU stands down and what I say happens, Russia takes over, right?
Uh-huh.
The EU's not going to stand down, obviously, of course, right? So the EU's not going to stand down. So it's either Russia stands down or what, Rob?
No. Now you're back to...
Let me continue.
No, wait. Now you're back to just the Russia... No,
wait. We can do a elimination of the contrary on shit. Because like I said, it's either...
This whole debate
It's
is
either the EU
this.
stands down or... There's only two options. EU stands down or EU doesn't stand down. Because saying 99% of the time it's just going to continue, it's like, well, you're not really giving an answer, Rob. You know what I mean?
Okay,
saying,
so
the
now what we
conflict
did...
in Europe is going to keep happening.
We just went through a whole scenario that had nothing to do with the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Nothing. We went through the whole scenario. And immediately what he does is pivot to, but what about the Russia-Ukraine conflict? That's what he does. So now that you've been destroyed on all of these arguments, by the way, Zach Yelpy, saw your post there. Russia allows abortions. How based is that? Nonetheless, let's go back to this scenario of Russia-Ukraine. I would say that the most likely scenario for this conflict ending is that inevitably the United States says, look, we're no longer going to finance this. You need to come to a bargaining ship with Russia. Ukraine eventually will sit down. Even if Europe decides to back Zelensky, and the Ukrainian people will eventually realize that that's not going to be enough to stand up to Russia. And so they'll be forced to bargain with Russia. That's how it'll end. What's that have anything to do with what we were just talking about? By the way, that's how I predicted it would end three fucking years ago.
Don't worry, Comrade Robinski. I have simple logic. There is only two possibilities that happen for the EU to do. They stand down, they give up to Russia, which means I win, Russia should take over the EU. Or one sec, the EU doesn't stand down, which means the EU will go to war with Russia, which you said will cause World War III. So this impossible situation, either way, Rob, you're trapped. Because either EU stands down, which means you agree. One sec, Rob. Either way you answer this question, either the EU stands down and Russia takes over, you agree Russia should take over the EU, or the EU doesn't stand down, which means it's going to go to conflict, which is World War III, which is your criticism of me saying Russia should take over the EU.
Just to be clear, everyone out there that wants Europe to stop funding Ukraine has to also want Russia to completely take over Europe. That's your argument. You can't want one and not the other. Just to be clear, that's your argument.
If you're going to do that, then Russia should take over the EU.
Your argument is if I'm like, you know what? I'd like to see Europe stop funding Ukraine. You're like, then you concede you want Russia to invade and take over Europe. What the fuck are you smoking?
No, what I'm saying is,
how about this? This is crazy. You ready for this?
Can I address?
You ready? Wait.
Can I address the criticism? Please, let 40 European reply.
I have this crazy thought. Listen to this, guys. I never thought of this. I want the European Union and the United States to stop funding this war. And no, this is the crazy part. This seems like an impossibility. Yep. But I also don't want Russia to completely take over Europe and the United States. Isn't that crazy? How is that even possible? It seems like it's not possible.
No, that's what I'm saying. Well, what I'm saying, Comrade Robinski, if you want America to stop funding NATO, European Union, poor European taking your hard-earned tax money, if you want that, then logically you should also want Russia to rush the lines and take over the European Union because there is multiple advantageous options to that as an American. Some of them is ethically questionable. I will grant you that in terms of the moral argument, but this ain't about the moral argument. I'm just saying in terms of advantages and the pros and cons, it's actually more advantageous for an American for Russia to try and take over the European Union.
Would it lead to World War III?
We should.
You already conceded it would.
Both possibilities. Whether the EU concedes to Russia or whether the EU does not concede to Russia, it's going to lead to World War III.
I want you to explain to me how the possibility of Europe says, hey, we're no longer supporting Ukraine, how that leads to World War III.
No, because it's either the EU buckles to Russia, which means Russia should take over the EU, or the EU doesn't buckle to Russia, which means they fight to the death, which is going to be World War III.
What about a third scenario? They just stop funding Ukraine. How does that lead to World War III?
So then Russia just takes Ukraine, and they sense weakness in terms of the European Union, and all the Baltic states shit themselves and start going into deals. Hungary all of a sudden turns like I said, all the way up to Germany, and then you have Germany, France, and UK left, and then like I said, Ireland was accused of being allied with the Yazidis during World War II as well. So you never really know what Ireland.
The most likely scenario, as anyone with half a brain knows, is that it won't be the complete elimination of Ukraine. What'll happen will be there'll be a negotiated settlement where Russia gets a lot, seeing as how they'll be negotiating from a position of strength. But Ukraine will still exist at some point. This isn't carte blanche that this means that Russia will then aggress. And by the way, it's so funny. Like, it's just amazing to me, like, how you're constantly talking about contradictory 180 degrees opposed positions. On one hand, you're like, Russia's not the aggressors. They don't want to invade Europe. They just feel like they're being encircled. They're the good guys here. And then you're like, but if Europe stops funding Ukraine, then Russia's going to be bloodthirsty and start taking over the Baltic states and come into Europe, thereby justifying Europe's entire position here.
Well, the reason why I'm doing that is because I can show you, like, either way you answer the question, it's going to end in World War III.
No, it's not.
Negate your original
criticism. Saying there's a 100% possibility of World War III right
now. No matter what the EU does, if like I said, there is that possibility that they get their shit together and all this kind of shit, but it doesn't, like Macron, the way Macron and Starmer's been acting, they're not backing down.
Okay, what if they do? What if they stop funding Ukraine? Then what happens?
Then, the confidence that will be lost in the European Union will basically shatter into a million pieces, and Russia will take over anyway.
So Russia's the bad guys. They're going to invade just because they're bloodthirsty.
Where there's a power vacuum, there will inevitably be some power that will rise
so
up
then
to try and take over.
You support NATO and you support the European Union going to war with Russia because inevitably they're going to attack. It's at the point now where if Europe stops funding Ukraine, they're going to be taken over. So from the perspective of Europeans, you would say totally makes sense to fund Ukraine to the last man because inevitably they're going to be wiped out if they don't.
What I'm telling you is that these whack job elites, Europeans, are gung-ho on like doing this war with Russia.
But what if they're not? What if they stop funding it? Is that a possibility?
Okay, then why did Boris Johnson...
I'm asking if it's a possibility. I'm asking if it's a possibility.
Yeah. If the European Union stopped funding Ukraine.
Yes. Is that a possibility?
Yeah.
Okay. And why not that? That's what I'll cheer for.
No, they will lose Ukraine.
Yes. That's what I'll cheer for.
Yeah, the Ukraine becomes part of Russia again.
No, I don't think. I already gave you the most likely scenario. The United States and Europe will eventually tell Ukraine, we're not going to fund you. There's a negotiated settlement that Ukraine still commits some sovereignty. Some areas that were lost to Russia is kept by Russia. That's the most likely scenario. You agree with that, correct?
No.
What do you think's the most likely scenario?
I think Macron and Starmer are gung-ho on this war.
Okay, so they'll fight.
They will not back down.
Do you think that inevitably Ukraine will run out of men?
Yeah.
Okay, then what happens? They send French citizens? They send British citizens to fight the war in Ukraine?
Yep.
I thought you said that they wouldn't do that because then they'd be seen as the aggressors.
No, because they still technically have the active military, all this kind of shit. But then when they run out of that and they need to get more troops in, there's going to be people saying, fuck that.
Okay, so then let's play this out. So then Starmer and Macron send troops in. Do those troops win?
No.
Okay, so they lose. Now what happens? Now the French and British military is depleted. Now what happens?
The same way Germany law, they just keep throwing soldiers at it till eventually there's no soldiers.
Okay, now we're out of soldiers. How many years is that?
People will actually welcome in Russia and say,
how many years?
You're fine here.
All right, so how many years would it take for them to deplete their soldiers? Go ahead.
I don't know. I wouldn't be able to give you an estimate.
Ballpark.
Like I said, at this
5
point,
years, 40 years?
At this point of view, it's all speculation.
Nonetheless, now they're out of soldiers. Now what happens?
Mm-hmm. Again, like, to get back to the prompt, Rob. Like,
no. Now let's go through. You're saying this is the most likely. No, wait.
1 sec. How is that relevant to the prompt? How many years it's going to take for the soldiers to run out?
Because I think that you're embracing the prompt, which is a guaranteed World War III under a false dichotomy that World War III is inevitable. And so I'm saying going through your thought process of how you think that's possible. So far we have, it's impossible for Europe to stop funding it. Eventually they'll fund it till every Ukrainian man is dead. Then they will send their troops in. Then they will lose and all of their troops will be wiped out. Now, next step. What's happening now? You're saying it's World War III, so explain what happens next step.
All right. It's either the EU concedes to Russia, which at that point, Russia should just take over the EU, or the EU doesn't concede, which means it's going to conflict.
That's not the only options. In fact, you're giving a third option right now, the most likely option. You said the most likely option isn't that Europe's going to give up. You said the most likely option is that they'll keep funding Ukraine. Every Ukrainian man will die. Then France and Britain will send their troops.
No,
then
you're saying let's play this out.
Right. That's exactly
you
what
said
I'm
let's
saying.
play this out.
Yes.
And I was like, okay, let's play this out then.
Okay, so now the British troops and the French troops are all dead. What happens next?
Mm-hmm. Like, how is this relevant to the point I'm making, Rob?
Okay, your argument.
Either way it goes down. Either the EU starts conceding to Russia, and then it's a matter of time before, at this point, Russia's going to take over. And then, like I said, that sends in the American troops, as you already conceded, which is World War III, or like that's them conceding to Russia. That's them getting along with Russia, or they fight to the death.
Getting along with Russia doesn't lead to World War III. Giving your sovereignty up to Russia would.
Yes, but you're not factoring in the ripples after the first blow.
No, I don't.
Because Ukraine will never trust the EU again.
Okay.
Which meant the lives that have been lost in this. One sec, Rob. The Ukraine will never trust the EU again. The Baltic states will say, "Go fuck yourselves the way you treated Ukraine." All of a sudden, Europe is going to have a schism. You're not factoring that in whatsoever to the equation.
Let's say that happens.
Like I said, think of the decades.
Let's say that happens, and now what? So now the Baltic states join Russia.
Yes.
Okay. Does Germany join Russia?
And it's just slowly they'll all start joining Russia because
Germany
Russia
would
will
join
become
Russia.
more and more.
Spain would join Russia. France would join Russia.
Until a point where America would step in, which you already conceded.
No, what? So even
yes,
in
you
your
did.
scenario,
You said if Russia, if Russia all of a sudden became too Russian friendly, if all these countries start going over to Russia, then all of a sudden America would step in.
No, that's not what I said. I said
yes, you did.
I don't know.
If they all start becoming Russian ruled, then America would step in.
Quote me where I said that.
You said if all of a sudden your EU woke up and start being Russian friendly and all this kind of shit.
That is not what I said.
They want to speak Russian and all this kind of shit. And it's the same thing as Russia, like all these states saying, fuck this, fuck the EU, they don't have our backs. We're going to trust Russia because they have the force.
Are we up to a dozen times that I've had to correct you on this? I never said if Europe starts becoming friendly with Russia, it'll lead to World War III.
Okay,
I said,
they start speaking
let me
Russian.
finish. I said your scenario, which was tomorrow we wake up and Europe says, you know what? We give all of our sovereignty to Russia, that would lead to a conflict. A scenario that's an impossibility. And you keep using the fact that I said, again, I'll just say this.
I gave the outcome that you gave where it's like, okay, they sign over the land agreement. Ukraine will never trust things. So Ukraine will effectively become part of Russia.
Didn't you say there's a possibility?
One second, Rob. Let me go through it again. Ukraine will become an ally to Russia. Then all the Baltic states will go fuck yourself, the EU. And you'll slowly start losing each country. You've already pretty much lost Hungary, right? So in terms of all these states, it'll get to a point where America, like you claimed, will step in because too many of the European countries are becoming Russian aligned.
You conceded that Europe could wake up tomorrow and make me ruler of Europe, correct?
It's a possibility.
Okay, and in that scenario, that'll end all conflict because I'll govern Europe greatly and make sure that I negotiate a peaceful settlement between the United States and Russia. So therefore, we should do that instead of Russia taking over the U.S. What? No. What do you mean, straw man?
I'm accepting your position that they do the land grab.
Please be quiet. I give you a chance. That's clearly the superior position. We shouldn't have Russia take over the EU. You've acknowledged that it's a possibility. You've already acknowledged it.
Can I speak? Yeah, so like I said, I'm walking through the actual implications of your position where they say, oh no, they just do the land swap and like that thing. Like I said, Ukraine effectively just becomes, you basically lose Ukraine at this point. You know what I mean? And like I said, the rest of them in terms of the Baltic states and all the eastern ones, Hungary and all this kind of shit will say, we started Russia. At that point, America will come in and be World War III anyway. So even in that outcome that I grant you, where they come to the diplomatic agreement, it'll still go to World War III.
So the argument goes something like that. Each one of these are very low possibilities that occur. Every one. You'd need hundreds of things to line up right? That Europe fights to the last man, to the last Ukrainian, to the last British soldier, to the last French soldier. Almost a statistical impossibility. That then Russia takes over Ukraine. That all the Baltic states then say, you know what? We all decide to become Russian. That then Spain says we decide to become Russia. That Germany says we decide to become Russia. That Britain says we decide to become Russia. Each step of these, the hundreds of steps you would need, are almost statistical impossibilities on their own, let alone in all of them following in this chain of events. And you're saying because of that, and that would inevitably lead to World War III, we should take a 100% of World War III. Think about this. His argument is, well, what's likely to happen now? You ready for this? Here's what's likely to happen. That a large amount of events are going to occur that will lead to Russia taking over the Baltic states and then taking over the rest of Europe, which will cause World War III. And so therefore, what we should do is just want Russia to invade Europe now and cause World War III. Why is that preferable? If the status quo is already solving your issue, why? So you're fine with the status quo then. It's going to lead 100% to the outcome you want.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, in the Ukraine war, like Ukraine as a country, we were like, America and NATO and the EU, they got our back, bro. They got our back. And what Rob's saying is that the EU should just back out of the Ukraine, all this kind of shit. And what Rob's not factoring in is what that's going to do to the Ukrainians. They're going to say, fuck these Europeans, we're better off going back to the motherland. Then the Baltic states are all going to be having that conversation. Those hungry going to be having this conversation. And then all of a sudden, half of Europe is wanting to side with Russia. So even in the outcome that I've given him, where Europe only gives up the partial land grabs in Ukraine, that can have such a devastating effect to the point where at that point, you've already lost half of Europe.
Okay.
The confidence in Europe. One sec, Rob. Well, I'll give you plenty of time. That, like, effectively, that gets rid of all confidence from like a lot of these Eastern European countries that the EU cannot protect us from Russia, so we might as well join them because we can't beat them. That's the mentality that instills in the people. And especially when you look at the cultural difference in terms of being a more conservative, traditional focused, rather than this full, like, let's do trans and kids and all this kind of wacky bollocks. You know what I mean? It makes a lot more sense in them going that way. Like I said, I'm granting Rob's position that they only do the land swaps where, like I said, at that point, you might as well roll Russia back in.
Okay, so you're acknowledging that that's the status quo. That's what's going to happen in the status quo.
I'm saying, like, no, I'm saying you're not factoring in that part of your equation. You're saying 99% of the time it'll all be peaceful and everything will be okay. And I'm saying it's not going to be okay.
You just said that that's the most likely scenario. The most likely scenario is Europe keeps funding it until every Ukrainian dies. And then they'll start to send their own troops until all of their troops die. And then Russia will take over Ukraine. And then the Baltic states will go to Ukraine.
That's one possibility.
Is that the most likely scenario?
I think it's like any one of my scenarios are more likely than, okay, we just do the land swap. One sec, Rob. Because what you're saying is we just do the land swap and then everybody's Gucci and there's going to be no more conflict and we're all going to be bestos and all this kind of shit. That's what you're saying. Okay,
so that scenario that I just outlined is the most likely scenario. Are you saying that's something to avoid?
Because you're just throwing lives at a pointless war.
Okay, so instead you have the prompt, which is instead of that occurring, we should just say, have Russia invade now and take over the European Union.
We should support Russia because we're more culturally aligned with Russia than we are with the European Union.
We should support Russia.
The average European.
You should support Russia to what?
Because Russia still cares about their...
To do what?
What you mean?
What is the prompt? What should we support Russia to do?
To take over.
Okay, so you don't like the status quo, and instead you want Europeans to support Russia, cutting all that out and just invading and taking over the European Union.
Yes, because it's going to end up that way anyway.
So then why do we need the prompt, and why do we need that action to be taken if the status quo is already solving all of your issues?
What do you mean the status quo?
You just said that the status quo is going to solve that, and you don't like the status quo. It's something to be avoided. That what the status quo is that all these Ukrainians fight, and then the British come in, and then the French come in, and they fight, and they lose. Let me finish. And
I get your point. I get what you mean by status quo.
Let me finish.
I asked a clarifying question. Go ahead.
Then they fight, and then they lose. And then the Baltic state, Ukraine then, who just got the shit beat out of them by Russia, goes, now we're pro-Russia. And all the Baltic states say, yes, us too. Now we're pro-Russia. And then Germany goes, you know what? We're going to give in to Russia too. And Spain says, you know what? Us too. And Italy says, yes, us too. And eventually the United Kingdom says, us too. We also give in to Russia. And then finally France says, we also give in to Russia. If that's the status quo you're saying is to be avoided because inevitably it leads to Russia taking over, why is your solution of just have Russia invade now any better?
Because the only two options that Europeans have is either we fight to the death because of Russia or we just join Russia. And your whole moral argument was that we need to save lives or protect lives. rather than just continue on the meat grinder that is the Russian-Ukrainian war, that is a war that's going to lose anyway. America, again, specifically, a lot of support for America is around as America First or book foreign funding foreign wars and all this kind of shit. Like, it makes far more sense. It's a lot easier to get us because we're going to end up that way anyway. Because, like I said, granting your position where magically the land swaps happen and everybody's happy and all this kind of shit. If the Europeans get too happy with Russia, all of a sudden you're saying it's World War III anyway.
Okay, so you're acknowledging World War III is inevitable under any scenario, even the scenario you're suggesting.
Yes.
And in your scenario, the World War would be that you're suggesting between the United States and Russia.
It doesn't necessarily have to end that way.
You just said it. I mean, I don't know how to debate with you anymore. You continually say, yep, that'll happen, then say, well, maybe not. You said that it would be inevitable, that there would be World War III.
Yeah, what I'm saying is Russia should take over the EU.
Okay, and that'll lead to World War III.
One sec. Can I clarify?
No, you keep waffling. Yeah. Just make a fucking stand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if Russia is to take over the EU, like I said, we get into that situation where America is basically forced into to combat, because either if they do it friendly or if they do it like by force, it's going to escalate into this.
So you can.
So the only the only compromise is what I've been talking about with this whole thing of Rome and the Caesar and all this kind of shit.
I don't understand. Like, this is what's so frustrating about this whole debate. And like, honestly, it's a fun topic, but I do hate this about people, and I hate this about you. Like, this is how I would have answered that question. Yes. And you answer it, yes. Well, maybe not. Well, blah 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 blah.
Rob, you're talking. You're going on for 2 minutes, 3 minutes. You're doing it yourself.
Also, you have to say, will it lead to World War III between the United States and Russia?
You're doing it yourself, Rob. You're doing the exact same thing that you're describing.
I am not.
Yes, you are.
I am
You're
not.
going on 2 to 3 minute speeches, Rob.
It's not the length of going on the speech. It's the fact that you can't give a simple answer. You said yes, it will.
Just because you don't understand the answer,
then you said not necessarily.
Yeah,
and then
just because you don't understand the answer doesn't mean that it's not. Doesn't make sense.
Will it lead to World War III between Russia and the United States? Your proposition.
You granted that.
I just want you to say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in that scenario of World War III, you're saying World War III is inevitable, correct?
Yes.
Scenario 1 is through your prompt, where all of Europe acquiesces to Russia and then enters into World War III with the United States, correct?
Well, the United States would be doing the World War III, but yeah, correct.
Okay. Scenario 2 would be the status quo, which is a bitter fighting, where Russia bitterly continues to fight in Ukraine and wins. Then the British and the French send soldiers in and bitterly fight Russia, and Russia wins. Then the United States, maybe through more military conquest, maybe through not, takes over the rest of Europe. Then ends up in World War III with the United States, correct?
Yes.
Okay, why as an American wouldn't I prefer scenario 2 that leads to far less troops facing Americans?
That's what I'm saying. If you pull funding and all this kind of shit, pull out of this whole like nonsense with the Ukrainian war, this whole like pull out the NATO and all this kind of shit. I already explained that situation where it could be very advantageous to an American, specifically because like Russia is the only real threat.
That was a nice gibberish answer that didn't respond to what I asked. You just outlined 2 scenarios. God. One scenario is that Russia basically takes over Europe with a whimper and has a big, strong military, now with big, strong European militaries in it, fighting the United States. And second is Russia is depleted, fighting Britain, fighting France, fighting Ukraine, then goes to war with the United States. As a United States citizen, why wouldn't I cheer for the status quo that leads to a depleted Russia fighting the United States as opposed to a powerful Russia with European backing fighting the United States?
So, wait, clarify the question, because that question far too long.
There are 2 scenarios that we're talking about here. I'm going to pause each time and you say yes to acknowledge you understand me.
Yes.
Scenario 1 is your hypothetical prompt, what we should do.
Russia should take over the EU.
Okay. Yes. And in that scenario, there'll be very little bloodshed.
Compared to what's happening now, yeah.
And so they will take over Europe, and then the militaries of Europe will be under Russian control. Then they will go to war with the United States.
No, United States will go to war with
Nonetheless,
Russia.
There's a war. United States goes to war with Russia, okay? Now, that Russian military would be pretty robust. They just took over all the European nukes and everything. Okay, scenario 2 is the status quo. You're saying that goes as follows. Russia bitterly fights Ukraine until every Ukrainian man is dead.
Yeah.
Then,
or, like I said, surrenders.
Then,
like we walked through that.
France and Britain send all of their military to bitterly fight to the last man in Ukraine.
or surrender to your to Russia. Yeah.
Okay, so now those fights would lead to depleted Russian troops compared to your scenario, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And they would lead to depleted French troops compared to your scenario, correct? And they would lead to
Yep.
depleted Ukrainian troops and depleted
Yep.
British troops.
Mhm.
At the end of the day, though, same result. Russia controls Europe. They just now have less troops.
Yeah.
Okay, why wouldn't, as an American, I prefer to fight the Russia with less troops than the Russia with more troops?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
So
Either
then
way,
we
Russia-
shouldn't advocate
yeah.
your plan. We should advocate the status quo.
No.
Why?
No. Either way, Russia is still taking over Europe.
One scenario, they're much weaker, so the United States will have an easier time
Yeah,
beating
but
them.
they're
The other
both
scenario,
in
they're
both
stronger.
situations. Russia should take over the EU. Alhamdulillah, you agree, Robinsky?
It's not
Welcome,
that they
comrade.
should. You just acknowledged.
You gave an analogy with both
You're not.
of them, like with Russia taking over the EU,
You're
and I'm
not.
like, yes,
You're not. No.
yes,
But you're-
because
Oh my
if the
God.
European Union does go to war, then all these fucking liberals on this kind of shit are going to go off and do a pointless war, and I'm going to be like, yay! And then Russia's going to come over. I'm like, hey, SARS, how's it going? And then, like I said, even if America came in at that point, it's more advantageous for America to pull all their funding and let the EU talk all their big talk, send in all their boys, and see what happens. And Russia fucks them up. And then because they're still able to fuck Russia up, then your boy Loki comes in and helps America.
I mean, this is just absurdity upon absurdity. You just got done admitting that you are against the status quo. That is not what your prompt suggesting. That instead you want Russia to take over the EU now. That's your plan. I'm saying that the status quo. I think you muted.
Sorry,
Stop.
yeah, sorry. I'm saying, yes, thanks for that, by the way. Like, I'm saying is that both ways you're saying that Russia should take over the EU.
No, I'm not. I'm saying both scenarios are bad, right? But I'm saying that if we're engaged in your hypotheticals, your bullshit dichotomy that nuclear wars are, that World War
Either
III is
way,
inevitable.
Russia should take over the
No, so. Would it be better to have World War III or not?
Either way, it's going to be World War III.
No, I disagree. Is there a hypothetical scenario where Russia doesn't take over the EU?
Yeah, sure.
Is there a hypothetical scenario where there's not World War III?
Yeah, sure.
Why shouldn't we cheer for that?
Because it's more advantageous to an American and even to a European that the Russian taking over the European
Why?
Union.
What is more advantageous than a great war that will kill
So, for example,
hundreds of
Europe-
millions
Europe-
of people?
yeah. As an American, you would want the Europeans to weaken the Russians, so then you could take over Russia. That's one
But you
advantage.
what are you talking
And also,
about?
like you coming in to save the Europeans, then you see it be as the savior. That's another advantage.
You
So
just
have to- we were
acknowledged
just
there's a
defending
third
the
option of no war with Russia. Why wouldn't I take that?
because we're talking about should.
Right. Should we have war with Russia?
Well, yeah, but again, in terms of my prompt, like it doesn't necessarily require war. Like we could all just bow down.
You
even
just
including
said that
America,
it's
all bow down to
inevitable.
Russia.
Your prompt 100% leads to war. That's what you said. You said that.
Like no, sorry, no. The current circumstances. Either way, the current circumstances play out. It's
If
gonna go to
Russia
war
takes
anyway.
over the EU,
But
and is a-
hypothetically, I guess, yeah, like Putin could wake up and like
Oh
have a
my
completely
fucking
different.
God. I mean, it's so frustrating. We just went through the scenarios that the status quo is a bunch of steps that leads to Russia taking over the European Union, which inevitably leads to war with the United States. Or your plan, which is that Russia just takes over with little bloodshed and then goes to war with the United States.
Yeah.
I say, okay, so in both scenarios, it's war. What? And I say, is there a scenario where there's not war, where Russia doesn't take over the EU and there isn't world war? You said yes, that's a possibility.
Yeah, you
I
said hypothetically. Hypothetically, yeah, hypothetically. Yeah.
Okay, so then why wouldn't I advocate that that's what we should do?
Yeah, you can advocate for that, but it's not. That's like I said. That's
Okay,
In terms of what
so
should
then what
happen,
you were saying
yeah,
is,
you can,
so then what you were saying is, given that we've
let me
conceded,
clarify.
here we go, we
Okay, yeah,
finished the debate, we finally get here, right? So then your prompt of should Russia take over the EU, right? It doesn't matter if it's practical or not, you're just saying this should happen, and you're saying the consequence of Russia taking over the EU is World War III with the United States. So my answer to that is no, Russia should not take over the EU because there are scenarios that won't lead to World War III, and that will always be preferable to your 100% guaranteed World War
No,
III.
again,
End of debate.
hypothetically was the key word that was being used there. You know what I mean?
So?
Like I said, in the current situation, either way, like, and even when I grant your whole position, like you're still saying like either way, Russia like taking over the EU is going to end in World War III. You know what I mean? But like I
No,
said,
what I'm saying is-
even one sec. Even if Russia was friendly sorry, if Europe start getting friendly with Russia and say all of a sudden, no, we actually appreciate Russian culture and we actually respect Russia more than the United States, then you're saying that's World War III anyway. And like I said, that negates your criticism.
There is
of
no.
my-
It is so
Because
simple.
like I said, I've even given examples where it's advantageous for America for this war to be fought.
So again, what you can see is like you're just lost in the sauce. Again, you've conceded the
Hell no.
following. You've conceded the following positions. Your prompt leads to a 100% chance of World War III between Russia and the United States. You've conceded that, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
You've also conceded that if Russia doesn't take over the EU, there's a chance that there is no World War III between Russia and the United States, correct?
Yeah, I can grant that, but like I said, I'll
Okay,
clarify it.
so then I will always take the chance of not World War III between nuclear powers, although that chance might be small, than your prompt, which is a 100% guaranteed World War III between nuclear superpowers. Simple.
Yeah, because like hypothetically, a comet could crash into the Earth and boom, or we could have like a Chernobyl event and all this kind of shit, and or a 99 red balloons event, and they fire or they follow through with the actual nuclear things and all that stuff. So like hypothetically, yeah, there's plenty of other avenues that could go. But like I said, to get to the prompt, like should Russia take over the EU? It's like yes, because it's more advantageous for an American, especially an American who's America first, who wants to be an American isolationist, or wants to be done with this like supposed duty of them being the world police. You would be in favor of like basically pulling out of NATO, pulling out of this burden with Ukraine, because essentially what it would do is it would lead to Russia advancing, and you can either at that point, like I said, this is why I said hypothetically yes. The United States of America and Russia cut a line and recognized restoring
This
Rome.
is
That's
the
what I'm
words.
saying.
The word salads are amazing here.
I'm addressing your point. What I'm saying is, like, hypothetically, yes, that could be the case. Like, that America and Russia could actually see eye to eye and say, yes, let's bring back Rome. If Russia views itself as the continuation of Byzantine Empire, and the fact that America is basically like Plato's Republic, there's commonalities there. Ancient Greeks. You know what I mean?
I mean, again, this word.
One sec, Rob. One sec. If they can recognize the historical commonality there, the root in terms of like philosophy, all this kind of stuff, then yes, they don't need to be warring. But when you look at the current, one sec, Rob. When you look at the current situation, the way that Macron and Starmer is playing out, especially the way that Putin and Trump we seem to be eye and eye, and Trump was saying I was going to end the war in one day. Who's the one that shit in the bed is the European Union, meaning the European Union is willing to go all the way with Russia, meaning it's more probable than not that this is going to end in war. And like I said, America's going to have to get involved, because that's what Rob said is going to be a necessity anyway, which means it's going to World War III anyways. And one could argue we're already in there. Like I said, like that's basically what I'm saying. Not
Okay,
what
so
saying, oh,
I
there's
just want to
contradiction.
I just want to say that was the most words I ever heard to describe this situation. If I
Have
say,
you ever listened to yourself?
if Tareyak says, okay, here's the deal. If you leave and get in that car right now, Rob, 100% chance you die. But if you stay in your house, there's only a 99% chance. Which one would you do, Tareyak?
I'd probably do the opposite. Can I give you a counter?
No,
Can I give you a counter?
I gave you a long time to talk there.
see?
Great. You would take the 99% chance. Now, let's do this. Tareyak says, my prompt is 100% chance of World War III between Russia and the United States. However, if we don't do my prompt, there's a chance, albeit I think small, that there won't be World War III between Russia and the United States. I say, okay, I take that. I don't want 100% risk of World War III. He's acknowledged, he's admitted, in his own words, 100% risk of World War III if we adapt his prompt. He's acknowledged his own words, not 100% chance if we don't adapt the prompt. I say don't adapt the prompt. Now, this ignores all the other problems, the absurdity of his claims that there's a 100% chance of the status quo leading to World War III because of these domino theory that this unlikely scenario happens, followed by this unlikely scenario, followed by this unlikely scenario, followed by this unlikely scenario, etc. So you have to believe all of that. Imagine listening to a man. In effect, what this is, you took a long time. Imagine listening to a man that says you should take this chance to 100% likelihood of hundreds of billions of people dying in a war. That's what we should do. Why? Because I have a feeling, based on a bunch of contradictory statements I've made the whole time, that war would probably be likely to happen anyways. So let's just fucking do it. It's the same doomer-pilled, black pill bullshit that you hear all these accelerationists make. It's with an Irish accent. It's with a lot of word salad that makes him dumber than the majority of the accelerationists you normally hear, but it's the same bullshit. War is inevitable. Fuck it. Let's just get it on now. No, I'm sorry. I don't think that's beneficial to me or my son to say, fuck it. Let's just do World War III. Nope, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so Rob was talking about me being a word salad. It's like he was doing a part-time job at Subway with the amount of salad that he had there. Do you know what I mean? We're going into pickles, we're doing sauerkraut, all this kind of shenanigans, okay? Like I'm basically fundamentally breaking it down that like when you look at the situation, either way, it's like we're sitting in a bar, right? And there's two dudes like squaring up to each other, and like they've just been like talking shit, like real like personal shit and all this stuff. Like glass has already been cracked and all this kind of shit. And Rob saying, whoa, now, Tareyak, there's a possibility that they don't take a swing at each other. And I'm like, Rob, they're going to deck the absolute living shit out of each other.
So what?
It's
And
more
so what
likely
should
not
they
they're
do?
gonna yeah.
So what's the claim? Then what should they do?
Well,
And
anyone
a
that's been-
quick time check. Just want to let you guys know we're over 3 hours now. So just letting you guys know, more than welcome to keep going, though.
I don't
I'm
mind.
more than happy to keep going. So yeah, if you guys want to keep going,
I
keep
could do this
going.
all
No
day.
problem.
So what should they do in that scenario? What's your advocate? Two
Yeah,
guys are going to fight.
Anyone that's, yeah,
So what should they do?
anyone that's been around travelers with knowledge, just let them knock the shit out of each other.
Okay, should one of them strike before
back
the
in
other?
the Wild West days, you could slap a dude with a glove and say outside, and it was pistols, and winner takes all.
Should one of them strike before the other? Would you recommend, hey, there's a 100% chance he's about to hit you, so hit him first? Too difficult to answer? You know what fucks your whole prompt up?
Ireland is neutral. You got me there. Like in terms of like my personal thing, I don't understand why that's relevant to whether or not.
Neutral.
Yeah.
What should you just gave the analogy? Okay, 100% chance both dudes swing at each other, and one of them's your buddy. What are you telling your buddy to do? 100% chance that guy's about to fit you. You telling him to swing first?
Again, I'll try and get in between of it, but if they start swinging, then
That's not the
everybody's.
prompt. You said there's 100%.
No, one sec. There's a reason why I used a bar and two individuals. All it takes is two individuals start swinging, and like you said, friends get involved and all that stuff. And next thing you know, it's a whole crowd that's getting involved.
I don't.
That's
give
why
a
I
shit.
used that
Answer
analogy.
the
And you're saying one sec, Rob. You're saying it's highly improbable that a pub fight will escalate from two dudes fighting. And I'm saying that's typically how it
Where did I
first
say
starts.
that? Where did I say that?
I'm using the analogy to prove what your argument is. You're saying it's a very low. One sec, it's a very low statistical probability. Even though Rob has no statistics to back up what he's saying, he's making baseless claims. That's why he's trying to do definitives on me, saying it's the 100% chance, and then he's starting doing the 0.0, and you hear the 0% chance in my case and the 100% chance for his case.
Again,
I'm saying he has no statistical evidence to actually say this goes down. Like I said, the analogy of being in a pub.
He can't answer the analogy. You can't answer the analogy.
It's an astute
so I'll make 2 points.
analogy.
It's an astute.
I never overtalked you.
He can't answer the analogy, so I'll make 2 points. One, I'll answer the analogy for him and show how it completely disproves his prompt. Second, I'll go after what he just said there. Well, see, Rob, if two people fight at a pub, then it's likely that other people will get involved. Okay, then the analogy to his solution would be that I should just punch the bitch sitting across from me. Because inevitably, these two guys fighting over there will lead to everyone fighting. No, that's stupid. It might lead to more people coming in, but it's not a necessity that everyone will fight. And I've seen a lot of bar fights. I used to be a bartender. And this might shock you, Tareyak, but most of the time, it didn't lead to other people other than the two getting involved. And the few times that it didn't lead to everyone in the bar getting into a fight. So your analogy once more disproves. Secondly, on the hypothetical, you know the fucking answer, which is why you're smirking and saying, well, I can't answer as an Irishman, which is if one of those dudes is your friend and you believe there's a 100% chance that a fight's about to break out, no matter what, you would say, fuck it, swing first, which is proof that your prompt is bullshit, that the real prompt should be the United States should first strike Russia because war's inevitable. And that would be the best outcome for the United States. So no we should not allow...
It wouldn't be the best outcome.
Why wouldn't it?
A better outcome would be to wait for Russia to be the aggressor, so you seem like the defender.
So why does that matter?
Because you have the superior technology and the superior information, which means you should technically win the war versus Russia. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But it's better to seem as though you were doing self-defense.
How many more dead bodies would it be better to seem like it was dead? 5 million more Americans dead?
Irrelevant question. You just
it's not
dead bodies. Yeah, you just mentioned dead bodies for the optics.
Okay, so then it would be
how many dead bodies are you willing? Like I said, Rob, I can ask you the same question. How many dead Ukrainians and dead Russians are you willing to wait until maybe there's no other options, Rob? How many bodies?
The United States should stop funding them now. Zero.
Well, tough shit, because Boris Johnson already went over and fucked up the initial deal.
What's that have anything to do with anything?
So there's already like one could say millions of lives lost because of that shit done by
Let's go
England.
back to your
How are you
bar.
gonna, one sec, how are you going to repay that debt?
Again, let's go back to your bar analogy. So here's what had happened. You'd say, look, there's a 100% chance if this fight breaks down, both of you are going to be paralyzed for life.
Let me ask you a question.
I'm going to finish the analogy. Both of you are paralyzed for life. Or you could swing first and you'll win the fight and not get paralyzed. However, some people will frown and go, I don't like that he swung first. Would it be worth to not be paralyzed to have some people frown and say, I didn't particularly like that? Similarly, if the United States first strikes Russia, less American lives will be lost than if they allow Russia to acquiesce the entire continent of Europe and have their military and then go to war with the United States. As an American, I'm willing. Continent. What's the price necessary? Let's say that 5 million more Americans would be killed through your prompt than my solution of just first striking. Why? What? Is it worth 5 million dead to say, yeah, but at least Lithuania thinks that we're defending ourselves now? And by the way, last point, it's absurd anyways, because your theory is that after Russia takes Europe, who will be the aggressor? Russia or the United States?
United States.
Okay, so if either way, the United States is going to be seen as the aggressor, why not attack now?
Because you always want to seem like you're the one that's coming to self-defense, all this kind of shit.
You just acknowledge no matter what, the United States won't do that.
To address your long soliloquy in terms of the first part, like I said, you're doing multiple shit here, Rob. I'm trying to address it all. So in terms of the first prompt, what was your first question actually?
What are you talking about? I addressed 2 points of your analogy. We didn't even get to the third. The first point was, haven't you ever seen that two guys fight at the bar and more people get involved? And I was like, yeah, but then the analogy would be, then you might as well punch the lady sitting across from you because trust me, everyone's going to fight. That's nonsense. Many times in bar fights, not everyone gets involved.
Let me address that then.
Okay, you want to address that? Go ahead.
Okay, so let's do point. Let me address that. In terms of like what you're saying, you even admitted if you were a friend and it was very certain, you were pretty confident that he was going to get hit. You said that you would even throw the punch in as well as a friend, which proves my analogy because there's already conflict happening in Ukraine and Russia. So now to the second part of the analogy.
No, what are you talking about? That's not what we're talking about. The analogy is you're saying that something bad inevitably happens. In this case, World War III, right? And so therefore,
it's going to escalate.
Okay, you're saying there's a 100% chance of World War III.
What I'm saying is it's going to escalate.
You said there's a 100% chance of your prompt of World War III.
No, not 100% chance. Like either way, the current situation is, it looks like it's going to end in World War. But like I said, I've addressed both your side. One sec, Rob.
This is just fucking ridiculous.
Because you're trying to do the percentages thing, Rob. You constantly keep trying to go. You have to say a percentage. And like I said, I can start doing the whole, like, there's no 100% certainty and all this kind of shit. We can do the Heisenberg's uncertainty principle.
We've argued for 2 hours. We've argued with 2 hours on your statement.
Because you've been doing the statistics.
It's not statistics.
One sec,
it is not statistics.
Give me one. No, 1 sec. Give me one physical. Give me some evidence in terms of one of the statistics you've been saying in terms of the 0.0% chance bullshit you've been saying all night. Give me one evidence. Piece of evidence.
Like what?
For all the claims. You're saying what you're saying has a 0.0% chance of happening.
Common sense and circumstantial evidence shows us
common
that there's
sense.
Let me finish.
Trust me, bro.
Are you going to listen to
bro.
the answer? That there's a 0.00001% chance that aliens come down and prevent this. Disagree?
No, what I'm saying is that's what you're doing.
I'm just asking, do you disagree with that?
Like, do you
disagree with that? That there is an incredibly infinitesimal small likelihood that aliens come in and prevent all this.
What's the relevance?
Do you agree or disagree with that statistics?
It doesn't matter. What's the relevance?
I want to know if you agree or disagree.
It's a throwaway question. Yes. I don't care.
Okay, you agree that there's a really small chance.
Yes.
How did you come to that conclusion?
Yeah, so this is what I'm saying. It's a pointless question to start talking about percentages, Rob.
I want you to.
It is a pointless question. It is a pointless question because you're the one that's making the claim.
How did you come to that?
The evidence lies with the claimer, Rob. So provide your evidence.
In that claim,
provide your evidence.
Let me finish. In that,
give me the statistical proof of what you're saying.
In that claim, I made the claim and you accepted it. Why? What evidence did I provide that made you accept that claim?
Rob, that's what I'm saying. Where's the proof?
I made a claim. You accepted the claim's true.
One sec. I've never accepted the claim that it's 0.001 or a very low percentage chance. I've been saying this is the more likely than not.
No. We're talking about the alien thing. You acknowledge that there's an infinitesimally low chance that would occur, right?
It's a pointless question. That's what I'm saying.
I'm asking
But,
you
to go along with it, yes. To go along with it, yes. I've already answered it, but we can go again because you're doing the tactics. But go ahead.
What was the evidence I gave that made you accept that claim?
No evidence. I'm just going along with your
So you just
your
randomly
thing.
choose to accept the claim.
I'm just going along with your thing because you're trying to use this as a trick to escape from my main point.
And so,
because what I'm pointing out is the tactic you're using in terms of saying percentages and all this kind of shit. You're using this trying to sway the audience, but you don't have any evidence or proof to make those claims. The evidence lies with the claimer, and you, sir, are the one who are making the claims. You're the one who's mentioning the percentages.
Okay, so now that he's unwilling to engage, as you can see, that happens multiple times. Here's what happens.
Address what I just said.
I am going to address
what I just said.
You'll be silent because you're
address
unwilling.
what I just said.
I will. You're unwilling to engage, so you have to give me time to explain what's happening. Now, the truth is, he accepts that claim because he knows that I don't have to provide proof because common sense dictates that that's a very low scenario of occurring. The same would be true of scenarios that I said, like, it's almost impossible that Europe will wake up tomorrow and say, we completely give our country over to Russia. His argument is, show me proof. Show me proof that won't happen. Show me proof that that's an insanely low percentage chance. You see the stupidity there? You could say that about anything. I could say, show me proof that there's a very low chance that Europe will make me king tomorrow. Do you see the stupidity? He can't provide proof other than to say, that's just outlandish. It's never happened before. It wouldn't happen. Do you see? Now he comes to this from the claim of, he has said over and over and over and over, yes, my prompt will guaranteed lead to war with the Russia and United States. Then he makes it about, but it's about, now when he changes, he goes, it's about percentages. It's about your own statement.
No, you're the one that brought up the percentage.
Your own statement. The percentage is irrelevant. The percentage
You're the one that's saying, are you 100%, this will happen? This is what you've been saying all night, Rob. And like I said, to go back to my critique of your argument, this is what you've been constantly doing to try and poo-poo my argument, say, folks, it's a 0.0% chance of happening, even though I've explained a lot of like the whole discussion has been actually going through like what's happening in Europe, which again, like not a lot of Americans understand what's actually going on in Europe. Like I said, Hungary, we can just mention Hungary to begin with. But like I said, you're the one who's making the claim that it's highly unlikely to happen. But even when I grant all the shit that you're saying, I can still work it in where it still leads to world war. But in terms of like absolute certainty of 100% that no matter what happens, look, of course, there's like a unicorn come down or aliens come down, whatever you could say. Hypothetically, because what you're doing, Rob, is you're saying hypothetically this happened, and you say, see, there's like an outside chat.
That's you. That's what you're doing. That's exactly what you're doing.
You're making Rob. Okay, if that's what I'm doing, you're making the claim that it's unlikely. Just prove the claim.
Okay, you want me to prove the claim that it's unlikely that tomorrow Europe wakes up and says, we're going to give all of our sovereignty over to Russia. You want me to prove that claim that's unlikely?
Okay, is it a fear for the Europeans for Russia to invade?
What does that have to do with the scenario I just asked?
Is it likely? Is that an irrational fear?
I
exactly. Exactly.
No, wait.
Because I have you beat, Rob. I have you beat here.
But is it also a rational feel that I will be dipped in a vat of acid tomorrow?
So it's a likely threat.
Is that a rational?
Is it a likely threat?
Is it a rational?
Is Russia invading a likely threat?
I answered your question.
You were saying yes, it is, but then you're saying it's unlikely that Russia should take over the EU.
I answered your question. Now answer.
Square that circle, Rob. Okay. Square the circle.
Okay, so here we go.
Explain the contradiction.
Okay, I'll explain the contradiction. Russia, or Europe, having fears that Russia will invade doesn't lead to, therefore, it is likely that tomorrow Europe will wake up and say, we give all of our sovereignty to Russia. Explain the
That's
link.
Not that. Oh my God, that is a complete straw man.
Are you?
You're the one that's acting. You're the one that's been making the claim that it's extremely unlikely that Russia would invade Europe or try to take over Europe. And then, like I said, you're also making the claim that a fear of the European people is that Russia will take over Europe, and then that will lead into the whole argument. You're caught in a contradiction, Rob.
You asked me all the things that
this is what happens when you do the percentages.
Your argument was as follows. Let's go down to how we got here. You said, Rob, you've said a lot of things are likely or unlikely, and I'd like you to prove that.
No.
You didn't say that. You said a lot of percentage things.
I'll repeat my argument again. My argument is you're saying that my argument is like 0.00001% chance of happening, and I say you have no proof to that. And like I said, even by your own admission, you said that a European fears that Russia will take over, which means that it's likely to happen, especially because Russia is currently engaged in conflict.
I want you to pause and listen for a second.
Europe's not stepping down.
Did you say, you've said percentages about things? I'd like to see you prove any of those. Did you say that?
They claim
yes or no? Did you say that?
because you keep making the claim that this is
I
extremely
want
unlikely to happen.
you
This is
to answer the
0.001%
question.
chance to
I
happen.
want you to answer the question I just asked. Did you say you've made a bunch of claims about percentages? I'd like to see you prove any of them. Give the evidence. Did you say that?
The 0.001% chance, yes.
Okay, what did I say that about?
Of my argument.
What did I say
My
that
argument.
about? What argument?
That
You've
all
made
my
multiple.
all my word salad is like 0.00% chance, never happen.
One of them
and we
was
should just,
one of your
we should just
arguments.
cede ground to Russia, which would inevitably end
one
up
of
with
your
this anyway.
arguments. Maybe Russia or maybe Europe wakes up tomorrow and voluntarily gives all of their sovereignty to Russia. Was that something you said?
That's something you said.
No, that's something you said.
That's what you brought in.
No, that's what you brought in. I said, holy fuck.
We can go again.
Here's
That's what you
happened.
brought in.
Here's what happened. I said, this would lead to World War III. Because if we do the prompt and Russia takes over the European Union, that would lead to a conflict with the United States. And you said, yes, but isn't it also true that if tomorrow Europe woke up and voluntarily gave all of their sovereignty to Russia, would that lead to World War III? And I said, yes. And you're like, and I said, but that's a ridiculously low percentage chance of happening. Then your argument in part is prove that that's a low percent chance, correct?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so you want me to prove that it's a low percent chance that Europe wakes up tomorrow and voluntarily gives their sovereignty. And if
what I'm saying is you don't have evidence to make that claim.
Okay, so what would evidence for that claim look like?
To provide that there's good relations and that this like just to say like simple kind of like either logical examples or whatever to prove that like this is completely impossible
how about
to happen, because you're the one sec, Rob, you're the one that's been saying impossible and like 100% and 0.0% and all this kind of shit. Let me return in terms of this. Like I said, like it's a common European fear that Russia is going to take over. And like I said, no matter what way you look at the board at the current state of play, sure, there's hypotheticals in terms of like the abstract of what could potentially happen. But as an American, it's more advantageous for Russia to take over the European Union, because if that conflict is going to happen anyway, if conditional, if that conflict is destined to happen anyways.
Word salad bullshit. This is all bullshit. So I'll prove the case.
Okay.
Bacon
gay.
Did Europe give up all of their sovereignty today?
No.
Did they yesterday?
No.
Did they the day before?
No.
Did they the day before that?
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 No, but
the past
this again,
the past 10 years.
No, again, this is just a tactic that you just don't. Like I said, to show you that answering your questions are irrelevant, Rob, because you do the whole percentage and all this kind of stuff. You just asked me the same question 8 times in a row to prove that your questions mean nothing because you're trying to deflect from the point that I'm making.
So the past 10 years have they done that?
Because, like I said, we can go back to the whole thing of like even if Ukraine was to cede the ground, Ukraine would lose all faith in the EU.
The past
then
10
that would have a knock-on effect to the Baltic states. So even if I grant you that, even if I grant you your position and grant you everything in terms of your argument, there is still a path where it leads down to the war anyway.
So given
you're acting as if like for Russia not to take over the EU, it's more advantageous to Americans.
We're talking about, you're like, I'd like to see you prove that it's a low probability.
Rob,
let me finish.
You just asked the same question 8 times in a row when I kept exposing how the percentage difference makes no difference.
Okay, so what you were like, I'd like to see you prove that there's a low probability that Europe tomorrow gives away all their sovereignty to Russia. And so I start with this. Well, did they yesterday? No. Did they any day ever? No. Has any country ever really done anything like that, let alone a continent? No. Okay, that's
ever. No, you did not ask that question. You kept saying the day before that, the day before that, the day before that. And then I said, fuck this, I'm not doing this. I've answered the same question 8 times in a row. So 1 sec. Yeah, France gave up their sovereignty to Nazis during World War II.
When they were being attacked?
Switzerland was neutral and they let Nazis march right through them. This whole, like I said, we went through this. There's a history of European countries giving up their sovereignty to a higher power.
When they were being attacked?
Yes, and Ukraine is being attacked. Europe's being attacked. And that's why Macron is saying we're preparing for war and we will fight to every last different debate.
Is Ukraine part of the European Union?
You're cooked, Rob.
Is Ukraine part of the European Union?
Not yet, no.
Okay, show me the European Union.
I said Europe. Europe is being attacked.
Your prompt is European Union. Your prompt is European Union. And all of the countries should give away sovereignty.
Russia should take over the EU.
Okay, so can you show me the country in history that unprovoked, without being attacked or being threatened, said, we give up all of our sovereignty? Show me the country. Go ahead.
Okay, is the EU sending troops? Are
What is that? Are you
European
answering
Union
my
countries
question?
sending
Are
troops?
you answering my question?
Okay, well, okay, do you want to answer? Okay, we'll do this. Yes.
Okay, what was that country? Go ahead.
Sorry, no.
So it hasn't. Okay, so then my claim that
Mhm.
there's a very low likelihood that for the first time in history, not just a country, but an entire continent says, you know what, we give up. We give all of our sovereignty to Russia is low probability. That would seem to be strong evidence that that's a very low probability, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So you concede I'm correct.
Can I speak? Because you just went on a thing and then you finished with a question.
Would
and
you
if
say
keep
that's
doing
good
that, then I won't
evidence?
be
And
able
then
to
you
ask
can
any
answer the
questions.
question.
Yeah.
Answer the question and go ahead and speak.
Yeah. Can I ask questions?
Are you going to answer my question?
Can I ask questions? I already answered. I literally just got done answering the question with you. Then you went on a soliloquy, and then you asked another question.
So you just
can I ask a question,
So yeah,
Rob?
I just want to.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, you can as soon as I just because I didn't hear the answer legitimately. You're acknowledging, yes, Rob. That's very good evidence that Europe won't do that tomorrow.
No, I disagree.
So there's no evidence possible.
No, you said that it's unlikely. It's really unlikely for that to happen.
I think it's very unlikely if I drop this pen that it'll float up instead of down. Agreed?
Yeah, true. Yep.
What's my evidence for that?
You could drop the pen.
Okay. Well,
Historical evidence of gravity. One sec. Historical evidence of gravity. Historical evidence. Yes. And historical evidence of European countries ceding their power to a foreign hostile power. And like I said, one sec, Rob. If you were to ask the average European, do you think it's more probable than not that Russia has plans to take over the EU? They would say yes, the majority. So it's more likely than not.
You just got done saying at no time in history what you're suggesting happened has ever happened. Then when I say, if I drop this pen, do you think that it'll float in the air? You're like, no, because of history, because we've seen the experiment play out over and over. So why wouldn't it be strong evidence that I got you to concede that this has never happened?
What?
Why wouldn't it be? You acknowledge that never in history has something like this happened. That a continent says we completely acquiesce our sovereignty, even though we're not being attacked, to a foreign country. It's never happened in history. And you're like, yeah, but that's still not good evidence that it's likely.
No. The straw man you're presenting, yeah, that's relevant, but no, that's never happened in history. Yeah.
Okay, so if it's never happened in history that I drop this pen and it floats to the sky, and you'd say history shows that pen will most likely drop.
Yeah, no, it's a straw man. It's a straw man.
Why is that a straw man?
Can I answer?
Why is that a straw man? Can you explain?
Can I answer? Yeah, so I'm giving historical evidence that European countries have given up power.
You just admitted that those are analogous, that it's never happened in the way you're suggesting.
No, the way you're suggesting, the way you're strawmanning, saying that like this whole continent is just going to bow down to Russia.
Your suggestion.
Can I ask a question? Rob? Do you think it's somewhat probable that Russia could potentially take over the EU?
No.
Or try to take over the EU?
Maybe.
You think that's
very low.
That's
I would say the chance that they try to take over the EU is probably around 1% to 2%. In order for them to successfully do it, not only would they have to try, then they'd have to be capable, which is another less than like 0.005%. So the chance if you multiply those two percentages together, I would say that it's less than like 1/10,000th of a possibility.
Okay. So if that's no chance that happen, okay? And like basically this whole belief that the Europeans have, that Russia's
what does this have to do with what we were just talking about?
Because like I said, if Russia wants to end the war and America wants to end the war, but the EU doesn't want to end the war, and that's why the war is still going on, why hasn't the war stopped then? Why haven't they just done what you said? Just give the ground to Russia. Because Russia's not going to take.
Wait. First off, complete goalpost move and shift. Concede that you were wrong on that. Complete. Your original example that we were talking about before we move on, it was this: what if tomorrow Russia or Europe wakes up and gives all of their sovereignty to Russia? And I said there's a very low likely of probability. You said prove it. I proved it. Nothing like that's ever happened. I got you to concede that the reason you accept that the pen most likely won't flow up is because history shows that doesn't happen. If you're acknowledging, as you did, that history shows that the entire continent of Europe won't give up their sovereignty.
I've never said entire continent. I've never said entire continent. That's the straw man.
The entire European Union.
That's the straw man. I never said entire continent.
What did you say?
That's you.
Okay.
The EU, the European Union.
Fine. There's never been a
yes. So again, like I said, let me finish. The reason because, like I said, you're not addressing my question.
You're
keep
so
running
right.
from my question.
You're so right. Let me tailor the question specifically. You're right. Not the entire continent of EU. Just 27 countries in it.
Just Ukraine.
27 countries will all tomorrow give up their sovereignty. That's your argument.
No, that's a straw man again. That's not
Your
my
argument was your argument as follows. What if tomorrow all of Europe,
No,
European Union...
you're doing a side quest to should, again, the prompt is should Russia
No.
take over the EU?
No,
yes.
the problem is...
Let me
I understand
get
what the prompt is. I understand what the prompt is. The problem is within that prompt, you make claims. I say those claims are outlandishly low possibility. You're like, prove it. I show the best evidence. It's never happened. Nothing like this has happened. You're like, that's a straw man. The prompt says X. Yes, but in your defense of the prompt, you make claims that are incredibly low possibility. I want you to tell me with a straight fucking face right now that you believe that there's a good likelihood that Europe tomorrow gives up their sovereignty. European Union tomorrow gives up their sovereignty.
Again, this is straw man. I'm
How
not
is it
saying
a
that
straw man? You said it.
It was your hypothetical that Brussels was going to wake up and then hypothetically. This is all a scapegoat to get away from the original prompt. That it does make more sense for Russia to try and take over the EU because, especially as an American, like I said, you would weaken their forces and it'd be more beneficial for the EU to fight to fight Russia. Furthermore, if I can finally get back to the fucking question,
I'm going to take it right back to here. I'm not leaving you.
If Ukraine,
you can talk,
if see, because you won't answer my questions. You keep
I'll
answering my
answer your
questions.
question once
If
we
Ukraine,
get through the point
if Ukraine is not part of the EU, why is the EU holding up the deal?
Okay, I'm going to get back to the point.
Why are they holding up peace? Answer that question, Rob.
Because countries could have
You can't.
geopolitical interest
You
in
can't.
countries that aren't part of them.
Yeah.
Why is the United States still funding them? Are you saying then that Ukraine's part of the United States? The United States is funding Ukraine. Is that because...
You're the one saying there's no threat. You're the one that's saying that there's no threat. There's no threat to Europe. There's no threat to Europe. You said it's highly unlikely. Your own claim to my first question was, you said it was, you were highly unlikely. No, firstly, it's, here we go. That's how you say it, right? My original question was, do you think it's likely that Russia would actually try to invade Europe? And you said that's extremely low. That's an extremely low possibility.
Okay, so here we go. So now we have two scenarios.
No, one sec. And you said because the European Union, one sec, Rob, you said because the European Union is not being attacked.
Hold on, Tareyak. You asked the question, pause, let him answer.
So you can see what happened here. He's like, he completely moves the goalpost. We're going to get back to the original post, but on the moving a goalpost, he fucks up again as he is the whole debate. And he goes, well, clearly Ukraine's part of the European Union or else why would they hold up a peace deal? And I say, well, the United States is funding it. Does that mean that Ukraine's part of the United States? And he's like, the original prompt said, no. You see, he constantly says something and then backtracks. Constantly says something. I point out how stupid it is, and then he backtracks.
Nice Moten Bailey, bro.
Did you say, yes or no? Did you just say that clearly Ukraine must be part of the European Union?
If Ukraine has no part in the EU, why is the EU the only one holding up the deal? America wants peace, Russia wants peace.
Why is America funding Ukraine?
Why is the EU holding up the deal? Not funding. Stop. Goalpost switch and all the stuff you're accusing me of, you're doing yourself, Rob. So you should really listen to your own stuff, okay? So in terms of this back and forth, why is the EU holding up the deal? Why do they have that power?
Okay, you ready? You got to be quiet and listen. The implication of the question is that the only reason that European Union would have a geopolitical interest in Ukraine is if Ukraine was part of the European Union. We can see that that's clearly not the case quite literally, as it is literally not part of the European Union. Countries can have geopolitical interest in other countries that aren't part of their country or part of the unions they're in. Similarly, we see that the United States, it's not, he gives this arbitrary metric of, well, they're holding up the deal. The United States is funding Ukraine, and clearly no one with the brain would say that this means Ukraine's part of the United States. He has no differentiation why holding up the deal means they must be part of the European Union, but the United States giving money to continue the war doesn't mean that Ukraine's part of the United States.
Yeah. So again, like complete obfuscation of what I'm getting to. The reason why I keep pointing out why is the European Union holding up? It means that the European Union has ultimate authority over Vladimir Zelensky, as in he's their puppet, not America's puppet. Like this whole thing, like I said, Trump. One sec, you have your boy Trump in office. He said day one there's going to be peace. We're going to end the thing.
He kept funding it.
Putin. One sec, Putin himself was like, I want peace as well. Like I see these my brothers and all that stuff. The one group that's sticking their thumb out and saying no, we need to like like doing the whole Churchill shit. We need to fucking extend all this kind of shit. Is the European Union, and like I said, in terms of this dynamic, if those are the elites at power, then damn right you should want Russia to shatter that thing into a million pieces. Like I said, this whole thing of like the entire continent or trying to like do this whole thing. Like I said, discussing it, you already granted me that half half of what is currently Europe would be siding with Russia anyway.
When the United States funded the Mujahideen, were they part of the United States?
It depends on what way you look at covert operations, but
Were they
to be
part-
good
was
faith,
the-
I'd say no. I'd say no.
So it's almost like that countries can fund or help control other countries without them being part of their countries. That's almost what it seems like. That happens all the time, in fact. That's interesting.
It's not the same thing.
Anyways, back to the point. Great. Now that we got that concession.
One sec,
now that we
does not mean ultimate power.
Now we go back to sort of where you tried to run from. You brought up this scenario. And this is what's going on.
I'm with you.
You said
day,
now
baby.
you've backtracked off things over and over throughout this
Right
debate.
by
What
yourself,
I'll remind is you want to run. Here's the scenario of how it played out. We'll go through it painstakingly, step by step. You said, here's the problem, Rob. You saying that if Russia took over the EU, like I'm suggesting in the prompt, that would lead to World War III. However, wouldn't it also be true that if all of the European Union tomorrow said we're giving Russia our power and land, that would lead to World War III? Is that something you said?
Yeah, and you agreed with.
Okay, but you said that. That's clear.
Yes.
Great. So when I said sure, but there's a very low probability of that. Then you said, I'd like to see you prove that. And I began to prove it. And then you started saying, that's your argument, Rob. That's your strongman. No, Tareyak, you're the person who originally said it. And I said that's a ridiculously low percentage. In fact, this was a big portion of the debate. I said, I think there's a third most likely scenario, which is that we don't see World War III over this. That instead what happens is there's a gradual grind down. The United States will back out. Europe might fund a little, might not. And there'll be a negotiated settlement. I don't think that'll lead to World War III. Your argument continually then started to switch to, but Rob, you've already conceded that if Europe is friendly with Russia, it will lead to World War III. I said no. I said that the ridiculously low probability scenario that you outlined would probably lead to some sort of escalation like a world war. That's what we're talking. And when I point out that the absurdity of this whole position is, anyone that's watching, I just want you to think about this. This guy is so debate-brained. And it's so bad faith, which is what it is, and it's frustrating, that he's literally pretending that he doesn't know that it would be a low scenario that tomorrow European Union wakes up and says, we give Russia. I want you to admit right now, seeing as how you've just conceded that it was you that brought up the hypothetical.
I grant that. Yeah, it's a lot probably.
Where's your proof? You just said you raised a big fucking stink.
Let
me finish. You raised a big stink. Prove it. Prove that that's low probability. Now, the fact that it hasn't happened in history doesn't prove. So now you're conceding that you just fucking lied the whole time when you were saying you didn't see proof it was low probability.
No, it was a misunderstanding. Two people can have a misunderstanding and they talk past each other. You know what I mean? And like I said, like my mom did take Tylenol. They call me Tylenol boy. My own chat calls me Tylenol boy because so retarded.
No.
Because my mom took Tylenol, please be patient.
So your defense is I'm retarded.
No,
so you
no. What I'm saying is, I can grant. What I'm saying is like there's a couple of things of the confusion. So it's like in terms of the like that being the thing, I'm not saying that like that's a straw man or whatever. What I'm saying is like that was your original hypothetical if thing was to wake up, and I'm saying is like I'm granting your position that like because you were the one that was originally saying it's like what happens if Russia like from their own Europe from their own free will was like, you know what, actually let's side with Russia, and they all of a sudden like we're going to start picking up the Russian language and stuff. One sec. Let me. Yeah. I'm just what you're saying. That's a highly unlikely situation to happen. I agree with that. And if that's what I came across, I do apologize. Like I said, that's a mea culpa. That's L's in chat for Tareyak. If that's what like it came across, whatever. What I'm trying to point out is I'm originally granting Rob that this is going to lead to World War III. Because like I would love for a situation where Europe can get along with Russia, can be very friendly with Russia, have Russian culture and stuff, but also is very friendly with America, and both Russia and America are very friendly. Like I said, we can all unite under that vision of Rome. That's what I'm trying to say in terms of that. You know what I mean? But like I said, when you were saying, just to clarify, I got confused as well when you're saying like your argument basically boils down to 0.0. I thought you were saying my whole total arguments that I've been given all amalgamate down to 0% chance, don't even do it, whereas my thing is 100% chance. But I was even trying to engage with you, Rob, and saying even if I grant that where they come to an arrangement where there's some land swaps, Russia gets the favor and all that stuff, Ukraine would fundamentally lose all hope in the European Union, and that would have a knock-on effect. The domino would start falling from there, to which it would like substantially favor Russia anyway, and you're going to start having that naturally occur in the next couple of decades anyway.
I just
Like we
so
spoke
first
about-
off,
yeah, go ahead.
when your defense is I'm just a fucking idiot, excuse me if I don't follow your fucking scenario of trust me, bro, this stuff's gonna happen when you're acknowledging that your defense is that you're an idiot. Secondly, it's very difficult to have a debate because what happens is all we know about each other is we're taking each other at our word, correct? So if I say this is what I believe, you then build your strategy and your discussion off of me saying I believe that. If I later say, nah, I don't believe that, then that makes the portion of the debate that you built your strategy on that irrelevant. Similarly, when you say over and over again, yes, my scenario will lead to World War III. Yes, it will. Yes, it will. And when I'm like, fine, can you also envision scenarios if Russia doesn't take the EU that it won't lead to World War III? You say yes. Now I'm going the extra step and being good faith and saying, but I think your implication is, according to you, that would be a low probability, right? I'm guessing that's what you would say. And I said, I'll still take a low chance of not World War III over a guaranteed chance. Once you realize that your words have lost you the debate, you backtrack and you say, well, maybe now, no. Russia taking over the European Union won't lead to World War III. Now I'll ask you again, will Russia taking over the EU lead to World War III?
More likely than not.
Okay. Did you previously answer in the affirmative?
Yes, I do apologize if that's
Did
what
you
the reason was.
also, do you still stand by that there's a better chance of not World War III if Russia doesn't take over the EU?
Yeah,
Why wouldn't we prefer that?
because that would require America attacking Russia and
But that's World War III.
Hmm?
You just said,
if
America.
that's World War III, then sorry, then I got that wrong. Sorry. I'm like again, I'm trying to factor in like the tiny percentages. This is what happens, like I said, Rob. Please be patient with me. My mom took Tylenols, okay? Like thankfully Robert or RFK came out and he kind of confirmed that like that explains my retardation. Like I'm trying to fact when you say it's like, oh, like there's percentage chance that this is the low percentage chance kind of shit, I'm gonna factor that in. Because if you're saying 100% will like that there's no course of action, this is going down in World War III. I'm trying to say like more likely than not to be like I'm trying to be 100% here.
Yeah, but
like,
okay, but when I
what...
say, is there a less likely chance of World War III if Russia doesn't take over the EU? You said, yeah, there's less likely. And I was like, okay, then why wouldn't I take that? And you're like, because US would attack Russia. Well, that's World War III. So is there a less likely chance of World War III if Russia doesn't take over the EU?
No, bro, I don't see it. Like, I don't see us getting through this show, bro. Like, but like, don't get me wrong. It is a winnable situation.
No. Let me rephrase. You said that the status quo is basically your prompt. In the status quo, Russia will take over the EU, correct?
No, that Russia should.
No. But yes, you think they should. But you also then got saying when I was like, let's go through what you think the most likely scenario is.
Yeah,
and you went through that whole
most
scenario.
Likely Russia will.
Okay,
yeah,
so the status quo will lead to your prompt.
Most likely.
And that's why you think that World War III is most likely inevitable, because in the status quo or with your rapid advance of it, both of it. So let's say that Russia doesn't invade Europe. Would there be a less likely chance? I know you're saying it's not possible. It's not that likely, right? But let's say that Russia...
At least the way I say my opinion. This is opinion.
So in your opinion, you don't think it's likely, but if Russia doesn't take over the EU, is World War III less likely then?
Wait, is World War III less likely?
Correct. If Russia doesn't take over the EU, is World War III less likely?
I'm trying to be good faith in terms of this answer, Rob. 100%. I genuinely am. But like in terms of like technically, yes, it would be a low percentage in terms of like it being an official World War III and all this kind of shit. But like, just saying, bro, like America is shady as shit, bro.
Okay, but explain to me what the World War... So it's easy to see the scenario where Russia takes over Europe. It's easy to see how that leads to a conflict with the United States. If Russia doesn't invade Europe, where's the scenario? How does the United States end up in war with Russia then?
Because why is Trump going for Canada and Greenland and Iran? bro.
Why did Putin? No, wait.
You and the boys.
You know that's true.
Rob. No. I
can prove
get
it.
that. Like that's a justification. Yeah, but like
I
that's
can
like
prove
you and
that
the
you
boys.
believe that's likely the case. You ready? Why did Russia invade
Okay.
Ukraine? Was it to invade the United States? Was it to invade Europe?
Defense.
Right. So they took
Yeah.
surrounding territory because they wanted a buffer zone from possible foreign powers, correct? Now, if
Yeah,
you're
but Iran's not surrounding territory, bro.
it is when it comes to how close the Arctic is to the United States territories.
Iran.
What does that have to do with shit? I thought you said Greenland.
Oh no, I'm talking about like Iran.
Okay, Iran is a
Ukraine.
different situation. Iran's a different situation. That's talking about preventing an Islamic superpower from getting a nuclear weapon, hypothetically. What's that have to do with what? Give me the scenario that leads to World War III. Go ahead.
No. What I'm saying is that like there's a like in my opinion, like more likely than not that like that whole like because it was literally America and in helping part with Israel does do good things. Like that whole like Iranian revolution that we're seeing take place now is basically because of them. So one could make the argument that they want Iran to become Western friendly to put more pressure on Russia because that's like this, if they can get that whole like basically ancient Persia Western allied with America, then Russia is literally surrounded.
I don't think Russia would be that concerned with Iran. In fact, I think that if the United States was like, look, we're going to lead to regime change in Iran, but we're going to pull out of like defending Ukraine, then Russia would be happy with that deal. I think they would. I don't think they'd have that much of a problem. I think that you've conceded that Russia could launch a war of aggression, not just attempting to purchase land, launch a war of aggression for defensive purposes, to defend their borders. So why would it be that the United States trying to buy Greenland would not also be considered a possibility of defensive purposes? The truth is you have to concede. It is far more likely, and I don't even understand why you're arguing this point. It is far more likely that in a world where Russia literally invades and takes over the European Union, it makes conflict immensely more likely with the United States than if it doesn't. It's just, I don't even understand how it's a debatable point. I don't get it.
I'm not saying it's not like I already said. It's like it's if Russia doesn't take over the EU, there's like less. It's less likely of like a full World War III happens. It's more so America just takes out Russia.
Okay, and so
that's why it's less likely.
Your
for World
point
War
is
III.
that it's the most likely, not 100%, but most likely that this will lead to World War III. Why would we do that? What's the benefit? What's the upside? You're rolling the dice. You're saying there's a better than not chance this leads to World War III. And if not, there's a far less chance. Why would we take the better than not chance?
This stage, how many hours? We're 4 hours into the debate. I might as well go balls to the wall because basically your government is like National Socialist, like a continuation of the National Socialist, and they say Russia as the ancient enemy.
So there you go. So now he tried to sell it to you as Americans. This would be good for you. Now he's saying America's the great evil. We're basically the Austrian painter.
See, I knew as soon as I said it. It's like National Socialism. Again, this is going to sound so fucked up. The philosophy behind National Socialism is not theoretically that bad because technically, like the problem with socialism, why it doesn't work in this raw form is you get what you see happening in the left wing, where it's like this so diverse, caring about like basically strangers and no caring about the actual individual. But when you have National Socialism, you actually have something to bind that empathy to. You can bind it to the nation. The same thing happens with Islamic communism, or like any basic religion can work with communism as well, is because you technically get rid of the state, but you still have the religion binding it. That's why, like I said earlier on, when you start to use the Syria example, I instantly went to Muslim. But long story short, to get back to like I said, to get back to the whole thing, like I'm not calling America evil just because it's technically National Socialist policies. You know what I mean? But your CIA basically wasn't a continuation of the SS.
Oh, so
that's undeniable.
So then, okay, so it's not a moral judgment. It's just that we're Nazis. Okay.
Objectively,
no. Nazis, not a moral judgment.
No, American people aren't.
Cool, got it. Okay, and so therefore World War III is good for us.
No, it'd be more advantageous because like your end goal is to take out Russia. Like that's my take on it. That's
so
my opinion,
let me get this. Let me get this straight.
This is all financial advice.
At the end of the day, it comes down to you're literally you'd make this cut and dry. Take out all the middling shit. War with Russia or not. You say war with Russia between the United States and Russia is beneficial to the United States, correct?
No, it's more beneficial if Russia was to try and take the EU in that war.
No. See, you're misunderstanding, right? Let me see. Because your scenario you've outlined is very likely to lead to World War III with Russia, right? The opposite scenario, where Russia doesn't take over the EU, is far less likely. That's what you've conceded. Okay.
It's far less likely, yeah.
And then you're like, yeah, but actually, this war with Russia is a good thing for the United States because they're National Socialists. And I'm like, okay, so then you're literally saying that for the United States, because they're National Socialists, world war with Russia is better than not. That's your argument.
No, what I'm saying is that America is gunning for Russia no matter what.
So then we get back to the world war is inevitable.
Yes, because basically, we're, like, one could argue that we're still been in World War II. It never really ended. But like I said, to cut a long story short, what I'm saying is, like, either way, like the way I look at it, America is gunning for Russia, especially with the most recent geopolitical moves and the setup that, like, up because remember, Biden was the one, the Ukrainian shit went down, and also we have the clips, 10% for the big guy, etc., right? Like, the only way you can justify that is some sort of, like, deep state or some sort of, like, powers that be that are, like, basically trying to enact these plans no matter who's in office, right? And like I said, when you look at the basically the movement that America's been doing, that America has been doing, and we're to say that this deep state is still basically pushing this agenda. Like, they started with Ukraine, now there's the Canada shit, now there's the Iran shit going down, and it's a way to circle Russia. So either way, no matter what way you look at it, from my point of view, like, I look at America gunning for Russia, and I'm saying it's more. One sec. Let me, because I'm almost there. 2 sentences, please, Rob. Thank you. I'm saying it's more advantageous for America, objectively speaking, just on a war analysis, for Russia to dive into Europe and weaken themselves against Europe, and basically use Europe just as like a soak mechanism to just basically, like, weaken Russia and then go for the attack once you have Iran and Canada and all that kind of set up.
I mean, so again, now we waffle to, yes, war with Russia is inevitable. After just saying no, now we're back to it is. That's step one. Step two, everything you say is contradictory. It is so obvious that you're just trying to debate brain this and just arguing for the sake of argument. For example, you said repeatedly in the past hour, over and over and over, you said this: Trump's pulling out of funding Ukraine. He's not interested in continuing that conflict with Russia. It's all Europe. Now you're saying, but secretly, Trump does want conflict with Russia. Explain.
Not Trump.
Okay, so
Trump is basically a puppet. Like, that's basically my thing. Yeah.
So then why is it relevant? So then you acknowledge that you were full of shit when you kept saying the only group, let me finish, it's just Europe. It's just Europe that's continuing the conflict. That's not true. Trump is just a puppet. He's irrelevant. Let's move him off the board. And the real leadership of the United States, also with Europe, wants to continue the funding of Ukraine. Correct?
Because they want Russia to march into Europe.
So that is a correct. That's what you're saying. So then you were mistaken when you said over and over, probably 10 times, you said over and over, it's only France and Britain. It's only Europe. You were mistaken. That's not true.
What you mean?
Okay, you've made two competing arguments. One, you said Trump and the United States, they're not interested. They don't want to keep it going. Trump's like on the cusp. He's going to pull out. He's saying, I'm not doing it. And it's just Europe that's pushing for this war to continue. Then you say, actually, Trump's a puppet and has no power. And the United States also wants to keep funding. Those two things are completely contradictory to each other.
No. What I'm saying is that it's more advantageous for Americans, especially America First or like American Isolation, all this kind of thing, for Europe to engage in this war.
No. What you're doing now is you're switching.
First,
you're switching from what is happening to what would be good to happen. We're not talking about what would be good or not good. We're talking about what actually is happening. You've made two completely contradictory claims. Your first claim was it is only Europe that wants this to continue and Trump's trying to pull out. Your second claim is actually the United States wants it to continue as well and Trump's just a puppet. Those are completely contradictory. When I point out that contradiction, you go, no, I'm just saying the United States should want. This isn't a question of should right now. It's a question of is. What is happening? What is it? Are you saying that it's only Europe that's pushing for this war to continue or that it's also the United States with Europe?
No, it's just Europe.
Okay, so
But
then
what I'm saying is, from the perspective of America, it is more advantageous that this war actually happens. That this quote unquote
okay, so we'll get there. We'll get there.
Russia going for
So
Europe. It's
now
more advantageous to an American.
Now
Yes.
you go back on what you just said. And what you just said was actually Trump's a puppet. And the United States is continuing to push to fund Ukraine. Now you roll that back. And now you're like, no, actually, you go back to a previous position, which I said, and you demurred, which was, so what you're really saying is World War III with Russia is good for the United States. World War III with Russia is better for the United States than not.
Not World War III. That Russia invading Europe is advantageous to America.
Why? If Trump's
Because
not trying, if Trump wants peaceful resolution with Russia,
Forget
which
about
you're now
Trump.
conceding,
Just talk about America. Say America.
if America wants peaceful resolution with Russia, which you're now conceding, and they're going to stop the funding of the Ukraine war, why would it be advantageous to go to war with Russia?
No, I'm saying a benefit to World War III, like sorry, not World War III. A benefit to Russia invading Europe is that you will weaken Russia, and like this whole thing that I genuinely believe that like America is gunning for Russia no matter what.
Okay, let's say instead of giving up Europe, then why don't we just continue to fund Ukraine and keep the battle there? You've acknowledged that it'll lead to a stalemate as long as the United States keeps funding it. So if it's really about the United States wanting to weaken Russia, why not just keep funding Ukraine instead of allowing them to take over Europe?
Well, like I said, even in that possibility, even if I grant that, like like the whole thing of Ukraine losing confidence in the EU, and then you have that domino effect onto the Baltic states, the Eastern states also start aligning with Russia. Then
why they won't fail?
Then,
Ukraine won't fail. United States keeps supporting.
Wait, what?
Ukraine won't. Your scenario was
okay.
Ukraine would fail because the United States pulls out, and Europe can't do it alone.
Yeah.
Okay. Why? If it's really the United States agenda to weaken Russia, why wouldn't they just keep funding Ukraine? It's currently weakening Russia. Why not just keep doing that? Why risk allowing them to take over all of Europe?
Yeah, it's like the same thing in World War II. Like the Germans were like making solid gains on this kind of shit, but it's when Germans marched too far into Russia is when they failed. So it's like the same thing with Russia. Russia understands this whole thing. Like they don't.
Like
the
most advantageous thing. What you acknowledge is Russia right now is involved in a meat grinder. Like, this is very similar. The United States has done this to Russia before. They did it to the Soviet Union, going back to the Mujahideen. Just like happened to us in Vietnam, right? You get involved in this quagmire, and it keeps building up, building up, building up, building up. As long as the United States keeps funding Ukraine, okay, Russia's at a stalemate. Why would the United States, if their real goal is to weaken Russia, say, actually, we're going to pull out? And we're going to allow Russia to not only take over Ukraine, but on the hopes, on a wing and a prayer, that they then also proceed to march through Europe. We're just going to hope that happens, that they march through Europe. Then we will finally say, aha, now you're weaker and we'll go attack you, Russia. That's comical. That's comical.
Yeah. Like I said, like I'm doing where I can even grant those arguments and still show how it still leads to World War III. You know what I mean?
No.
Like one sec. In that dynamic, like I said, like where all the dominoes start falling and all the these European states start joining Russia, you already said that'd be World War III because then America would be forced to intervene.
Yes, that's not what I'm talking about right here. We're talking about, you're like, what should happen is the United States should weaken Russia. That's not your position, right? You've completely changed from the beginning of the debate.
No. What I'm saying is, objectively speaking, from like a war, like general point of view, it'd be more advantageous for America if Russia was to march into Europe.
Okay, let's rewind and see what happens. You say if Russia goes into Europe, almost guaranteed there's going to be war with the United States, correct?
Yep.
Less likely if Russia doesn't take over EU that there's war with the United States, correct?
Yep.
But you think that the United States anyway should try to weaken Russia, correct?
No.
They shouldn't.
I don't think they should.
Okay. Do you think the United States is so they shouldn't do it. But you think this is the scenario that what's going to happen is the United States wants to weaken Russia. That's your argument.
Yep.
So they're going to pretend to stop funding Ukraine. But in reality, they're only doing that because they really believe the best way to weaken Russia is to allow Russia to take over Ukraine, then hope that Russia invades Europe.
Yep.
You don't see the insanity of this? Or hear me out, they could just keep funding Ukraine. They could do that. But you're like, nah, they won't do that. Instead, this is some fucking like James Bond-esque villain shit. It's like, yeah, there's Bond. You could just take him out. But instead, it's like, no, we'll set up this fucking, Rube Goldberg machine of all this shit falling that a laser will eventually hit James Bond in the crotch. It's nonsense. Let me tell you what this reminds me of. Like, for real. I had this friend one time I was debating, and he's talking about climate change, and he says, I know that climate change is going to wipe out the world. It's going to wipe out the world. I said, really? You know that? Yep. So what should we do? We have to immediately stop fossil fuels. Immediately. Yep, immediately. It's the only chance. Okay, let's say we immediately stop fossil fuels. Like, how many people do you think will die as a result of that? We go through a bunch of rigmarole, and he's like, millions. Okay, your plan is millions of people dead. Yep, that's my plan. It's necessary. Okay, how do we stop China and India? Yeah, we'll probably have to go to war. Okay, now what are you talking? Probably billions dead. Billions dead? Yep. So your plan is you're advocating for billions dead? Yep. Okay, and what do you think the percentage likelihood of climate change wiping us all out is? He says 20 to 30%. This guy just prescribed killing billions of people off of a 20 to 30% belief that he has that climate change will kill us all. That's what you're doing. You're like, I'm cheering for a great war in Europe, a great war between the United States and Europe, because I think that what's going to happen is that this war is going to be inevitable anyways, so I'd like Russia to march through Europe so they're a little weaker when it happens. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy.
Again, I'm not saying that I'd like this to happen or any of that. Like,
should.
I'm saying that,
that's your prompt. It should happen.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Like this is the distinction I'm making. That like what you're seeing unfolding, particularly as a European, the things I'm hearing, all this kind of shit, is basically like there's plenty of sentiment all across Europe that's like sympathetic to Russia and all this kind of stuff, like and all this kind of thing. You know what I mean? And like in terms of the hypotheticals, all this kind of shit, it's like there's different perspectives that you could offer. You could say that if, you know what I mean, like we end up in a scenario where like all these Europeans, like you've done a coup d'etat, and then all these European states all of a sudden are like pro-Christian, pro-conservative, and Russia starts doing very well with Europe, and they start getting too close. You were the one that was saying, well, then that would be World War III, and then we got into World War III here, there, all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? Like I said, like if you're going to come at it from the view of like a general, then objectively speaking, you'd actually want this to happen because then Russia's going to end up being more weak.
No.
Like,
yeah, but
if they one second, if they don't get along, if they do get along, then you have to. It's more disadvantage because then you're the one that's going to be stepping in and saying you two can't get along. I said, in that scenario, one you're the hero, you're the savior, and all the shit. The other one, you're the villain who's breaking up a beautiful relationship.
But again, you put false assumptions into this. You're like, well, if you're a general and you know that conflict's inevitable, wouldn't you prefer them to be weaker? Well, sure. But it's very similar than during the pandemic is saying this. Like, well, if you're a virologist and you're only concerned stopping the virus, wouldn't you embrace lockdowns? Sure. But look at all the negative consequences that come with it. Nonetheless, you could say, yes, but as a virologist, if your sole focus is stopping the spread, wouldn't locking everyone in their house accomplish that? Sure, I guess. You could also, just eliminate everyone with a firearm, and that also would stop the spread. But that's not what's ideal. So your false equivocation here is like, but if you're looking at it through the view of a general that has to go to war with Russia, wouldn't you prefer them to weaken themselves in Europe first? Yes, I guess, but that's not how we're looking at it. We're looking at it as your concession is that it makes it almost a certainty that if Russia takes over the EU, it ends up in World War III with the United States and Russia. And also, by the way, you're backtracking. Right? And again, like your debate brain, you don't even realize. Like I've been remarkably consistent. You, however, think of what you said earlier. Go way back. You were like, actually, there's probably very little bloodshed of Russia. Right? Because what you'll see is all of these Eastern European countries will basically go along with them. And then, although there might be some conflict in places like Germany, France, and stuff, it'll be very little, and Russia will be able to go through with ease. Then they will control the militaries of Europe. So in all actuality, Russia would be stronger and more adversarial to the United States if we embrace your suggestion. That's a bad idea. If your goal is, you should want this because you want Russia to be weaker, the very policy you're advocating for in your prompt, you acknowledge would make Russia much stronger. So which is it?
Yeah, no. The reason why I'm saying that, like, Russia would become stronger if, like, they were able to tap into Europe fully. That's why America would have to intervene. That's what I'm saying. That too.
But you're saying that the argument it seemed
Like,
that you've
that
been
would be the
making the past
justification.
15 minutes is this. You're like, look, here's the deal. America's gung-ho. They're going to fight with Russia. So you have two options. Either one, you could fight them at the strength they're at now, or you could drain them out a little. Let them invade Europe and drain themselves out, right? That was the argument you're making, right?
Mhm.
And so you want America to win, and therefore the weaker Russia is, the better, correct?
Yeah, like I don't want this. I don't want none of this.
But
I'm
your
just giving my
argument,
analysis.
no.
my opinion.
When you say should, right? I understand you don't want the war. You're just saying that's what's going to happen, right? I'm not saying you're saying you want that, right? You're just saying that's what's going to happen. But who do you want to win that war?
Personally, like I said, it's irrelevant. But America.
Okay, so then
'Cause I
it
don't want to have
seems,
to. I don't want to have to learn another language, bro.
okay, so it seemed that the argument you were making was this. Because I think the war is inevitable and I want America to win, I want Russia to go into Europe because it'll weaken them. And then America has an easier chance of winning, correct?
It'll shatter the EU into a million pieces. Yes.
Not the, but you're talking about Russia. It would make Russia weaker, correct?
Yeah. No, as an American, it would technically make Russia weaker. Yeah. Correct.
Okay, but you spent the entire first half of this debate saying it would make Russia stronger, that they'd be able to take over Europe with almost no resistance and then control the European military.
No.
Yes,
No,
that's what
I'm
you
saying.
said.
No. One sec. To clarify, like that's why I kept bringing up UK and France. Like they're the two countries with nukes, and those are the ones that would like they're not backing down. That's why I gave the whole thing of like either the EU backs down and they see ground, which they're not going to do, or they don't back down, and then it's like I said, the whole meat grinder. Then they go up, and all these countries start surrendering, all this kind of shit, and then it's like the same way that like that France surrendered and all these other countries surrendered and all this kind of shit, and it looked like Europe was all going to be fascist, and then Britain.
No. See,
somehow
you're backtracking. That's why you kept giving the analogy. You're like, look at how France backed down before. Look at how they backed down to Germany. Your entire argument was, Rob, it's actually going to be very simple. These countries will probably most like. You even went specifically. You were like, in fact,
because you said it was impossible.
Let me finish. You're even like, even in the United Kingdom and in France, half of those people wouldn't want to fight. And then you said, all of the Eastern European, not only would they not stop Russia, they would join them. They would join the Russian military. That's what you said. You implied, and I said, wouldn't this make Russia stronger? You said, yes, it would. That's what you said. And now you're like, no, it would actually make them weaker.
Yeah, no. If that was to stick land, like that's the potential. Like once they're like, as they're doing that, as they're conquering, that's when Canada and Iran put through the heart of Russia, and you literally split Russia in half.
Okay, so now your
and
argument
then you're
is
them from behind,
now your argument
and their
is
armies out of position.
So just to be clear, now your argument is it would be a bitter battle.
No,
France and
like,
UK would stand up. Germany probably they'd stand up to Russia. That's your argument now, and this would lead to Russia being weaker.
No. What I'm saying is just if Russia was to get to that point, and Russia and France and UK was still going to the end, you're going to lose a lot of European life doing this, like this thing. But it's basically Russia is like literally in the heart of fucking Europe, and they're getting split in half by Canada and Iran.
I mean, it seems. I think anyone who's paying attention that's followed through this can see that.
What I'm saying is, I'm just explaining one way that it could be advantage to America.
What is most likely? What is most likely? Like you said. You outlined quite specifically what you thought the most likely scenario was. I pushed back. I still disagree with it, but you said the most likely scenario is this. Russia goes in and it goes into these Eastern European countries and they just acquiesce. In fact, they join Russia. Then they incrementally go one by one. And a lot of countries like Poland, Germany and stuff say, we're just independent. We don't fucking care. If you want to take over the EU, fine. We're not going to. The only countries that would really have any sort of pushback would be the United Kingdom and France. But most of their population
and then
would
you said Germany, so I said, I'll give you Germany.
Okay, but you're like, actually, huge portions of their population still would be like, fuck this. And they would
I said Germany's a toss-up.
But they would roll over quite easily. That's what you said.
Like that Russia would potentially hockey them, yeah.
Okay, so then Russia wins quite easily. And then I was like, wouldn't this lead to Russia having their military and shit? And you said, yep. And you said they would be stronger. That's what you said. Now your argument is...
No, 1 sec, because again, you're not factoring in time. Like, at that time, as they're conquering France and England, all that kind of shit, they are weak.
Okay,
they've drained their resources. That 1 sec, they're all the way into Europe, which means at that moment in time, they're at their weakest. But if they were to solidify that and were to bring in conquer rule, all this kind of shit, and they maintain the rule, then yeah, the potential in terms of like what Russia and Europe could unlock would be devastating to the US.
Okay, so if they took over the EU and then maintained
Can
control.
I clarify? Like, just real quick, 2 sentences. Like you're saying, like basically what I'm saying is like if Russia took over the EU in time, they would be a threat to America. But as they're taking over the EU, they're at their most weakest point.
So just to be clear, your argument is this: if they take over the EU and then have some amount of time, they're stronger. But in the immediacy of them taking over the EU, they're weaker.
They're in the middle of it, yeah.
Even though they have access to all the military
half.
equipment of the EU now, they have access to all the nuclear weapons of the EU now. They have a geostrategical planning point where they're closer to the United States.
Yeah,
So-
and real quick, one sec. Well, while their troops are all fighting in France and Paris and London and all this kind of shit, while all their troops are over there, Canada's coming down from the north and Iran's coming up from the south. And they're splitting the country in half, which means like half the resources in Russia can't get to Russia.
Okay.
And then
So
you basically you're coming at you're coming at Russia from the behind.
Okay, so
and you
let's
completely flank them.
So would you say then that the ideal opportunity, what you would like to see, because you want the United States to win, right? You want them to beat Russia.
Again, yeah, my want is irrelevant, but yeah.
So then what you would like to happen is, as Russia is attacking, the United States gets involved in. That's when Russia's going to be the weakest, right?
Yep.
Okay, so then you just said that Russia should not take over the EU. You agree with me? The prompt is
What?
incorrect. Because you said actually Russia should invade but not take over the EU, and then the United States should attack them while they're trying to take it over. And once they take it over, they'll become stronger.
Yes.
So then your argument
Yes, so they
is
should,
Russia should
yeah.
not take over the EU. It is Russia should try
How
to
is
take
it?
over the EU and fail. That's your argument now. You've just negated
Well,
the
yeah,
prompt.
no. That's my own personal belief.
But
But
that's
like,
the-
I'm
that's
saying
the
is, like,
prompt
in terms
should.
of what should happen.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
the prompt should. Your belief of what should happen. Now you're acknowledging that actually the best
No,
case scenario is Russia should attempt
No,
to
'cause
take
you're bringing,
over
like,
the
what do
EU
you want?
and then America
Yeah.
to fight back before they do
The
it.
key word is want. I mean, what I want is irrelevant. But what should happen, objectively speaking, like either from like if you want to look from an American perspective or a European perspective.
Should
all
the
this kind of
United
shit,
States win the war?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so then if we think that the United States should win the war, would the opportune time for them to attack be while Russia is attacking France?
Yeah.
So then it's not a matter of want, it's a matter of should. The prompt should say Russia should attack the EU and then the
Should
US
take over the EU, yeah.
stop them. No, not take over. Once they take over, they become stronger. Instead, they should attempt to take over the EU. Then the United States
Yeah.
would find them weaker and stop before they did.
Yeah, I can grant you that like specific, but that still part of the plan would be Russia should take over the EU.
No, you don't think they should.
That's what one sec. Like that's what you should be saying.
No, that's not what you should. That's not what you're saying should happen. You're saying Russia
No.
should attack, and then the United States should attack before they take over the EU.
No, because think about it. If all of Europe were saying, turned around right now and said, you know what, guys, I think Russia should think, then that would prompt America. America would have to react.
Why wouldn't it be preferable? Shouldn't America react before they take over the EU?
What?
Shouldn't America react before they take over the EU? Just when they start attacking?
As they're taking over the EU.
So they shouldn't take over the EU.
That's a benefit
They
to
should
America,
attempt
yes.
to take over the EU, and then America should get involved before they take it over.
Yeah, that's if, Rob, that's if America should win the war.
You said they should.
Yeah, that's my personal opinion.
But the
Osher.
prompt is your
But
personal
objectively
opinion.
speaking, yeah. Like objectively speaking, from an American's point of view, as the people are in chat, you
This
would
is
want.
like, but you
Russia
understand
to
saying
try
my
and take over
personal
the EU.
opinion, it's not going to help. The entire debate's your personal opinion. For example, if we go out to eat and I say, you should try the ribs, right? And you're like, well, why? And we have a big discussion. I say,
No,
it's just
logic's
my
not personal
opinion.
opinion,
It's
bro.
still me saying should, right? So what you've just identified is, according to you, the thing that should happen is Russia should attack the EU, and then the United States should intervene before they take over the EU. That's what should happen.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
In other
mutually
words,
exclusive
yeah, Russia
from
should take over because
That's
just because
let me finish. Let me finish. I know you realize it's bad
Mhm.
for you. That's mutually exclusive from the prompt that you've put out. The prompt you put out is Russia should take over the EU, but now you're arguing actually they shouldn't. They should attempt to and then be beaten.
Yes.
You
Yes.
concede?
Because in science, right, you could make a prediction and say this should happen, right? And because you make that prediction, you go and test that prediction. Whether or not you get that actual prediction is irrelevant. It's the outcome that you're getting. You know what I mean?
No. You're misusing
Yes.
the word. The word should could be used in multiple contexts. It's clear that the topic was suggesting this is something you think would be best to occur, right? Not you saying should is the pen should drop, meaning that you think that that's what's likely to happen. When you say should in this context, it's clear you're saying this is an outcome that you want to occur, not in a scientific sense.
But when you're presenting, but Rob, you know this as being a debater. It's like when you're presenting an argument, you're putting in like the should in terms of the royal we. Like I'm not just making an argument of what like my personal like beliefs are and all this kind of shit. I'm putting out a should in terms of the aspect.
You would be
of, like,
better
this is
just to
something
if you
in
want to
terms of,
go,
like for example, as for an American audience, highlighting the fact that Putin shares a lot of your values, all this kind of shit. We should all get along. I agree with that, Rob. Like, do you mean like I said, like in terms of like my ideal scenario, I think there is a winnable scenario here about uniting under Rome. But like I said, it's like that itself would also be very unlikely. I'd even admit that myself. That's a very low percentage chance of happening, Rob. You know,
you know what's happened. You know that you've lost the debate. Now, if you would be further to just concede than to go down this path of challenging the definition of the word should. If that's where we're at, just admit that you've lost. I could do it. I could spend an hour talking about the definition of the word should if that's what you want.
I'm doing. Yeah, I'm just saying.
Speaking of that, just a quick time check for you guys. Just letting you know we've passed the 4-hour mark. So if you guys want to keep going, though, I'm game. So if you guys want to keep going,
just concede. Just concede. We'll get to closing statements, and then if audience has questions,
something should happen, but not necessarily means it would happen.
Correct. So you're suggesting,
yes.
So what the prompt means is should, is you're saying this is what I would like to see happen.
Russia should try to take over the EU.
Try. I noticed you added the word try there. Why?
Yeah. No, because that's what you're trying. You're being more specific, which is, to be fair to you, like this is a good point. This is a good point being specific. Russia should try to take over the EU.
Okay, so then, but you don't want them to. They shouldn't take over the EU. They should just try.
Yes.
Okay, so then I win.
This is why I call
Russia
the Loki.
shouldn't take over the EU.
The Loki paradox. The Loki paradox.
You've conceded. Right, you concede that Russia shouldn't take
over
the EU.
One sec, Rob. How would I convince that to happen in Europe? How would I gain support? Even though, like, I think they should. I think they should try, but I want them to fail. How would I encourage that? I would then have to say, guys, Russia should take over the EU. So
let me get this. Now your argument is you've known from the get-go that the prompt is wrong, but performatively you had to pretend to endorse the prompt to get to the real outcome that you wanted. That's your argument now?
No, what I'm saying is that I'm willing to lose the debate. I have no issue with willing to lose the debate.
You've conceded. Just say I concede.
So in terms of like that, in terms of the meaning that you're getting to, like the final outcome is what the prompt is, then yeah, like okay, like I can see that part. But in terms of like what we should say, like I said, if all Europeans, that was a key thing I kept going to, is like if all Europeans say we should, or Russia should take over and all this kind of shit, you will affect a bigger change.
All right, I'm willing to get opening statements. I'll take that concession. I could do closing statements.
I think we've done 4 hours though. Like to be fair, like I think it was only supposed to be 2, wasn't it?
Closing statements.
There was no set time. I originally was gonna do like a scheduled time, but I was like, with these, I think it'd be better we just let it go as long as you guys are willing to go. But yeah,
in fairness, this might be a good plan for going forward. We say 2 hours, but if people want to get out, that's perfectly reasonable. But I didn't mind sticking around. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I'm sure there'd be more people that'd be willing to do it. And I know you love debating too, so
yeah, I enjoy it. All right, who's doing closing statement first? You want to go, Tareyak, or you want me?
Yeah. Wait. Because I went first. So what way is the last way that you do it? Easy.
Normally the person who goes first goes last. That's normally how it works.
Well, yeah, that's how. Like, but I do it different. But for these, yeah, that's what we're gonna do. So you'll get the last word, Tareyak. You'll go last. So Rob will go first for closing statements. We'll do like 5 minutes. 5 to 7 minutes. And then after that, if you guys are up for it, we can go through super chats. I don't think there's too many questions. It's mostly just comments and stuff, but we can go through them if you guys want to. If you guys got stuff to do, though, that's
I could do that.
understandable as well. So yeah, but Rob, whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer back here with your voice.
Yeah. All right. So to get to the initial parts, like I think that he conceded a lot of things on his initial argument. Now he does contradict himself, and we won't bury the lead. We'll get to that at the end. But we do see right-wing populism rising right now in Europe, and I don't think that we want to throw that away by triggering something that would obviously be a war, right? In addition to that, we can see that any time that you're cheering for something that's most likely to lead to war, you should really check yourself. It's really a bad mentality to be like, well, I'm doomed to the point where I say, let's just have a big fucking war because I think it'll be beneficial. War is no joke. I'm some fat loser that never served, but my goodness, I know people that did, and it could be really traumatic, cause people injuries, etc. We could be talking in a world war, literally, of hundreds of millions of people dying, and you're in a really an enviable position when you're defending that as your prompt. Particularly in a prompt that you got to choose. So it's not like he was backed into this corner. He literally takes a prompt where he's like, my plan will almost guaranteed lead to a world war. That's fucking crazy, right? He was all over the place in this debate, but I think that it's worth saying this, right? I think that it's clear what happened here. I don't mind it. I see what's going on, but it's sort of debate pro stuff. Like, I'm just going to continue. You see this a lot of times when people are on the meta argument, right? They're trying to win the meta argument. They don't understand how that involves the entire forest of the argument that they're making. So you see these contradictions all over the place with him, right? And he ends up defending a bunch of stuff that's just like, will prove that it's a low probability that Europe tomorrow won't just acquiesce and give their entire, continent or the European Union up to Russia. It's just nonsensical. But at the end of the day, I think that going through the hoops, even using his logic, he's forced to concede. Now, I could talk about this at great length, but I'm not going to. Instead, I'm going to use the rest of my time to say this. How fucking awesome of a debater am I that I could not know the topic, not know the person, have no prep, my opponent have it, and not only that, get him to concede at the end, because you almost never get concessions. Now, he's going to come up and he's going to try to salvage it and go, well, technically I conceded the topic, etc., etc. No. He's wrong on a litany of ways. We could go through all of the ways why the wars are bad, etc., 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 etc. But when it comes to the actual easiest way to win the debate, we could see that he's just wrong and he's forced to concede. So I enjoyed it. I think people could notice. It does get frustrating when the meta shit comes out that's clearly like fucking being annoying. That's true. It gets frustrating. But at the end of the day, good times were had. I hope people appreciated it. And let it be known that I got a fucking concession on my first debate doing this. So that's it. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement, Rob. And Tareyak, I got the timer restarted here for you. So whenever you're ready for your closing statement, go ahead and I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah, so like Jimbo will tell you, Rob, like I have no issue like conceding in debate. And in terms of like the phrasing that you used, like I think was the correct way in terms of the way I would want it to play out. And I guess the only way to kind of explain my arguments is we can all agree that people shouldn't lie. Okay? But what did you get from Santa last Christmas? Russia should take over the EU.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. Nice, short, and sweet.